In a world of exceptional skills, a lively team of adventurers is in the heat of battle. On his part, the young man says that his skill is not that impressive. 4 in the group are ready to face a huge muscular green orc. Thanks to his mastery, the young man widened his eyes in surprise at the information heard. A close-up of the status screen shows one ominous word glowing with anger. He urgently warns his comrades that the orc is furious and losing control. The blonde swordsman of Team Hazel turns around in surprise upon hearing the sudden tactical message. Opening his second ability, the young man creates shining golden balls of light. A magical aura envelops the blonde swordsman and enhances his strength for battle. With a serious expression, he extends his hand and says that his other ability is healing magic. The giant enraged orc charges forward, ready to crush the small group below. After the battle, 2 squad members rejoice and celebrate the final victory over the giant orc. Azel says that their party Silverwings will surpass S rank. One sorceress in the group eagerly asked if their rank SS would make them aristocrats. The festive mood changes when Azel returns to Negris with a strange expression. With a creepily wide and insincere smile, he tells Negris to leave the party. Negris remains completely silent because the harsh order from his friend stunned him. Forcibly smiling, he asks if they are joking because he cannot believe it. The sorceress laughs contemptuously, calls him an idiot, and says it is not a joke. She looks at him mockingly and calls him a parasite because he lives off the S-rank team. Negra froze in horror with wide-open eyes, as if his world was falling apart around him. In despair, he insists that his skill and evaluation is still useful in battle. Azel says they do not need his useless skill and that he is easily replaceable. Negris reminds them that he has healing magic that will support them in battle. His request is cut off because Azel shouts that he talks too much. Azel asks a sharp question, wondering if Negris has ever used his healing magic. The question leaves Negris completely confused. He does not understand its cruel meaning. With a sly smile, Azel says he has never seen Negris use healing magic. He rubs salt in the wound, saying he cared for his useless friend only out of pity. For a moment, a memory of their childhood promise to become travelers together surfaces. He remembers seeing Azel grow stronger when they fought side by side. He painfully realizes that he always believed they were comrades fighting together. His shock turns into a quiet, gloomy understanding of deep betrayal. Negris, with a firm expression, tells Azel that he will leave the party. A self-satisfied smile plays on Azel's lips, yet that black man left without protest. The Silverwings leave, laughing that they will soon receive the SS rank. The scene shifts to the magnificent architecture of the city, likely to the location of the guild. In the lively Adventurers Guild, various members are resting and socializing. The tired receptionist sighs and asks Negris if the Silverwings really kicked him out. Forcing a smile, Negris quietly confirms that he was indeed expelled. She explains that without a party, he will be demoted to the lowest rank. He recalls how other adventurers, under Azel's influence, now call him a loser. Resolutely, he agrees to the task of gathering herbs and has to start from scratch. He takes the quest letter to the Northern Forest and thanks the reception. In the silence of the Northern Forest, Negris sits alone and diligently collects herbs. He crouches by a bush and decides that he has gathered enough for the mission. Standing up, he thinks that even such simple tasks are needed by someone. A man dressed as a merchant suddenly runs past him, panic visible on his face. Disturbed by the man's anxiety, Negris decides to run and find out what happened. His facial expression changes from curiosity to serious concern as he walks along the path. He finds an overturned and broken cart in the middle of the forest road. He assumes that bandits attacked the carriage. He cautiously approaches the wreckage, thinking that the merchant who fled was their owner. He looks into the dark compartment to check if anyone else is inside. His eyes widen with surprise when he notices something unexpected in the debris. Inside, he finds a small injured child with sharp ears lying unconscious. He hurriedly runs to her and anxiously asks if she's okay while she quietly moans. He notices a slave brand on her arm, dark magic flashing dangerously. He knows that if he leaves the child alone, she will be in serious danger. With absolute determination, he places his hands over the child to heal her. A bright pillar of healing energy bursts forth and envelops the little girl's body. The girl's face is calm, while shimmering healing orbs float around her. The slave mark on her hand glows brightly, then rustles away completely. The girl groans softly and slowly regains consciousness after healing. He kneels before her as she wakes and gently tells her that everything is fine now. She stands up, looks at her hands in surprise, unsure if the pain has truly disappeared. He says with a confident smile that she is fine now. He decides to use his appraisal skill to check her condition. The appraisal showed that she is an elf, cursed, and has the potential of an SS rank swordsman. He is shocked to see her status listed as cursed, a separate malady. He realizes with a thoughtful expression that this is a completely different curse. He is impressed by her unusual status and potential in wielding an SS-level sword. The explanation shows that mastery ranks reflect both current achievements and hidden talent. The diagram analyzes her DSS sword proficiency and shows low results but great talent. He concluded that someone cast a curse on her to restrain her outstanding abilities and does not know who did it or why. The girl who regained consciousness lifts her head and asks if he saved her. With a friendly smile, he confirms that he used his healing magic to save her. He points to her hand, explaining that he also removed the slave brand from her. She looks at her hand with no traces and cannot believe it, as if it were a dream. Seeing her collar, he reflects on the great hardships the child had to endure. He gently turns to the young girl and asks her name. She introduces herself as Fels with a clear, relieved smile and asks his name. He smiles in response and calls himself Negris, a healer with the skill of evaluation. He remembers that by his assessment, Fels is still under another curse. He asks if she has a birthmark and suggests that it might be a cursed mark. She notices a birthmark on her ankle but never knew it was a curse. It is difficult for the black woman to come to terms with the fact that she knows nothing about the curse that binds her. He tells the surprised person to show him her leg to remove the curse. On his knees, he notices that this curse is more complex than the previous one. He places his hand over the mark, and it dissolves with a soft rustle. He stands up and tells the surprised people that the curse is now lifted. He explains that the curse only suppressed her abilities and did not cause her physical harm. He smiles and suggests she use magic to check if the curse has really disappeared. She says she has never used magic, and he assures her that it is not difficult. He stands next to her and asks her to reach out her hand to the nearest tree. He stands behind her, helping her focus and release her power. Fels shouted decisively and threw her hands forward to release her magic. A colossal shockwave bursts out, carving a long, destructive trench in the ground. They stand on the edge of a new canyon and look at the path of destruction. Negris is in complete shock and thinks that such power far exceeds the capabilities of a little girl. A young man with dark hair confirms that what he just saw was truly magic. Shock is emphasized by a close-up of his wide-open, distrustful eye. The elf Fels happily thanks Negris for her first experience of magic. Negra looks on in complete amazement, not understanding how she suddenly became an adult. He mumbles her name, embarrassed by how quickly she grew up and became a woman. Phelps places her hand on her chest and with surprise realizes that she has grown. The embarrassed black woman asks her what she means by her growth being real. She explains the legend of very strong elves whose bodies mature to contain their magic. Negris realizes that her body has matured and can now withstand immense magical power. Suddenly Fels turns pale and feels dizzy, her body exhausted from magical tension. Her stomach growls loudly. She holds it and looks weak and uncertain. Negris decides that they should now buy better clothes for her. He suggests talking more during a shared meal. Elsewhere, a pack of fierce wolves with bared teeth blocks the forest path. An adventurer named Azel complains to his leader that he feels unusual fatigue. His leader dismisses his concerns and says he is just imagining the fatigue. The leader indifferently suggests quickly getting rid of the wolf pups. The frightened Azel asks to report on the condition of the monsters that look dangerous. The leader shouts that no one could have known there would be monsters there. One of the wolves lunges forward, mouth wide open, to attack Zil. The close-up effect shows that the beast cruelly wounded Azel. In a warm, noisy tavern, Negris and Fels sit down to eat. He fell down the stairs and froze in complete awe before the large roasted bird on the table. Negris watches her and notices that she reacts as if seeing it for the first time. He recalls that she initially tried to sit on the floor, a habit from the times of slavery. He asks her to eat before the food gets cold, and she agrees. She takes a bite, fully focused on the taste of the food. Her face brightens with joy, and she says with delight that the dish is very tasty. Negris looks at her with a gentle, satisfied smile, glad that she is having a good time. Fels licks the fork, her face showing pure, uncontrollable bliss and joy. The black woman is happy that he was able to protect her smile with his once useless magic. He clenches his fist, thinking about the healing magic that his former party rejected. Phelps notices his keen gaze and calls him by name, bringing him out of his thoughts. She looks at him with a sincere smile and thanks him for saving her life. Fels says that for the first time since birth, she is treated humanely. Negris's facial expression becomes sterner as he listens to her sincere words of gratitude. He notes that he has never received such from his previous commanders. He turns to her, his face becomes serious, and he begins to speak. Negris insists that he is actually the one who should thank her. Phelps looks around, her eyes wide open with surprise and confusion at his unexpected statement. She asks why he should thank her, not understanding at all what he means. He explains that he did not save her for repayment, because he believes he received much more. Negris begins to tell his comrade a painful story from his youth. He says that his adventurer parents died from a monster during a mission. In the memory, he was a child near their graves, full of remorse. He says that from now on he will help everyone he sees in trouble. He mumbles that he was expelled from the old party, although he worked hard. Fels, moved by his oath, said that it was a wonderful idea. She praises him for being able to overcome the past and move on. He draws her attention and says that now he wants to ask her something important. He asks her where she is from and learns that she is an elf. She sadly explains that she does not remember because she was a slave since childhood. The dark-skinned woman concluded that she had nowhere to go at all. They sit in oppressive silence and look at each other across the table. After a minute of thought, Negris raises his hand to propose his idea. He looks at her seriously and prepares to offer her a choice. He tells Fels that he has 2 different options for her. He offers the first option, to say goodbye and live their own life. She asks about the second option with a curious and hopeful expression on her face. He offers another person the opportunity to go on an adventure with him. He insists that he invited her because her presence would make him very happy. He becomes embarrassed when he realizes how obvious his feelings are. Fels shines with genuine joy and says that she will go with him. Her face is full of happiness as she accepts his offer. Negris was momentarily speechless, lowered his eyes, and then met her radiant gaze again. His eyes are gentle, a faint blush on his cheeks. It is clear that she touched him. Fels looks at him with a quiet, satisfied smile. She has already decided. Negris closes his eyes for a moment, then opens them with a smile. They hold hands, and Negris suggests helping each other in the new adventure. At the Adventurers Guild, the receptionist informs that their group's registration is complete. She tells them that they will start at rank D and should take on simple missions. Phelps expresses hope for his help, and he agrees, leading them out. They enter a dense forest, and Negris says it is a great place for herbs. Phelps notices that Negris is sweating heavily, a sign of his nervousness. After completing the first task, he suggests they fight monsters to improve their skills. A large paw enters the frame, indicating that a formidable creature is approaching. A powerful red wolf appears, and its status panel shows an S-rank skill. Hiding in the bushes, Phelps whispers that it looks strong, but Negris remains calm. He tells Phelps to watch from afar while he steps forward. The wolf does not retreat. Its body is tense, preparing to attack. Negris looks the beast in the eyes, his face calm and focused. The wolf emits a muffled roar and bares sharp teeth. His roar becomes deafening as he lunges at the people. Negra runs alongside the wolf, charging into attack, precisely matching its wild speed. With a smooth movement, he dodges the attack and ends up behind. He places an open palm on the back of the wolf's body, disrupting its movement. He orders Phelps to carefully watch the movements of the red wolf. Phelps praises his good posture and is impressed by his effortless control. He surprisingly shows that he is also skilled in combat. He says he was forced to learn to fight in order to survive. Negris tells Phelps that now it is her turn to face the wolf. He confidently says that as an experienced swordsman, she will definitely be able to defeat it. He assures her that he will support her from behind with his healing magic. Fels draws a huge, luxuriously decorated black sword, her face expressing intense concentration. The challenge grows as now she faces a whole pack of red wolves. The wolves growl and circle around her, preparing to attack from all sides. The fight begins brutally as wolf claws scratch her arm. This injury awakens her abilities, and she becomes a whirlwind of movement. She is momentarily surprised by the immense power flowing through her body. Negris watches the incredible skill of his companion in swordsmanship, admiration on his face. The air is cut by the sound of her blade rushing dazzlingly fast. He analyzes her technique and notices that she is involuntarily developing her abilities. Phil stands triumphantly over the bodies of the defeated red wolves. A close-up shows her surprised face at the realization of new power. Slightly out of breath, she proudly announces her victory over the wolves. She turns to Negris and happily reports her success, and he congratulates her. He notices a bloody wound on her arm after the fight. He calmly reads a healing spell on the wound, for which she thanks him. Fel is gasping, feeling her whole body becoming lighter due to his magic. The diagram explains how healing helps a person overcome unconscious physical limitations. Negris admires her wonderful figure and believes her rapid progress is natural. He thoughtfully says he has never met another healer, then corrects his words. After finishing their training, he suggests they return to the guild. The pair approaches the guild counter to turn in items for the quest. The receptionist says in surprise that they also brought valuable red wolf fangs. Nearby, adventurers recognize Negris and whisper about his exclusion from the S-rank team. Two men mock contemptuously, calling him a worthless bastard and expressing disgust that they have to be with him. When they leave the guild, Phelps follows Negris and remains silent. Her anger suddenly explodes as she mentally tries to understand who these slanderers are. A dark-skinned woman gently places her hand on her shoulder and asks her not to cause trouble. She insists that their insults are unacceptable because Negra saved her life. He is touched that she is angry because of him, but he feels uncomfortable about it. To distract her from the tension, Negris cheerfully asks if she is hungry. On a busy city street, a man runs past them shouting that he is a thief. A passing woman holds her breath from the sudden commotion. The thief rushes down the street, knocking people down in his path. The expressions of Negris and Fels become surprised and worried. The rough thief shouts at the crowd to step aside. Close-up of Fels' eye shows her strong, unwavering determination. In an instant, the thief is struck, his face becoming a mask of pain. Fels moves lightning fast and delivers a powerful blow to the running thief. The blow pushes the thief to the ground, his face twisted in pain. A passerby doubts Fels and thinks her response might have been too harsh. Fels ran up to Negris and asked if he was unharmed during the incident. Negris, slightly confused, tries to respond to her concern for his safety. With a warm smile, he thanks her for protecting the people of the city. Phil's face glows with a bright rosy smile due to his sincere praise. The guard explains that Fel's body is adult, but her soul is childlike. City guards arrive at the scene and ask about the caught thief. One guard thanks the pair for their brave actions that helped detain the criminal. Fel stands next to the black woman, a little shy after the fight. The guard mistakenly grabs Negris and tells him to behave like an adult. The caught thief begs for mercy and says he has a daughter to feed. Negris calmly addresses the thief, holding his report card. He asks the tied man about the wounds on his hands. The thief is stunned and asks how he knows about his incurable hand. He tells about his tragic past, but Negris says the injury can be healed. Negris asks the guards to step back while he treats him. Fels looks worried and calls his companion Nigrisama. He examines the thief's bandaged hand more closely, with a serious look. His examination showed that the man had torn tendons and the wound was infected. Negris sympathizes with the man's desperate motive to provide for his daughter. With a determined look, the black man prepares to offer a path to atonement. He tells the man that this is a chance to atone for his sins. In one word, heal, he releases a bright wave of magic. The spectators watch the spectacle with wide-open eyes and open mouths. The healing light fades, and it is visible that the man's hand is fully restored. The former thief moves his fingers and whispers that the pain is completely gone. Negris and Fels watch as the man realizes his amazing recovery. Filled with hope, the man understands that he can work as a traveler again. Negris advises him to use a bow because it will be more effective than a sword. The man is puzzled and asks how Negris knew about his weak swordsmanship. He explains that during the healing he used appraisal magic and asks him to atone. The man falls to his knees and vows never to forget this act of mercy. The healer, with a quiet smile, calls himself Negris. People around whisper that the rumor that black people are good for nothing must be false. Phil stands next to a black-skinned woman, deep admiration visible on her face. She says that his healing spell was incredible and she felt stronger. Negris says that if you focus on the patient's thoughts, his magic becomes stronger. Fels is fascinated by the idea that power can be changed by thought. The healed man insists on expressing gratitude and says that just thank you is not enough. He feels he must repay, so he shares important information. He warns about suspicious unknown healers who have appeared in the capital's ghetto. He asks Negris, also a healer, to beware of these strangers. The story shifts to a shot of the neglected roofs of the ghetto. Negris explains that the ghetto is a place where novice adventurers can find quests. He continues to assert that the ghetto was not touched by the three main forces of the kingdom. Fels asks what these three types of forces are. The diagram shows the government, the church, and the guild, while the ghetto is independent of all of them. Negris decides to go to the ghetto to gain experience and earn money. The scene suddenly shifts to another darker forest. Azel's face is twisted with a scream of pure uncontrollable rage. His party suffered defeat, and he curses that they lost because of the stupid red wolf. He directs his anger at the newest member and yells at the rookie. The young adventurer is shocked when Azel accuses him of their failure. The rookie tries to defend himself, saying he was only following Hazel's orders. In response to his excuse, Azel delivers a sharp slap to the face. Azel shouts that the rookie doesn't even know how to properly assess a low-level monster. He regrets that their prestige and position are now lost. With a threatening look, Azel suggests killing the newcomer and making him a scapegoat. The young traveler gasped in fear due to the threat to his life. He panics and runs into the forest, saving his life. The enraged Azel shouts to the others to grab him and bring him back. In the flashback, a determined look of Azel is seen, focused on the risky mission. He talks about the mission from the nobility, to capture the ghetto and kill Queen Florence. He understands that success will bring great power and recognition to his party. A sinister smile appears on Azel's face, hinting at his dark ambitions. With a determined look, he says their next point will be the ghetto. The last panel shows the neglected, oppressive architecture of the ghetto. Above the abandoned buildings of the city ghetto, a depressing atmosphere prevails. Elfel nervously asked her companion if this was a gloomy ghetto place. Seeing all the darkness, Negris decides that first of all they need to find a place to rest. In a narrow, shadowy alley, suddenly their path is blocked by a large figure. Negris found himself on the street in front of a threatening group of hooligans. The gang leader confirms the identity of the young man, asking if he is a Negro. Threatening with a look, the leader tells Negris that Queen Florence has summoned him. Then the gang leader asks the pair to go with him to see the queen. Fel prepares for battle, her hand instinctively reaching for the sword hilt. The dark-skinned woman restrains her, thinking that their opponents clearly outnumber them. Raising his hands in surrender, Negris tells Fel that they have no choice but to submit. The bandits escort the captured pair through the ghetto streets to the queen. Negroes and other people watch warily as they are led forward. His gaze sharpens, he carefully examines the crime scene and all his senses are on alert. They enter the great hall and see Queen Florence sitting on a simple throne. The queen addresses him, mentioning rumors that he is a useless healer. Negra stands before her and remains silent in response to her sharp question. One of the bandits eagerly offers Florence to simply kill him. Florence swiftly rises from the throne, and the worried man watches. She quickly and forcefully kicks the insolent hooligan right in the stomach. The force of the blow throws the man back across the hall. Negris and Fels are stunned into silence and watch the queen's sudden violent act. Florence Coley says that judging a person by rumors is a sign of weakness. The fallen bandit lies on the floor where he fell and quietly apologizes. Negra secretly uses her skill and contemplates the true nature of this queen. Her status shows strong sword mastery, but surprisingly low magical power and skills. He exhibits an alarming, urgent condition that affects her heart and body. Upon learning that she is seriously wounded, the black-skinned woman is in complete shock. The queen admits that she investigated him and recalls the amazing healing. Her expressive smile confirms that she knows he healed the supposedly incurable injury. Negris increasingly understands why exactly he was summoned here. The majestic queen says that she is looking for a healer for only one reason. He realizes what is at stake. Either he heals her or repeats the fate of those who have already failed. She confirms his thoughts and says that his skills are sufficient. Black people are internally angry at charlatans who exploit their despair. He is asked to treat a symptom that was previously considered incurable. Fels expresses fear that they may disappear if they fail the task. But he believes that his special power can help them succeed. Florence desperately appealed to many healers in hopes of a cure. Negra undermines his determination because she believes it is the duty of a true healer. He offers a deal that in exchange for healing, they will be able to live there. The queen agrees, but warns him to be aware of the consequences of failure. Fels asks him not to risk his life for the queen. He gently strokes her head and thanks the companion who was worried about him. With a gentle smile, he explains his duty to help everyone in need. The queen indifferently remarks on what the feelings of a good slave seem like. His expression becomes stern. He sharply corrects her and says that Fels is his comrade. His sharp remark seems to amuse the queen, who quietly says ho. Ignoring her, he now tells the queen to follow him into the room. Fels watches as they leave, her face full of worry for Negros' safety. He leads her to a private room where there is a large canopy bed. When he approaches the queen sitting on the bed, he sees something shocking. He opens his eyes wide and cannot believe what he is seeing now. A large, ugly and infected growth covers her entire left shoulder blade. She quietly asks him to heal it, but he hesitates and says it will take time. His hesitation breaks her calm, and she desperately shouts that he also cannot. He simply says it will take some time, and she becomes even more confused. He reaches out his hand to better examine the wound. She sharply pushes his hand away and warns him not to touch it without permission. Unafraid, Negros' expression becomes determined and unwavering. Taking her by the shoulder, he confidently says he will heal her injury. She only looks back, eyes wide open from shock, fear, and hope. His hand begins to glow, he gently pours healing energy into her. His gaze is focused, he puts all determination into the healing spell. A bright burst of light breaks out as he launches his powerful healing spell. Magic shows that her body is covered with wounds, not just the shoulder. His healing magic creates a psychic link through which he sees her past. The first word he perceives through the link is Mama. He sees a memory of her mother calling young Florence. He understands that her memories are directly flowing into his mind. Little Florence asks her mother why they cannot do bad deeds. Her mother explains that good deeds bring happiness, and bad ones have their price. The memory shows her mother dying and leaving young Florence all alone. To survive in the harsh ghetto, the little girl had to take up a sword. She did everything necessary to survive on the merciless streets. Her initial rate disappeared when constant struggle became her new norm. His eyes widen as he sees another, more emotional memory of her past. Now hardened, she once frightened another mother and child who recoiled in fear. The memory shows pure horror on their faces as they looked at her. This contrasts with the tender memory of her biological mother's embrace. Despite all difficulties, one phrase always remained in her mind. She was very eager to save this land and make it happy. Negris now fully understands the source of Florence's ambition and strength. He feels the immense bitterness she endured to keep living. He also notices that the traces of illness resemble those in her mother. When the light fades, he gently withdraws his hand from her shoulder. He calmly says that the healing is complete, and she freezes for a moment. She carefully touches her shoulder, a look of distrust on her face. Looking down, she whispers in surprise that the growth really disappeared. Smiling warmly, he confirms that her illness has been cured and repeats his request. Florence does not believe and asks to confirm that this is really all he wants in return. She doubts his simple request and suspects his true motives. He sincerely explains that he only wants to heal and save people. His selfless statement deeply moves the hardened queen. She has a sincere smile when she admits that she also wants to save the city. He says he heard her mother's words, and Florence remains completely puzzled. He explains that during intensive treatment, he sees the patient's past memories. Filled with emotions, she hugs him and asks him to confirm that he really saw all her past. He assures her that her mother was as kind a person as she is. He gently strokes her head, and his unexpected kindness makes her blush deeply. Easily stroking her head, Negris praises Florence for having honorably guarded this place on her own. A close-up shows Florence's eyes wide open in shock, and her cheeks deeply blushing. Confused by his kindness, she shouts at him to stop, her face reddening with shame. She pushes him away with unexpected strength, and the frightened black men stumble backward. Raising his eyes from the floor, Negris can only awkwardly utter "ah" in response to her sudden reaction. Florence, still blushing deeply, stammers and says she does not need his pity. She adds that his praise and touches are inappropriate because he is a man. Quietly hiccuping, she turns fearfully when a black woman calls her name in confusion. He watches her hurry down the stone corridor, completely embarrassed by her departure. Her elven companion Fels runs up to him with a worried face and asks if he is all right. Coming out to the waiting crowd, he assures them that the treatment was successful. Fels beams with pride and tells the black woman that she always believed he could do it. A crowd gathers around Florence, and people ask skeptically if her long illness is truly cured. Her supporters silently watch, stunned, as she announces that it is time to begin. Confused, Florence loudly shouts to prepare the house for the black people. One of her subordinates remarks how incredible it is to see their stubborn leader so confused. Phelps jealously accuses Florence of suddenly becoming too close to Negris. In response to the accusation, Florence throws Fels an irritated sidelong glance. The three walk through the city streets, following Florence. Negris and Fels look surprised as she leads them through a modest neighborhood. Florence solemnly informs them that they may use the entire castle estate. Three stand together and admire their new big house. A wide shot shows the majestic estate, a generous gift from Florence. Negris lays out a plan to evaluate subordinates for pay to avoid financial problems. The young man thanks Negris because the new spear is much more convenient than the old sword. Negris smiles warmly, pleased that his evaluation skills are so useful to friends. During their conversation, a woman in glasses approaches and looks toward Negris. A woman named Florence looks from afar and smiles as if she knows something. Negris turns his head, his attention caught by the question of the person nearby. Fels, now dressed in ruffled clothing, shyly asks if the outfit suits her. The sudden transformation leaves Negris and his male companion speechless and with flushed cheeks. The embarrassed Negro woman manages to compose herself and says that her new look is perfect. He sincerely tells Fels that this outfit suits her very well. Phil's face shines with a radiant, happy smile as she thanks him. Everyone gathers for a joyful feast, sharing food and laughter at the long table. A close-up shows generously laid out dishes and drinks for the celebration. A view of the city shows that some time has passed since they started living there. The group walks through the capital to raise their adventurer rank. In a happy memory, Fels enthusiastically asked the black-skinned man for a hamburger for lunch. Negris wonders how Fels can now express his desire so openly. For now, he suggests they have a snack before going out to level up. He opens the door and what is inside is about to shatter his peace. His face is struck as he recognizes Nino's people in the room. He looks into the chaotic room and asks what happened. A rough man shouts insults, claiming that Nino's people are worthless and unwanted by anyone. Alice, a young girl with two long ponytails, sits on the floor depressed and lonely. Despite the bruise on her cheek, there is unwavering resistance in her eyes. A hostile crowd gathers around her and shouts for her to leave the city. A hooligan taunts Alice and asks if she wants to get hit again. Alice grits her teeth, holds the staff tightly, and prepares to fight back. The hooligan's fist is clenched, ready to strike the defiant girl. A black man stands between them and places a restraining hand on the bully's shoulder. He tells the man to stop because he follows his own code of helping the weak. He firmly restrains the hooligan and intervenes in the conflict. Alice looks up at her unexpected protector, her facial expression softening with surprise. The hooligan, with a cruel, contemptuous smile, turns his attention to the black man. He mockingly says that Niggerus is a worthless person who was expelled from the S-rank group. Without warning, the hooligan powerfully strikes directly at Negris. He yells at the lazy black woman not to disturb the others. Negris is thrown backward by the force of the blow. His legs lift off the ground as the strike hits with full force. He crashes hard onto the stone floor while the hooligan stands over him like a victor. The crowd whispers about the failed and shameful interference. The hooligan is now on the ground, cursing in despair after defeat. Fels appears lightning fast, sword drawn and pressed to the hooligan's throat. She warns him that if he tries to touch Negris again, he will have to go through her. The hooligan is frightened by her sudden and formidable appearance. He says he does not want trouble and panics, fleeing the scene. Negress turns to Fels and thanks her for her decisive action. Then he returns to Alice and extends his hand to help her get up from the floor. She asked why he helped her, and he replied that he just wanted to. Alice looks at his outstretched hand and contemplates his simple, unconditional kindness. She pulls away from his touch and mutters that the actions of a hooligan are unforgivable. She notices that the pain on her cheek has disappeared and asks if he treated her. Negress introduces himself, and his companion falls at the girl's surprise. The girl calls herself Alice and warns him that for helping her, he will be hated. Fels asks why, and Alice explains that it is because she is Nino. She bitterly says that Nino are considered a worthless race without any talent. Fels insists that such discrimination is unacceptable and Alice is not to blame for anything. Alice is stunned by their sincere support and doubts what they say. Negress agrees and says that the truly bad people are those who discriminate. A small determined smile appears on Negri's face as he expresses his opinion. Alice's confidence grows and she proudly declares that everyone is simply jealous of her genius. Negress asks her about her magical talent and she assures that she believes in her abilities. He asked for permission to test her skills and she readily agrees. He activates his evaluation skill to analyze her abilities. The results are shocking. Her magic has an incredible SSS rating. He notes that her magic is at level S, as strong as Fel's fencing, but other indicators are low. He puzzles over a note stating that she uses a primitive thunder system. He realizes that although he has a top-level swordsman, he lacks a powerful mage. He confirms to Alice that she truly has a talent for magic. Alice shines with pride and confirms her status as a brilliant sorceress. The black woman asks Alice if she is currently looking for a party. He officially invites her to join their group, and she is very surprised. Alice accepts the offer with a determined sparkle in her eyes. She promises to show the full power of her magic. The action shifts to a forest clearing for a demonstration. The three stand in the clearing, ready for the trial. Negress tensed and told Alice to try to attack him. Alice gathers strength and warns him that her attack is approaching. A bright lightning bolt bursts from the tip of the magic staff. Negra stands firm, preparing for the direct hit of the spell. A powerful lightning strike hits him directly in the head with concussive force. He stands unharmed and wonders that the attack was weaker than his status indicated. He asked if she was holding back, but she firmly denies it. Shocked, he survived. He says with a confident smile that he used a hidden ability for protection. His companions, Fels and Elisa, react with shock upon hearing that name. He says that the technique creates a barrier of healing magic around his body. According to him, he invented this skill as a personal technique for protection. Fels praises his incredible skills but admits that he is using them for the first time. Elisa reflects on how Negress's ability to evaluate makes him a unique healer. The dark-skinned woman asks Elisa if she can use magic other than thunder. She proudly says that thunder is the most powerful magic in the world. He continues to press her, asking why the power of her spell seems unclear. Negra wonders why her status does not match her true power. Elisa's voice catches his attention and interrupts his thoughtful thoughts. In a forest clearing, she asks him where he got such healing power. He thoughtfully touches his chin, pondering her important question. Negress begins to explain the main idea that makes his magic so powerful. With a warm smile, he says that magic responds when it is used to help someone. He acknowledges that the user's mood is a complex but important factor. The word mood deeply resonated with Alice and caused an important realization. Her eye widens as an important detail finally becomes clear to her. She says that mood is exactly the problem she is facing. Grabbing the staff, she recalls that magic is created to bring people happiness. She promises to direct the faith of those who believe in her abilities. With a determined cry, she releases all her power and loudly utters thunder. Among the tall forest trees, a huge amount of magical energy accumulates. A huge lightning bolt descends and cuts through the forest landscape. Negress and Ellis look shocked at the scale of the destruction. Fels is also stunned and quietly mutters, not believing in the enormous power. Alice herself is not sure if she was the one who released such power. Negress looks at the devastated forest and anxiously notices its destruction. His eye widens in horror as he realizes the terrible consequence of her spell. He urgently points and warns Alice that she hit the dragon's protective nest. He remembers that he previously took part in a failed attempt to subdue this very beast. Due to the mission's failure, the monster evolved and its rank rose to SS. He explains that the Adventurers Guild eventually stopped believing they could ever defeat it. From the smoke emerges a formidable dragon, with its status indicated as evil. Alice panics and regrets that this happened during her first attempt to use an S-rank spell. Fels bravely steps forward and promises to hold off the beast so others can escape. Negress raises his gaze, his face calm and resolute, and he takes control of the situation. He raises a calm hand and asks the panicking comrades to calm down. He decisively states that this time he will fight alone. Fels protests and says that they will not win where his former stronger party lost. He explains that during that last meeting he was only helping. Fels clenches her fist, her determination growing stronger because of his words. She insists on fighting alongside him and does not allow him to do it alone. Alice reacts with amused surprise to their shared unwavering determination. She agrees to join the fight and warns Fels to be careful with her magic. Negris's hand clenches, his mind focused on an unusual combat strategy. He questions the idea that a healer should act only behind the scenes. An enraged dragon releases a huge stream of energy from its mouth. A whirlwind of destructive force rushes straight at a small group. Negris orders Elisa to immediately use her thunder spell to intercept it. She confirms the order, and her staff sparks with powerful electric energy. Her lightning strikes the dragon's attack and causes an impressive explosion. Fel takes advantage of the opportunity created by the powerful shockwave. She jumps high into the air and descends on the dragon, which is momentarily distracted. With a powerful slash, she delivers a precise blow to the beast's side. Elisa continues to act after the successful strike. She is focused and unwavering. She shouts, and thunder again envelops the dragon in a storm of lightning. Fel praises Elisa for her perfect timing during the powerful follow-up attack. The huge beast falls heavily to the ground and convulses from the attack. The resilient dragon rises, wounded but not yet defeated. It shakes its head and emits a painful, fierce roar of defiance. The dragon's roar echoes through the forest and promises that the fight will continue. Negra steps forward and delivers the final decisive blow to the mighty beast. The dragon grits its teeth. Its body finally succumbs to the last attack. Negra speaks to the beast and asks it to lie down for a while. The squad stands victorious over the fallen body of the huge dragon. Alice Murmur is fascinated that no other party had done this before. Negris kneels by the dragon's head and gently places his hand on its muzzle. He uses healing, and Alice protests in shock and confusion. He calmly explains that the dragon was simply defending its home and the forest. Alice struggles to understand his compassionate and unexpected reasoning. Fels explains that Nigris is just that kind of person. She explains that he always looks to the future with a kind heart. Under his charms, even the ancient scars of the dragon begin to completely disappear. The dragon looks at him. The fury within him changes to a quiet, awakening surprise. Negris gives him a friendly pat on the head one last time as they turn away and leave. As they walk away, Alice stops him, and her face becomes serious. Negris's face becomes gloomy as he awaits her difficult question. She confirms that she wants to be a companion, but she needs to find out one thing. Her face has a serious expression. She prepares to ask the question that troubles her. She asked why, if he is so influential, he was expelled from the party. Negris's facial expression darkens. The question clearly awakened painful memories. Two of his companions watch, their faces serious and expectant. He admits that he is uncomfortable telling this story. He begins his story about the death of his parents in a border village. Having no one to rely on, he had to work as a slave. Monsters attacked and destroyed the village, so he ended up in an orphanage. There he met a zealot who invited him to his team of adventurers. He explains that Uzo only wanted his skills, and eventually he was expelled. He finishes his gloomy story, looking at the silent forest canopy. After a difficult explanation, he returns to his comrades. Alice and Fels are both filled with righteous anger over the injustice. Negris is noticeably moved by their passionate devotion, and gives a grateful smile. He waved it off as if nothing happened to ease the tense atmosphere. Alice, with a fervent smile, vows to throw out those silver wings herself. With a serious expression, the young elf and the dark-haired humans look at each other. After a long and eventful day, Nigurus suggests returning to the tavern together with the companions. The hotel towers against the backdrop of the starry night sky, its windows dark and quiet. Alone in his room, Nigris sits on the sofa and reads a book held on his lap. His quiet reading is interrupted by a sudden sharp knock on the door. Fels peeks into the room with a slight blush on her cheeks and quietly asks if he is not asleep yet. He opens the door wide, with a curious expression, and asks what is the matter. With a shy look, she makes an unexpected proposal and asks to spend the night with him today. Negris is completely confused by her proposal and insists that they absolutely cannot. Her face shines with a bright, sparkling smile as she cheerfully insists that she wants to. Tension and refusal are clearly visible on his face. He struggles with her request. Phil's smile fades. A truly disappointed pout appears on his face, and he asks for confirmation that they really cannot. A tear of defeat runs down from his eye as his resolve weakens. He kneels down and offers a compromise. He will sleep on the floor. She explains that this is not what she meant, lightly patting his knees and offering to let him rest his head on them. Negris is surprised by her gentle and unexpected sincerity. With a soft, encouraging smile, she silently asks him to accept her offer. He yielded, and now his head rests calmly on her knees. She gently places her hand on his prickly black hair in a gesture of support. She says that when she heard his story, she felt sad and became angry for him. Her face tightens with righteous anger. She cannot understand how anyone could treat him so cruelly. Looking down at him, she says that they will become a faction as powerful as the Silver Wings. He raises his eyes to her, opening them wide, and silently accepts her sincere promise. She promises that no matter what happens, she will never leave them, and wants them to overcome everything together. A brief hopeful vision of their future party with Fels, Alice, and Florence flashed through his mind. One tear of deep emotion rolls down from his closed eye. A black-skinned woman quietly thanks her for always being by his side. The warmth of this moment soothes him, and he falls asleep while she looks at him with a gentle smile. The tender atmosphere is broken by a heavy armored boot stomping on the stone path. Another group of adventurers approaches the dark, abandoned entrance to the ghetto. Their leader with a spiky light hairstyle speaks, his voice full of palpable malice. He announces that their grim goal for the night is to kill Queen Florence. A flashback shows the group standing in front of a large house, their S-rank mission obvious. The blonde Azel recalls the task given to him. A majestic figure in the cloak entrusts them with dealing with the queen. The nobleman explains that the queen is an obstacle because something valuable is kept in the ghetto. He considers this task simple for such powerful S-rankers as they are. Azel, full of confidence, willingly accepts the high-stakes challenge. The aristocrat expresses great hopes for their success in the mission. Now Azel leads his group through the dark paths of the ghetto. Members of his group begin to doubt the true purpose of the mission and the mystery surrounding this. One participant suggests that the valuable thing they are looking for is a library. He recalls a rumor about a forbidden book of magic that was kept in the ghetto library. Azel angrily shouts that they only need to complete the mission. In another part of the city, Negris meets with Police Captain Florence. He asked her how the people he previously assessed are progressing. Florence praises him for his sharp eye and management, crediting him for strengthening police powers. Negris is pleased and relieved to hear that everything is going smoothly. Their conversation is interrupted by a subordinate calling the captain. Subordinate Burson reports that they have detained the rioters in the residential area. Writers, Azula's team, tied up and fighting, shouting about their S-rank status. Negris and his companions arrive at the scene, and Negris with wide-open eyes recognizes Azel in amazement. Fels asks if this is the same Azel that Negris told her about earlier. Azel notices Negris in the crowd and mockingly calls the worthless man. He sarcastically says that even someone as worthless as Negris could help solve them. Florence moves incredibly fast, her long black hair flowing. She strikes lightning fast and devastatingly with her foot right in Azel's face. The blow throws Azel backward and he screams in pain. His comrades look in horror and shout his name as he is knocked down. A drop of sweat runs down Negris's cheek as he watches. Florence turns to Negris and asks if he knows who these scoundrels are. He confirms that they were once his comrades, but Cowley says that is no longer the case. The rest of the Silver Wings members are paralyzed with fear and shock. The policeman's subordinate suggests shooting them for planning an attack on their people. Negris intervenes and with a grim expression quietly says that they should not be killed. Florence accepts his verdict without questions, her expression cold and resolute. She orders the frightened adventurers with a scream to disappear from her sight immediately. The group hastily obeys the order and lifts their fallen unconscious leader. They flee the scene under Florence's fierce and relentless command. Negris, Florence, and Fels watch as they disappear down the now empty street. He aloud wonders why they were there, suspecting that a deeper reason lies behind their attack. Florence finds it hard to believe that an S-rank party could be so weak without Negris. Negris shyly and wearily smiles when reminded of the painful past. Alice mocks the Silver Wings, calls them a bunch of idiots, and says they are useless. Negris reminds Fels about their meeting with Alice for a special magical training the next morning. They said goodbye to the captain and set off, waving farewell. The sun hangs in the cloudy sky and indicates a shift in the narrative focus. It is visible how Azel boils with rage, his hand pressed against a tree in the forest. He does not understand why that kid Negris is always better than him. His inner monologue is full of zealous resentment that has accumulated over the years. In the memory, a younger, noisy Azel is seen teasing the frail-looking Negris. A young, dark-skinned person sits alone under a tree, quietly and calmly reading a book. Azel approaches him and asks if he has already gotten used to the orphanage. He declares that he is the strongest and promises to protect the Negris from any bullies. The shy and grateful young Negris simply thanks him for the offer. Another memory shows how conversations about skill testing spread throughout the shelter. Other children, learning about Negris's unique, accessible skill, gather with curiosity. They praised Negris for using his new ability to heal and help them. The young dark-skinned boy smiles happily, unaware of his friend's growing envy. Azel stands aside, completely unnoticed, and resentment grows within him. His young face hardens with the poisonous determination to never lose to Negris. The cry of "damn" echoes over the forest, showing his growing irritation. In a later memory, Azel fully blames Negris for the mission's failure. He yells at a group member trying to convince him and does not listen. His eye narrows, his gaze pure focused hatred and malice. He notices Negris riding in a carriage with someone along the forest path. A sinister smile slowly appears on his face, hinting that the dark plan is already in motion. The story returns to the present, where Negris and his friends are in a dense green forest. Allison casts an impressive thunderspell, her staff sparkling with immense power. Negris calmly advises her to better control the wild's stunning power. Negris notices that his elven companion Fels is upset and holds her hand. He asks her what happened, as he does not understand why she is so upset. Fels admits that she feels her fencing has encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Worried, Negris decides to use his assessment skill to check her condition. He notices that her current level is even higher than before. His eyes widen in shock when he sees that her lolly score is 109. He briefly considers whether to ask Florence to explain how to raise her rank. He softly smiles and tells Fels to relax, assuring her that there is plenty of time. Nearby, Alice proudly says that she perfectly controls her magic. Phelps watches the powerful performance of his teammate with a worried, grim expression. Negres says that seeing such brilliance often evokes a feeling of rivalry. He thoughtfully considers how he can help his friend. Suddenly something sharply fell. Elvenir twitched and heard a faint, distant sound. A desperate cry for help echoes in the forest and frightens the whole group. Fels immediately points in that direction and shouts that the voice came from there. 3 travelers run between the trees toward the sound. They arrive at the scene, their faces becoming serious and concerned. And ahead, overturned carriages. His guards were engaged in a hopeless struggle. Negris is shocked to see his former comrade Azel among the attackers. His surprise quickly turns to rage and he shouts Azel's name. Azel turns with a casually defiant expression, as if she was simply interrupted. He greets Negris with a smirk, acknowledging their unexpected meeting. He bitterly accuses Negris of broken equipment, justifying his looting. Azel brazenly invites them to come and help him rob the carriage. The 3 rush forward, shouting together for him to stay away. Azel stepped heavily, wondering when Negris managed to find new comrades. He manipulatively suggests the black-skinned leave his weak faction and return to their former one. Negris looks at him coldly and in a quiet, low voice asks him to explain what he means. Azel reveals his cunning plan to use Negris's connections to kill the queen of the ghetto. In this mission, he describes a great noble deed and promises them titles. Leaning forward, he also offers to make Negris a nobleman for his help. Negra looks back, his face like a mask of complete contempt and disgust. He says that Florence and the inhabitants of the ghetto are important to him. He firmly says that he never intends to return to the Azul party. Azel contemptuously tells Negris that he has no right to refuse his offer. He says that before fleeing, he intended to kill another useless participant. Negris asks in horror if Azul will really kill his comrade. Azel confirms this and cruelly twists the situation, accusing the black woman of leaving. He says it is Negris's fault that someone almost died. Fels lunges forward in anger and warns the Azel not to insult Negrissima. The dark-skinned woman calmly restrains her, telling her not to dirty her hands. Azel laughs mockingly and believes that such a weak girl cannot take revenge. Fels and Elisa look at him grimly, full of anger and contempt. Negra stands between them and says that he is Azel's true rival. Azel throws his head back and laughs, saying that he is a useless rival. Elisa clenches her fists and asks Negris if she can kill the others. The black-skinned woman calmly tells her that the carriage passengers should not be involved. Fels tells Elisa that he will go with her to deal with the other attackers. Azel's gaze becomes murderous. His patience has finally run out. He shouts that if Nigorus does not listen, he will simply die, brandishing his sword. Negris dodges the massive blade extremely quickly and skillfully. His feet hit the ground and he starts running away from the group. He leads the chase deep into the forest, away from the others. Azel shouts for him to stop, angry that he is fleeing. They ran along a narrow forest path, covered with patches of sunlight. Negris's strategy is to go deeper into the forest to take less damage in the fight. Azel teases him, asking how much longer he plans to hide. Negris looks around because he found the perfect place for a counterattack. He turns and releases Layered Heal, a powerful burst of energy. Azela is completely caught off guard, his eyes wide open in shock. Negris recalls that he previously told him that ribs are vulnerable. The magical power hits right in the middle of Azel's stomach with a strong crunch. Azel screams from unbearable pain after the powerful strike. He falls to the ground and shouts that his ribs are broken. Negris's hand is extended, but spheres of light gather for another spell. He places his hand over the fallen Azel and casts the healing spell. Azel sits up, confused, and realizes that the pain is gone. Negris explains that he applied his healing magic on him. He asks if the sensation is familiar, but Azel's breath blinds him. Azel insists that someone explain to him how someone as weak as he can use healing magic. He quickly gets to his feet and prepares to attack his former comrade again. He lunges forward, shouting that Negris is just a lazy person. Negris catches his blow and stops the attack with an open palm. He looks his former comrade in the eyes and tells him to accept the truth. A wave of realization appears on Azel's face and his bravado melts away. He retreats, stumbling, defeated. Iruar stands with a heavy sword forgotten in the ground. Negris slowly approaches the defeated Azel with a grim expression on his face. He explains that he healed him not out of forgiveness, but out of pity. Grabbing him by the collar, he orders Azel to live, atoning for his sins. He repeats his command, his gaze vigilant and unwavering under the trees. Azel stands in shock as Negris leaves him and his sword becomes a monument to defeat. Negris grabs the tamed Azel's hand and helps him to his feet. He leads his former comrade away from the place of their battle. Negris says he will take Azel to the guild to apologize and start over. His comrades call him as he returns from the forest. Phelps asks what happened on his side in the fight with Hazel. Negris announces with a tired smile that the fight is over. The team stands together, the other attackers now tied up and defeated. Negris helps the victims of the attack, ensuring their safety and care. They arrive at the Great Adventurers Guild. The situation still unfolding. In the building, receptionist Liza learns that Azel's squad attacked a carriage. Negris stands by his stall, having just arrived with all the suspects. He asks someone to watch over the tied members of the Silverwings. Near the place where the S-level team was, a crowd gathers and people whisper in shock. They could not understand how a party with a D rating managed to capture them. The owner of the cart points to evidence that these people saved them. The crowd buzzes and realizes that Silverwing's career is probably over. Lisa's face becomes stern. She decides to deal with this matter personally. She asks aloud why the new party member did not come. In panic, the blonde shouts that Azel is to blame. In the guild hall, two detained adventurers feverishly insist that they were only trying to stop their leader Azel. The dark-skinned people at the reception listen, and Liza, the receptionist, looks embarrassed by how they speak. Liza decisively informs the prisoners that the guild will now officially investigate all offenses of the Silver Wings. With eyes narrowed in determination, she says that they can no longer deny the charges, and will hand over Zapal to the guards. Then armored guards lead the defeated and bound members of the discredited party through the hall. Watching them leave, Negris says he does not know what will happen to them now. Liza says that they will most likely be demoted to the status of slaves due to the crimes committed. Negris is noticeably shocked, barely realizing the seriousness of the punishment. When one of the captives is taken away, he grimly mutters that Azel dragged them all down. At the table, Liza reviews the file about the party and is disappointed that the guild representatives turned out to be so corrupt. A young girl named Elisa complains that the guild always judges people by their status and rank. Negris gently reminds Elisa that complaining to Liza will not help. Liza quietly disagrees, irritation over the guild system visible on her face. She silently agrees with Elisa, believing that the guild values only status and pays no attention to a person's true character. A memory surfaces of the guildmaster who fawned over influential parties that thought only about money and themselves. She slams her hand on the table and realizes that this incident is a direct consequence of that culture. Surrounded by piles of papers, she concludes that this disaster happened due to Hill's own negligence. She complains that she feels trapped because of the system's problems, despite all her contributions. Negris looks at her and sees that she takes her duties very seriously. In a shocking breach of protocol, Liza begins to bow deeply to Negris and his companions. She sincerely apologizes on behalf of the guild and thanks them for capturing the Silverwings. The entire guild hall watches the scene unfold, impressed by this unprecedented display of humility. Negris is stunned and cannot believe that a guild representative is bowing to them. The memory explains that there is a strict rule in the guild against bowing to adventurers. This rule exists to preserve the power of guilt in its rivalry with the Holy Church and the capital. The guild tirelessly asserts its power over adventurers to maintain this balance. Liza's apology is a serious admission of failure, through which the entire guild loses face. Negris understands that although Liza is part of a corrupt system, she is completely sincere. Embarrassed, he rushed forward and begged her to raise her head and not bow like that. Liza slowly straightens up, her deep apology silently hanging in the air. Negris begins to respect people like her anew, who break the rules for the sake of justice. A guard arrives and says that those involved must be taken for an official investigation. The nobleman who was attacked and his companion prepare to leave with the guards. Liza asks if she can go with them because she wants to learn more about the incident. Negris and his people watch as Liza and the others walk down the corridor. His companions turn to him, not knowing what to do next. Tired after the day's events, the black-skinned men suggest grabbing a bite before going home. A brief glance through the window shows the group happily eating together. Later that night, Negris thinks it's good that Azel was finally caught. They walk the quiet city streets, and he says he worries about Liza. Elisa suggests that the guild will probably be angry at Liza for her actions. The elf girl suddenly stops, surprise visible on her face. She notices that even at such a late hour, people are still standing in front of the guild. Lisa leaves the guild with slumped shoulders and sighs heavily from defeat. A dark-skinned woman calls her by name, and she turns around, surprised to see him and his friends waiting. He asks her what is wrong, his voice anxious because he senses her distress. She hesitates and cannot meet his gaze, trying to find the right words. Negris and his companions look embarrassed and worried by her gloomy silence. Confirming their unspoken fears, she quietly says that she has decided to leave the guild. Everyone present is stunned to a comical disbelief by her sudden news. Negris, recovering from the shock, asks why it happened so suddenly. Liza says she could no longer tolerate the corruption of the guild and does not regret her decision. A flashback begins, showing events that happened only a few dozen minutes ago. In the guild office, Liza breathes a sigh of relief, finally finishing work for the day. The angry voice of the guild leader suddenly calls her by name and frightens her. He bursts into the office and demands to know if she really apologized to the rank-and-file adventurer. He fiercely accuses her of unprofessional actions that disgrace the entire guild. He adds that even worse, she acknowledged Silverwing's bad behavior. The guildmaster says that the rank S team brought a great reward and a mission from influential nobles. He accuses her of causing huge financial losses for the sake of a small batch. Liza is horrified that he considers an almost deadly attack just a game. He mocks and says that no one needs cowards without money and status. Liza's facial expression turns cold with disgust at his selfish and callous words. She clenches her fist, her determination strengthening in a moment of silent anger. She slammed her hand on the table because such a corrupt guild completely got on her nerves. Looking her boss straight in the eyes, she resolutely declares that she is quitting her job. Returning to the present, Negris reflects on the story of his principled resignation. His companions are noticeably upset by the news of her departure. The elf woman looks sad and mourns the injustice. She regrets that a person with such integrity was forced to be left without a job. A small companion, resembling a child, tugs Negris by the sleeve to get his attention. She asked if it is possible to find a job for Liza in the ghetto. The elf agrees and says that it is very unfortunate to lose such an honest person like her. Negris agrees because he believes that only a competent person can handle the reception. Suddenly an idea comes to him, and he decides to use his ability to assess Liza's potential. Liza silently watches and does not suspect at all about the plan forming in his mind. A holographic status screen appears, showing Liza's characteristics, including a very high SS skill level. Rank SS, her skill is a very rare and valuable trait. Negris and his companions were extremely surprised when they saw her S-level skill. He remembers that Florence is exactly looking for a highly qualified person. He returns to the confused Liza with a knowing and sly smile. Now that she has left the guild, he offers her a job recommendation with a smile and a confident expression. Liza looks up at him, widely surprised, and a glimmer of new hope appears in her eyes. The group arrives at a fortified city under the starry sky, its buildings decorated with flags. A dark-skinned woman with the tiara of Florence greets them with a stern, disapproving look. Liza looks back at the neglected, dangerous street and fears that she is being forced into slave labor in the ghetto. Negris gently smiles and reassures her, saying that this is also their base of operations. His companions were surprised when they learned that Florence is the legendary queen of the ghetto. Florence complains about the noisy newcomer but admits that she values abilities above all. She explodes with comic anger and reproaches that the recruit was supposed to be a girl. Negris calmly defends his choice, saying that Lisa's S-rank skill will be a great help for the ghetto. Florence admits that such craft skills are extremely needed now. Negris mentally notes that Florence, as always, thinks clearly and pragmatically. He confidently says that Lisa's 10 years of experience make her an excellent source of knowledge for training others. This prompts Florence to understand that a school is needed to break the cycle of poverty. She smiles because the idea of opening a school really appeals to her. Florence turns to Liza, officially accepts her, and says that she should be grateful to Negris for this opportunity. Lisa's face blossomed into a radiant smile of sincere relief and happiness. She clasps her hands and sincerely thanks everyone for the chance they gave her. Florence and Negris stand side by side, their new powerful alliance now solidified. The dark-skinned woman, Florence, asked Negris why he brought Liza to their base. He explains that Liza left the guild after learning about the evil deeds of Azel's party. Negris admits that breaking the guild's taboo is usually very bad. He enthusiastically praises Liza for preserving a sense of justice in a corrupt system. Florence contemplates his words. Her face shows that she now understands his reasoning. Phelps watches Negris and Florence from afar. Her thoughts are unclear. She approaches him, looks up, and hesitantly calls him by name. He turns to her with a smile of understanding because he understands her intention. Placing his hand on Fell's head, he acknowledges that she helped Liza. Negris then says that Liza wants to hear everything about his past adventures. Later, Phelps cheerfully hums while Florence and Negris stand nearby. Florence takes Negris aside to have a serious private conversation. She directly asks if the rumor is true that the S-rank party is hunting him. He confirms it, and she, seeing the light, understands that he was protecting her. The thought that Negris is protecting her plunges Florence into a romantic, joy-filled fantasy. The black-skinned woman can only smile awkwardly in response to her dramatic reaction. He explains that an influential nobleman ordered him to kill the queen of the ghetto. Coming to her senses, Florence realizes that an aristocrat is hunting her. Her face becomes serious. She says that their situation now resembles an investigation. Negris looks, a drop of sweat on his face. He assesses the new threat. On the balcony, Florence tells him that now they need to be more careful. A few days after Azel's arrest, a view of their luxurious estate is shown. For saving the carriage, a large bag stuffed with gold coins arrives. Negris is stunned by the amount of money, and Fels points to a box of candies. Interested in the sweets, Negris turns around, and Fels hands him an appetizing cookie. He leans in to bite the offered treat. Fels beams gladly asked him to take the first bite. Embarrassed by her persistence, Negris takes the cookie. His eye widens slightly. A blush appeared on his cheeks after the intimate moment. He shyly thanks her, and she replies that it's nothing, clearly pleased. Alice peeks from the doorway and notices how close they are to each other. Startled by her sudden appearance, Negris scolds her for not warning about her arrival. Alice bursts in with a large chest and demands an explanation for the luggage. She announced that she intends to move to the castle, surprising the people around. Alice says she was denied housing in the capital because she is Nino. Instead, the ghetto seems cozy to her and she wants to live there. Negris smiles, thinking that thanking her was the best decision. Alice assures the worried person that she is completely satisfied with the arrangement. Fels looks at Alice. Her thoughtful expression makes it clear that she is no longer alone with Negris. Alice cheerfully tells them not to worry because she will just stay in her room. Then she waves her hand and runs to unpack her luggage. Negris notes that she is noisy, and Fels thinks that will make the castle more cheerful. Suddenly, the black-skinned man has an idea. He suggests to Phelps to go to the capital for supplies for Alice. Fels retracts her words and clarifies whether he means that only the two of them are going. Negro smiles and says that Alice is still unpacking her things. Fel clenches her fist, her face showing a determined and happy expression. It is visible how the two of them walk together along the stone path. They walk side by side and enjoy the pleasant atmosphere. They enter the lively streets of the ghetto, which are becoming increasingly crowded. Fels notices that there are more people, and Negris agrees. A man working on a brick wall notices Negris and thanks him for the help. Negris understands that the man works under the leadership of Queen Florence. The man smiles and says that Negris's assessment allowed him to become a carpenter. A crowd gathers around them and warmly welcomes the African-descended woman and Fels with gifts. They are stunned by the sudden friendly attention of the townspeople. A little girl with braided pigtails tugs his sleeve and calls him Oni-chan. She looks at him with wide-open eyes and asks if he can heal people with magic. Kneeling down, the black woman asks if anyone is injured, and she says yes. His face becomes serious and worried when he hears about the injury. The girl smiled widely and said that he healed her father. Negris and Fels are stunned and do not know who could be her father. The man rushes forward and calls his daughter Yui. He gently reproaches her for leaving on her own. Negris recognizes the man as a traveler whom Fels had previously detained. The man asks if Negris was the healer who cured his hand. Negris calmly asks if the man was released after he atoned for his sins. The man smiles warmly and thanks Negris for healing his wound and allowing him to work again. The surrounding crowd quietly expresses support for the man, calling him Negris Oni-chan. Yui smiles at Negris and sincerely thanks him for saving her father. The father and daughter stand before Negris, their faces glowing with gratitude. A deep, sincere smile of satisfaction appears on Negris's face. Fels looks at him, her expression soft with affection and admiration. Now the group is full of gifts from grateful townspeople. Negris notes that they no longer need to go to the capital for supplies. A group of children waves goodbye and calls him sensei. Lisa responds with a broad, happy smile and waves, wishing them a safe trip. Earlier, Negros and Fels at least ran around the street. Lisa raises her head, surprised but glad to see them. She warmly welcomes them and asks if Negris finished teaching today. After what she experienced, Lisa found a new purpose. She works in Florence and teaches children. She proudly says that her students are obedient and honest. Negris and his comrades are glad that Lisa can smile so freely again. A friend invites Lisa to visit their castle and says that Alice will live there. Lisa became interested in the idea of the great spacious castle. The three of them together experience a warm, friendly moment. Two women promise not to live selfishly, like Azel. A crowd of happy city residents waves, embodying the idea of communal life. Negris looks determined, wanting to be with his comrades. The scene shifts to a dark, oppressive prison cell. Inside, broken Azel sits with his head bowed, chained to the wall. He raises his head, and his face resembles a mask of a gloomy insult. A voice from beyond the bars mocks the shameful fall of the party leader of rank S. The cell door creaks and opens, announcing the arrival of a visitor. A well-dressed nobleman stands before Azel, who is kneeling and asks who he is. The nobleman reminds Azel of his forgotten mission to kill the queen of the ghetto. Azel recognizes the nobleman and confirms that his mission is not yet complete. In Azel's eyes, a fire ignites when he says he can still do it. The nobleman smiles, pleased with his desire, and gives him another chance. Azel raises his head in surprise when the nobleman offers him a new opportunity. The nobleman in prison shows a shining summoning stone, an ancient weapon. Chained prisoner Azel asks about the purpose of the ancient weapon. The nobleman explains that modern magic gains power when used for others. He tempts Azel, saying this weapon is needed to selfishly increase personal power. Azel excitedly realizes that he can use this power for himself. A voice sounds from the stone and asks Azel to name his wish and whom he wants to kill. Overcome with rage, Azel's mind is focused on one cruel goal: to kill. He clenches the stone in his fist. His intent to kill strengthens. With a fierce cry, he roars that he will kill a man named Negris. A dark, tar-like substance begins to ooze from the stone above his hand. A dark force envelops Azel's body and causes a terrible transformation. The nobleman calmly watches and says he is counting on Azel's success. The scene shifts to a bright sunny sky, indicating a change in mood. In the castle, Negris and his friends sit and notice that Alice is comfortable. At the dining table, Phelps addresses Negris, while Alice happily eats pudding. Phelps is curious about the principle of Negris's healing magic. Negris thoughtfully touches his chin and admits that it is hard to explain. He says that his magic restores the body to its original healthy state. According to him, this power can make any disease or wound completely disappear. Alice is so shocked that she stops eating because the black-skinned woman asks her to finish first. She resolutely swallows the food with an almost angry expression on her face. She says excitedly that the level of recovery he just described is truly incredible. Alice explains that ordinary healing only intensifies the patient's limited abilities. Negris calmly says that even if it is impossible, he will definitely be able to do it. He notices that Alice seems to understand his special magic. The girls watch, shocked by the consequences of his powerful ability. Fel looks depressed, her face full of quiet sadness. The dark-skinned woman notices her mood and tells her not to be upset about how she wields the sword. She admits that she feels like she can't keep up with their skill. He assures her that she is talented and there is no need to rush. A frantic loud knock on the door pulls Negris out of his thoughts. He gets up and thinks that the guest might turn out to be Liza. Opening the door, he asks the disheveled guest what the matter is. Terribly frightened, Liza barely uttered that something terrible had happened in the ghetto. Negris and his companions are stunned by urgent, frightening news. The shot transitions to a city in ruins with thick black smoke rising. 3 arrive, horror at the massive destruction readable on their faces. They look at the ruins of the city, where terrible creatures now roam freely. Among the rubble, a voice asks what could have happened here. Someone else wonders why the monsters suddenly destroy the ghetto. Negris notices a desperate cry of a woman about her mother. The mother tries to pull the child to a safe place and warns that the monster will return. The frightened child begs the mother to run away together. Alice steps forward, says she will save them and trusts the rest to Negris. Negra loudly says she trusts Alice and asks her to resolve the urgent situation. Elisa is preparing to release new magic, which she perfected only yesterday. She summons a huge black cat from a crackling black lightning bolt. The phantom cat jumps in the air towards the mother and child who are in danger. His blast strike protects 2 civilians. 3 ugly monsters, 1 reptilian, 1 beast-like, and 1 goblin-like roar threateningly. A man calls for help as a terrible beast corners him. The lizard-like monster opens its mouth wide and prepares to strike the civilian. A cheerful person appears and calls his companion, asking if she is all right. Another adventurer dealt a powerful blow and saved the person from the monster. Negris arrives, apologizes for being late, while Fels reports that the area is clear. He thinks the rescued civilian is now out of immediate danger. Negris asks Fels to run with him as they continue rescue operations. He fights and complains that the recently happy ghetto was so destroyed. The expression on his face is gloomy. He tries to understand what is really happening here. He suddenly stops, disturbed by someone's presence among the ruins. He sees one woman comforting another, and both consider this situation unforgivable. When Negris approaches the tragic scene, his gaze sharpens. He called Florence and asked what happened to her in the city. Florence explains that monsters suddenly attacked and destroyed everything near the forest. Negris, with a worried face, asks about the scale of the damage. Florence admits with horror that she does not understand it either. She explains that the attack was too fast for even a general mobilization to handle it. Grabbing the pendant, she whispers a plea for help. Standing before Negris, she officially asked him and his group to help them. Negris looks at her resolutely and agrees without any hesitation. In his thoughts, the image of smiling, hopeful townspeople appears. He solemnly vows never to allow anyone to die and to save everyone. His fist clenches, a symbol of his unwavering and powerful determination. Looking at the ruins, he says he is confident he can save everyone. He and Fels walk through the devastated landscape, looking serious. Florence reports that both the black and white dragons are raging in the city center. She expresses concern because there was supposed to be only 1 dragon there. Negris tells his surprised comrades that he will deal with the dragons himself. Fels insists on going with him and wants to fight alongside. He gently asks her to stay and protect the people for now. She clenches her fist and the sound echoes her inner struggle. Fels, with pain on her face, asks if he considers her strength insufficient. He denies it and trusts her care for the people because he believes in her. Negris's expression shows firm, unwavering trust in his comrade. Fels is stunned and silent because of his deep display of faith. When she contemplates his words, she is suddenly struck by understanding. Another comrade quietly confirms that he shares Nigra's opinion. Fels shines with new confidence and promises to protect the ghetto. The black woman knows that to defeat the dragons, they need her special power. A solitary figure stands in the midst of an even more ruined part of the city. Nigris runs to her, calling Alice. He asks Alice what happened and if she can use her magic. He sees her black cat creature and notices its skills and protective abilities. He feels calm because he believes he can entrust the defense of this area to the cat. Alice and her cat look puzzled. He suddenly moves toward Alice and scares her. Negris throws Alice over his shoulder in a fireman's carry, ready to run. Alice is completely embarrassed and demands to be put down immediately. She doubts his sanity, but he tells her to just act fully. He insists that this is serious. He needs her incredible strength right now. A wide panorama shows a devastated city turned into ruins and rubble. Among the ruins, Negris kneels, hugging a little girl, protecting her. His companion, a girl with braids, looks worried, and a dark-skinned woman is shocked by what he saw. Before them towers a colossal black dragon with spikes over the fallen body of a white, fluffy dragon. A little girl named Yui nestled near the fallen creature and recognized it as the defensive dragon. With tears on her face, she begs the dying dragon not to give up. Nigris and his companion Alice with pigtails watch the tragic scene with gloomy faces. The massive black dragon menacingly directs his gaze at the small defenseless girl. In a sudden burst of courage, Yui rushed forward to confront the huge beast. She strikes her small fist on the round, glowing mark on the dragon's chest. Her attack is repelled by a powerful shockwave of energy bursting from the knot. Nigris moves lightning fast and catches the girl before she can be thrown to the ground. Yui looks in despair as her brave, desperate attack has no effect at all. The massive clawed paw of the dragon strikes the ground with such force that the soil scatters. Attention is now focused on a new target in the ruined landscape. Nigris's companions are shocked, realizing that even his fierce strike had no effect. A drop of sweat appears on his temple as he understands the true danger. He raises his eyes and thinks about the nature of the flickering barrier that protects the dragon. Alice points to the glowing spot on the chest and asks if it is a lymph node. Negris understands that the node is the source of the barrier's great power. The massive hand of the dragon squeezes the muscular man with sticking up hair in a crushing grip. Nigra recognizes his former comrade Azel and screams in horror. During the crushing, Azel barely utters Negris's name in his last moments. With a final hoarse roar from unbearable pain, Azel calls Negris's name one last time. The black woman can only watch the terrible scene, his face like a mask of complete shock. Azel's body fell, but his leg twitches as he begins to rise again. A small child cries for his Oni-chan as he transforms into a monster. Now Azel has become a bulky, monstrous figure and begins to chase Negris and his companions. Alice insists on finding out what happened to Azel, but Negris does not know. Negris realizes with horror that Berserk Azel has targeted him specifically. Alice prepares to unleash her magic, lightning crackling around her decorated staff. She uses thunder rays, sending lightning bolts at the raging monster. A shining, elegant, magical circle appears, completely neutralizing her powerful spell. Negris and his companions expressed frustration over the seemingly impassable obstacle. Alice identifies this problematic defense as an ancient and powerful magical formation. She explains that it is a magical device, a dangerous relic from ancient times. This long-forgotten technique is the source of the supposedly unbreakable power of Azel. She says it has two properties. One circle stops magic, and the other physical attacks. Negris wonders how Azel could control such a complex and heavy power. Alice finds a weak spot and explains that its physical nature limits its durability. A determined and confident smile appears on Alice's face as a new plan is born in her mind. She swears to break through the formidable barrier with all the power of her storm magic. The crystal on her staff hums, gathering immense electrical energy. She thinks about her deep desire to protect everyone around her. She resolutely says that she intends to protect them all. In the background towers a menacing black dragon, silent and powerful. A colossal pillar of pure energy bursts from the ground, piercing the sky. Alice stands firm and unleashes all her incredible unrestrained power. Negris, holding Yui, expresses awe and horror at this stunning spectacle. He understands that her emotional state allowed her to break through and reach SS rank power. He looks on, surprised by her sudden and incredible growth and strength. Alice falls to the ground, completely deprived of magic, but quietly gives thanks. Negris says that even a defense that neutralizes magic will be tested by such a strike. From the dispersing smoke emerges a monstrous figure, completely unharmed. The creature slowly utters the name Negris with a low threatening growl. With a guttural growl, it gives one terrible command to kill. Negris and Alice despairingly doubt whether the power of the magic circle is truly boundless. The black dragon emits a piercing, high-pitched scream that fills the air. The dark-skinned woman and Alice shudder, wondering what new horror this sound brings. The sound wave noticeably pulses through the devastated ruined city. For Negris, the piercing sound causes a creepy and sudden realization. He recalls a report about a sudden monster attack, before which the same howl sounded. He now understands that Azel is summoning an army of monsters. Thus, Azel is responsible for the simultaneous attack on the city. Negris decides to stop Azel before he summons more monsters. He knows that he must protect the magically exhausted Alice and the defenseless Yui. The transformed Azul directed a deadly gaze at him. He decides that it is better for Alice and Yui to flee the battlefield. He looks at Alice and begs her to take Yui and leave here. Alice is stunned and does not understand how he could have won alone. He insists that it is not about victory, but about ensuring their survival. His voice is full of urgency. He begs them not to worry and just run away. Alice shouts his name in a desperate, defiant protest against his plan. Two new figures appear on the ruined battlefield. They walk confidently and decisively. A dark-skinned warrior watches a distant dragon, her face serious and focused. She doubts whether this is the S-rank group they expected to find. She says they arrived on time because the monsters are returning in large numbers. Negris immediately asks the newcomers to take Alice and the baby to a safe place. One of the newcomers, an elf named Fels, holds a small bottle and is ready to help. Negris turns back to her, his face full of despair and urgency. However, Fels says he will fight alongside him and will not retreat. Negris expresses disagreement, his face tense with worry for her safety. Phelps is shocked, realizing that he considers her a burden. Alice, hearing this conversation, rises to her feet defiantly. Though exhausted, she stands on the cracked stone and is ready to fight again. She tells Negris not to underestimate her, even though her magic is already depleted. Clenching her teeth, she insists that she can still deliver one more blow. The dark-skinned warrior Florence announces that she will also stay. Negris is stunned by their unanimous refusal to retreat, his plan foiled. Florence challenges him not to look down on their abilities. Fels says he will not leave Negris to handle this dangerous situation alone. Fels looks at Negris, their gazes met in a moment of shared determination. Negris agrees with her, a new understanding appears on his face. Four heroes stand together. Their strength lies in their comradeship. Negris reflects on the word comrades as he looks at his friends with different eyes. He realizes he was wrong to think he had to face Azel alone. He was afraid he could not protect them, so he did not trust them. He now considers his comrades very strong and completely reliable allies. The group takes a joint step forward, united against the darkness. Black women say they will protect and support each other, acting as a team. A mysterious shadow was noticed in the window of the majestic building. Inside, the nobleman thinks that the poor district is probably in chaos now. Pouring tea, he complains that people with special skills always interfere with his plans. His companion with blindfolded eyes wonders whether he should give them a lesson about magic circles. He notices that two skill bearers give his opponents an unfair advantage. He recalls how the Demon Lord used this very magic circle for his own benefit. The nobleman confidently says that his pawn Hazel is his strongest piece. He considers the threat posed by the appraiser in the Primal Witch. The Primal Lightning user is considered the most difficult of his enemies. With a sinister smile, he is confident that victory will be his as soon as the skill bearer is subdued. He regards the appraiser Negris as a simple healer who is incapable of action. Looking out the window, the nobleman thinks that the upcoming conflict will be fun. Among the ruins, Negris and his squad promise to protect the city. His companions think about how to defeat the enemy protected by an impenetrable magical circle. Phelps looks at Negris worriedly, her thoughts unspoken. She is anxious. A sudden rumble from above frightens Negris. He anxiously raises his eyes. He recognizes the heavily wounded guardian dragon falling from the sky. The dragon lies defeated, barely breathing at the feet of the huge monster. Negris understands that the dragon desperately tried to protect the city. Fels says they need to help the fallen dragon because he believes that together they can win. The dark-skinned woman restrains her, knowing they will interfere with the two beasts. He watches the aerial battle, looking for any opportunity. His face is grim. He desperately searches for any effective strategy. The black dragon continues to bravely but futilely attack his monstrous enemy. A glimmer of insight appears in Negris's eye as she gets an idea. He informs the stunned companions that he may have found a way. He watches as the black dragon desperately tries to protect Azel. Negris understands that if Ozil is harmed, it will be bad for the beast. His comrades listen as the truth about the situation becomes clear. He wonders if he can separate Azel, who is the core of the dragon. The decision becomes clear. He needs to use his healing magic. The diagram shows his plan to return Ozil to his original form. His companions know that the dragon cannot move without its core. Fels contemplates the grim consequences of this daring strategy. Negris says he only needs to approach Azel to win. His people share his determination and prepare for the difficult task ahead. He knows they must first break through the powerful magic circle. The barrier effortlessly repels a powerful energy beam. To win, one must break through that impenetrable defense. Azel feels peace and protection in the heart of the monster. The magic circle flickers, reflecting yet another attack. Negris assumes that the circle activates at Azela's will. He notices that the barrier adapts to physical or magical attacks. He believes that Azel cannot activate both types of protection simultaneously. Fels contemplates the logic of his hypothesis. Negris says they need to test his theory. Fels and Florence take positions and prepare to attack. Two warriors stand ready, swords drawn, filled with stern determination. Negris addresses his two sword-wielding companions by name. He explains his plan to create a breakthrough by confusing Azel's defense. For this, he needs them to coordinate the attack. He orders them to attack together to break through the non-physical barrier. Their advance raises dust as they rush toward the beast. The huge dragon roars, awaiting their attack. Their blades fiercely clash with the shining magical circle. Florence shouts that the defense is too strong and urges Phelps to strike harder. Fels replies that she is already doing her best. Their relentless pressure successfully draws the enemy's attention. The enemy is distracted, so now Alyssa acts. Negris worries about collateral damage, but knows the timing must be perfect. Liza unleashes a devastating thunderspell on the beast. Inside the beast, Azel's eyes widen with anxiety. Negris and another companion hurriedly run up, apologizing for being late. He casts the spell Layered Heal, creating ribbons of light and protective spheres. He increases his power, making the protective spell stronger and more resilient. The barrier protects his comrades from the relentless thunder of Alyssa. Lightning strikes with destructive force. Azel grits his teeth and endures the enormous magical pressure. To counter the thunder, the anti-physical magic circle had to disappear. This creates an important delay before a new obstacle can be established. Negris realizes this is his chance and rushes forward with incredible speed. He soars through the air toward Azel, who is still trapped inside the beast. Io looks up and weakly utters Negris's name, not believing. Negris grabs him and confirms that the easel can only work with one circle at a time. He extends his hand forward and firmly places it on Hazel's chest. A stream of pure white energy bursts from his palm. He releases healing magic in a bright flash of light. Azel's face contorts with embarrassment as the magic fills his body. Negris's eyes express a poignant pain for his old friend. A memory appears of younger Negris in the library. Cheerful young Azel sees his friend reading again. He jokingly snatches the book from Negris's hands. He learns that it is a book about healing magic. Negris asks to have the book returned, but Hazel ignores him. Azel indifferently throws the book aside because the topic bores him. He draws a wooden sword and challenges Negris to a fight. Negris refuses, saying that he is poor with the sword and does not like to fight. Hazel says that his quiet friend has not changed at all. He sincerely promises and asks Negris to stay behind him. The young supporter of Negroism was caught off guard by the sincere confession. Azel says that he wants to create a party when he grows up. Negris is unsure of his role in this grand plan. Azel impatiently tells Negris to follow him and adds that they will go together. Negris, moved by his friend's conviction, extends his hand. He agrees to the plan, and they seal their promise with a handshake. The black-skinned woman swears to protect the spark from the rear, no matter what happens. Azel laughs, pleased that his friend's promise sounds reliable. The memory collapses when Negris realizes that it is already too late for his friend. He desperately tries to heal Azel, but his magic only works on a normal body. Azel's soul has completely merged with dark magic, so he cannot be saved. A stylized sound effect reproduces a loud crack on a black background. Once a Saul, now a massive stone creature, screams in pain. A human face emerges from the monster and emits a groan of pain. Azel's grotesque form begs Negris for help and complains about his body. Negra is in complete shock as he looks at the terrible transformation of his former friend. He doubts his motives and realizes that hesitation makes him a hypocrite. A memory flows of a young Azel who just wanted to be noticed by others. The colossal monster begins to rapidly disintegrate into a storm of black particles. The more humanoid form of Azel groans in pain as he disintegrates. A close-up of one determined eye signifies a change in atmosphere. The dark-skinned warrior Florence looks at the horrific spectacle with a grim expression. She defensively raises her hand while she and her squad watch the monster's demise. 3 women gather around Negris, who has dropped to his knees in sorrow. Negris concludes that Azel is no longer salvageable and is now self-destructing. Azel crawls on the ground, begging the black-skinned people to save him as a former teammate. Negris looks down on his former friend, noting that he has not changed at all. Standing before the disintegrating monster, Negris says he cannot save Azel from the magic circle. With deep sadness, he blames Azel for his choices. Azel's face is filled with horror. He realizes his fate is sealed. His hand reaches out, and his last thoughts are filled with a desire to kill. A conceited thought flashes through him that he is the best. His ostentatious bravery crumbles, leaving only raw, primal fear of death. In a deserted area, the group watches as a black spot marks Azel's final resting place. The last remnants of his dark energy dissipate into the sky like smoke. The elf anxiously calls Negris after the battle ends. A girl with braids named Alyssa dramatically falls and says she is completely exhausted. Negris thanks his companions and asks Fels to take care of the others. Fels calmly takes responsibility and briefly confirms it. The black-skinned woman notices a large wounded dragon guardian lying among the ruins. He approaches the huge creature, and his face shows admiration and concern. He places his hand on its muzzle and releases a powerful healing spell. He thanks the dragon for holding back the enemy and thereby reducing the damage. The black-skinned woman aloud wonders why the mighty creature decided to help them in battle. A mysterious hand places a shining orb on the ground next to the dragon. The dragon, now in heels, rises, and the black-skinned woman tells him that everything is fine now. The dragon responds to his words with a low, muffled growl. With a gentle smile, Negris asks the dragon why it fought with him. The dragon emits a quiet, joyful sound. It closes its eyes in a friendly expression. Negris understands his intention and asks if this is his way of thanking him. The dragon smiles a toothy smile, as if confirming his guess. Florence says the dragon is cute and admires its gentleness. She turns to Negris and addresses him respectfully while the dragon flies away. She asks if he tamed the dragon, but he explains that he just returned the favor. Florencia is impressed by his ability to understand and heal such a majestic creature. Negris gently takes Florence's hand, noticing a small cut. He tells her that she is important to him while he heals her wound. With a soft expression on his face, he promises to heal her every time she gets hurt. Florence is completely embarrassed and wonders when he became so assertive and caring. Both of them look around the destroyed district and realize that restoration will take a long time. They assume that Azel became a servant of the demon race. Negris clenches his fist and vows to teach a lesson to anyone who calls this destruction. His comrades watch and share his grim determination. Under the bright, cloudy sky, the sound of a hammer rings out. After a few days, restoration work is actively underway in the district. Negris notices that people understand life's hardships, which is why they are so resilient. Despite the difficulties, people continue to smile brightly while rebuilding their lives. Alice asked Negris why he gave away all the money he earned. Negris confirms that he gave the money he received from the guild. Elisa complains that everyone works so hard for that reward. She's still tired from magic and needs a few more days to recover. Negris says he knew that Alyssa was collecting money for a trip around the world. He admits that Fels told him that Alyssa muttered that she regrets the donation. Elisa says a little embarrassed that everything is fine and there is no need to worry. She says she feels comfortable here and wants to help. Negris smiles, agreeing with her opinion. Elisa asks how he feels now that his magical talent has reached SS level. Interested in the change, she decides to apply her evaluation skill on him. The results show that his magical power has increased from great to highest. Negris understands that he increases his power by spending a lot of magic. The assessment showed that his magical rank is incredibly high SC. Eliza is stunned and doubts the existence of the SSS rank. She calls him cool and says he is the strongest wizard, even if she herself does not understand it. She jokingly demands that he praise her for her evaluation skills. Inspired by the discovery, she dances with joy. A black-skinned woman advises her not to overwork and runs away. He stands next to Fels and looks at the rebuilding city with quiet determination. The sounds of footsteps announce the appearance on the balcony. Florence approaches Negris and says that he knows how to lift people's spirits. She thanks him and says that they owe him a lot. Negris waved off financial problems and said that money comes and goes. He feels guilty about the problems Azel caused everyone, but Florence reassures him. She smiles gently and tells him that there is no need to blame anyone. She suggests that thanks to him everything can change for the better. Negris understands that he really helped them, and this thought gives him hope. A man from the crowd below calls their leader. Florence sharply reproaches that man for interrupting her conversation with Negris. A dark-skinned woman wonders what the noise is about. He and Phelps looked down from the balcony at the cheerful crowd laughing. He notices their incredible optimism, and Phelps quietly agrees. Phelps whispers that she needs to learn from their positive spirit. Negris is embarrassed by her sudden thoughtful remark. He says that he is still too weak for now, but Phelps insists that he is already strong enough. Phelps looks at him, surprised by his sudden insecurity. Negris says that his journey is entirely because of her. Phelps is noticeably surprised by his strong and sincere confession. He thanks her for watching over him and always being near. He admits that she is the most important to him, and that she is the one who taught him to trust. With unwavering sincerity, his eyes soften as he prepares to ask. He officially asked her to be with him from now on. Fels is completely stunned, her wide-open eyes showing the weight of his words. A young man named Negres smiles as his elven companion says that she is extremely happy. Far away stands a luxurious estate under a calm sky, creating a different, more formal atmosphere. Inside, a gloved hand holds a document showing that a man named Azel lost. An elderly nobleman, Sir Elad, was asking questions or reporting that there were no victims. Standing in his luxurious office, he reflects on the immense power Hazel has given him. He cannot imagine how anyone could withstand such power. Alfred recalls that he took all possible measures against the powerful lightning mage. Then he realizes that the one he missed was the healer Negris with the skill of assessment. The sound of the guest's approach interrupts his irritated thoughts. The subordinate enters the room and reports that he has a report about the commotion. Alfred's attention is drawn to another, much more important figure who arrives. The formidable leader of the Order of the Holy Knight, Jane, enters with a serious expression. Alfred cynically asks if her report concerns the same incident. Jung looks sternly and confirms that he is already aware of the situation. He begins a lecture on the delicate political balance in the kingdom among the three main powers. Jane admits that she understands this complex political reality. With a threatening look, Alfred warns her not to interfere in his affairs. She clenches her teeth in irritation, clearly angry because of his threatening behavior. He asserts the power of the nobility and says that the church has no right to interfere in their affairs. Jean boldly points at him with his finger and says that he will come anyway to check if he is all right. Her eyes are full of conviction when she says that he did not allow risking people's lives. She assures that because of his actions, the church will not leave the incident unnoticed. John recalls a rumor about a powerful figure called the Lord of Darkness. She declares that her order will closely watch the poor district. After the warning, the leader of the Holy Knight announces that she is leaving. Alfred watches her leave, his face expressionless, contemplating her defiance. He despises the title Lord of Darkness and considers it complete nonsense. From the window, he recognizes Jean as a bothersome person from the Holy Church, whom he now has to observe. His gaze changes, his face takes on a thoughtful and reflective expression. He sees a small figure, a young girl named Florence, sitting in the square below. Jean passes by the girl and accidentally draws Alfred's attention to her. A sly smile appears on his face as he recalls that she is the younger sister of the Holy Knight. He remembers hearing an interesting rumor about the girl. A memory of Florence smiling and a skill called the Curse surfaces. A cunning smile appears on Alfred's face because he is hatching a new plan. He looks down from the window, a clear malice on his face. He expects that things will soon become very interesting for Negris and his friends. Soon the poor district was rebuilt extraordinarily quickly. A lively festival takes place in the poor district to celebrate its revival. The streets are full of people celebrating, dancing, eating, and drinking. The joyful crowd raises their fists and chants the name Isha-chan. Aisha, in a rabbit costume, blushing with embarrassment, asks them to stop. She and his friends talk about her popularity and how well the costume suits her. The young witch Liza complains about her costume and feels left out of the fun. Nearby, a visitor calls the little witch to come and drink together. Nigaros and his elven companion Fels sit at a table enjoying the energetic atmosphere. Florence approaches their table and asks Negris if he is feeling well. Surrounded by celebrating townspeople, she says she is glad for his happiness. Negris admits he was worried about how everyone would cope after the destruction. He sincerely expresses admiration for the impressive resilience of the people. However, his expression becomes serious because a new thought troubles him. He tells Florence that something has been bothering him for some time. With a determined expression, he says he wants to ask about the great nobles. Florence's facial expression becomes serious as she confirms that his suspicions are correct. The elf at the table looks worried, sensing a change in mood. Negris tells how Azel's S-rank party arrived on a mission from a great aristocrat. He concludes and considers it logical to assume that the attack is connected to a noble plan. His companions listen from afar, seriousness of the conversation visible on their faces. Florence says they realized that the nobles targeted them even before Hazel's arrival. The diagram shows her strategy for infiltrating 3 great states to gather intelligence. A flashback shows that the nobleman was involved in illegal slave trading and bribery. Negris listens to this revelation, a mix of surprise and anxiety on his face. His elven companion looks nearby, anxiety visible on her face due to the news. Florence explains the delicate balance of the kingdom among 3 rival powers. The diagram shows how their district threatens to disrupt that political balance. Negris sits silently and contemplates the scale of the conspiracy. His face twists with rage at the nobility's indifference to human life. Florence's eyes narrow, her cold anger reflecting his. She reveals their intelligence indicators, naming a specific great noble as the culprit. She slides the document across the table and prepares to name their enemy. The photograph shows the name of their powerful target, Alfred Aelid. The group learns that he is the Prime Minister's right hand and a very influential person. Negris utters the name with disgust and grim realization. A quiet, dark-skinned girl looks on with a serious and thoughtful expression. The elf addresses Negris anxiously, feeling the weight of this information. Florence adds that other suspicious activities are happening in the royal capital. She has a serious expression as she thinks about the consequences of these new events. She notices there the unusual and frequent presence of the Order of the Holy Knight. Fels explains that the order belongs to the Holy Church, one of the three main powers. A powerful image shows the head of the order, a formidable sword lord. Florence adds that a strange rumor is also spreading among the people. She says that the rumor is about a girl who has the skill of a curse. The negress and the dark-skinned girl express surprise, as they have never heard of such a thing. In the image, two nobles whisper, showing how the rumor takes hold. Florence says that something important is definitely happening in the royal capital. She especially warns Negris to be careful, and this greatly confuses him. She reports a rumor that portrays the district hero as the Lord of Darkness. Negris is very stunned by this absurd and ominous new title. Fels says that people have greatly exaggerated his heroic deeds. Negris gloomily insists that he did not do these deeds himself. Florence tells him that his real name has not yet been revealed. She jokingly suggests another rumor, as if they are getting married and ruling the district together. Fels, annoyed, tells her to stop making up new rumors herself. Negris complains about the growing chaos and only wants a peaceful life with friends. He quietly thinks that everything will be fine as long as Fels is nearby. Florence's smile returns. She promises to continue gathering information. Her subordinates then call their leader to join the celebration. Florence throws Negris and Fels one last calming look before leaving. She asks him to enjoy the party and thanks him for his help. Negris watches her leave, and their conversation still does not give him peace. A close-up shows a young woman with pointed ears, her face serious and expressionless. The opening shot shows a majestic decorated government building under a partly cloudy sky. In a luxurious room, a stern man sits at a large table opposite a knight. The caption names June Knight, the head of the Order of the Sacred Knight. Another caption introduces the man as Prime Minister Floon, a representative of the kingdom. A new figure enters, pushing heavy doors into the meeting hall. Jean observes and calmly notes that the newcomers are very late for the meeting. The newly arrived Master Novgil Veru leans back in her chair and nods at the remark. Faru addresses Jonam by her title and asks why the wielder of the Holy Sword looks gloomy. Prime Minister Floon is noticeably frightened by Veru's presence and mutters that she is terrifying. Flun reproaches the guild for recent scandals, particularly for the collapse of the S-rank team. Veru clicks her tongue in irritation at the Prime Minister's words. She sharply replies that she wants to restore the guild and asks what his problem is. Jean interrupts them and reminds that the purpose of the meeting is to discuss the Lord of Darkness. Veru waved her hand and said that she doesn't care. Flun disdainfully rejects this idea, believing that the hero cannot come from the slums. Shin presses him and asks how he explains the dragon's defeat without casualties. The premier hesitates and cannot immediately answer her sharp question. Her gaze hardens. A spark of suspicion appears in her eyes. She prepares to accuse. She directly accuses Elid, the Prime Minister's right hand, of releasing the dragon. Outraged, Flun slams his hand on the table and does not believe that she dared to accuse Elad. Jean says that she is worried about the danger that could have reached the capital. Flun grimly concludes that if this Lord of Darkness exists, he must be killed. Jean objects to the hasty decision and suggests instead to capture him and interrogate. Veru, tired of political disputes, yawns deeply. Having said that he is leaving, Veru stands up and leaves the meeting. She returns to Jean and asks him to worry about the rumors concerning her sister. Jean coolly replies that if anything happens to her sister, she will handle it. Veru goes out, stretches, and thinks to herself that they are all boring. In the poor district, Negris happily celebrates the holiday with friends. He laughs with Elisa and says that the celebration is very fun. Suddenly, his festive mood disappears. A worried expression appears on his face. Negris turns to Elisa and asks her about their missing friends. He asked where Fels and Florence went, and Elisa said they went to fight. The word fight throws Negris into a panic, his eyes wide open. He jumps up from his seat, scares Elisa, and shouts his name in alarm. He runs through the streets and does not understand why his friends suddenly started fighting. Peeking into the alley, he sees Florence criticizing Fels' fencing during sparring. Florence says that Fels relies too much on magic and has bad habits. Negris understands that this is just training, and Fels promises to correct her mistakes. Florence doubts Fels' excessive determination and notes that she is already strong enough. Fels insists that after recent events she still feels too weak. She says she wants to become strong enough to protect her teammates and black people. Fels admits that although she is proud herself, she does not hate proud Florence. Moved, Florence agrees to continue teaching her a little longer. Negris, having overheard everything, was left speechless after Fels' sincere confession. He watches their intense sparring from the shadows, understanding her motives. A warm, proud smile appears on his face. He is pleased with Fels' new determination. With this thought, he turns and walks down the cobblestone street. A young girl sits alone on an elegant balcony and tends to the flowers. A sinister shadow fell on her as he sneaked up from behind. The man, Elad, recognizes the girl in his thoughts as the cursed one he is hunting. The scene shifts to a memory inside a grand government building. The girl's older sister, Jin, kneels before her and asks her to listen. John explains that she has an important meeting and asks the sister to wait. The young girl quietly agrees to her sister's request. Jean gives her strict instructions on how to behave and not to talk to anyone. She gives a final critical warning: do not remove the gloves. The girl confirms the order, addressing her sister as Oni-chan. Jean says she has to leave now. She has a serious expression. The little girl watches as her armored sister walks through the great hall. She eavesdrops as other children whisper and call her a cursed girl. The children say she is scary and do not want to meet with her. Her face hardens from familiar pain and helpless acceptance because of their cruel words. She stands alone, tightly clenching her gloved hands in front of her. A male voice greets her, and she raises her head in surprise. The man Elad approaches smiling and asks if she is alone. He says that her sister is probably at a meeting, and his smile disarms. The girl asks who he is, and he offers to play with her. Frightened, she refuses when he extends a large hand to her in a dark glove. She recoils from his touch, fear on her face. The girl asks him not to come closer to her. His friendly mask cracks. A sinister smile appears on his face when she tells him not to touch her. The story returns to the great majestic house of Negris in our days. The girl with two long tails, Liza, yawns widely. At breakfast, the negress greets her and notices how sleepy she is. The noise outside scared the black-skinned people, interrupting their meal. He wonders who could come so early in the morning. Negris gets up from the table and goes to the front door. Outside, a large red dragon guardian emits a low roar. Negress, Fels, and Alyssa stand in the doorway, stunned, looking at the creature. Niggerus steps forward and cautiously asks the dragon why it has come here. He finds it strange that the honored beast came to a poor neighborhood. The dragon looks at him with a keen, intelligent gaze and growls quietly. Then it lowers its head to the ground in a gesture of request. In Negris's eyes, an understanding suddenly appears of why the dragon is doing this. He thinks of the image of a cursed girl lying unconscious in bed. The dragon growls and shows a small unconscious girl it carries on its back. It nudges with its head, trying to convey something to the Negris about the girl. A flashback begins from the dragon's point of view. The dragon is shown sneaking through thick, grassy thickets. It finds a small unconscious girl lying by a stream. The dragon looks at the girl with a calm, interested gaze. The girl was found unconscious on the ground, her body weak and exhausted. Her face is dirty and covered with sweat. She squints from pain. Returning to the present, Negris confirms that he understood the story. Phelps explains that the dragon wants the Negris to take care of the girl. The guardian dragon gently holds the small unconscious girl in its huge claws. Negris looks at the dragon with a friendly, determined smile and promises to deal with it. A young, dark-skinned man kneels beside the large creature and anxiously looks at the unconscious girl. He carefully examines her hand, notices bruises, and sees that her strength is extremely depleted. He raises his hands with focus and determination and utters a healing spell. The healing magic flows into her hand and heals the wounds with a quiet hissing. He says that the healing is complete, but the girl is still asleep. Negris says she feels better, but she needs to rest to fully recover her stamina. He asks his companions if they have a clean, free room for her. His elf Fels offers to let the girl rest in one of their rooms. The large horned creature patiently waits near their impressive estate. Later, the group watches the girl who is peacefully resting in a comfortable bed. Negra patiently sits nearby and watches for any sign of awakening. The girl slowly comes to her senses and her eyes begin to open. Waking up, she looks around the unfamiliar room and asks confusedly where she is. Negris and his friends warmly greet her and ask if she has woken up. Seeing strangers around her bed, she screams in fear. She suddenly sits up, looks frightened, and is wary of the people in the room. With a kind and gentle expression, the black woman begins to explain her situation. He tells her that she is in a poor neighborhood and has recovered after being saved by a dragon. Introducing himself as the healer Nigres, he gently asks her name. The girl is silent, looks down, and uncertainty is noticeable in her gaze. Another girl, Alice, becomes impatient, but the dark-skinned woman quickly tells her not to scare their guest. He advises his companions to be gentle with the frightened girl. The girl raises her gaze, confusion still noticeable in her wide-open eyes. She quietly says that it seems her name is Altra. Negris asks about his home and why she fainted in the forest. Altera admits that she does not know where she is from or if she has a family. She explains that she poorly remembers the past. Negris aloud wonders if she might have partial memory loss. He decides that he must ask someone named Florence to investigate. Suddenly, his companion noticed a decorated glove on her hand. They excitedly show their rare gloves and badge and ask her if she knows what it is. Altera identifies the item as a sealing badge that neutralizes magic and skills. Negris's face became suspicious when he heard this. He asks why she has such a thing, worrying about the risk to his team. Quietly apologizing, he activates the evaluation skill to learn more about her. Her status card shows distorted abilities and a shocking and dangerous skill. The skill is called Primal Destruction, which turns everything to ashes. Negris's eyes widen in horror as he reads the destructive description. A powerful burst of energy erupts from his chest with a sharp crackle. He is thrown backward, screaming in pain from the sudden force. His comrades rush to him, calling his name with anxiety and confusion. Grasping his chest, he gasps and says his heart feels like it will explode. Later, surrounded by worried friends, he tries to understand what just happened to him. He remembered that he had only seen part of her status and prepares to evaluate her again. He raises his hand to try once more but stops. A look of complete embarrassment and distrust appears on his face. He suddenly realizes that his ability to assess has stopped working. His friends look on, shocked by this never-before-seen failure. He mumbles that this has never happened even with Alyssa or Fels. He looks at Altera, who quietly sits on the bed and watches him. Altera quietly suggests that her original destruction might be the cause. Nigara notes that skills should be a blessing, not purely destructive. He assumes that her ability responded and destroyed his own during contact. He realizes with horror that she has a cursed ability. The image shows her as a faceless destructive force that destroys everything it touches. Fels associates this with rumors about a cursed girl in the royal capital. Altera looks down, a familiar deep sadness on her face. It is painful to remember how people called her a cursed child and told others to stay away. She confirms that the memory is not entirely clear, but believes that this is what she was called. Looking at the hands and gloves, she confidently says that she will die without them. Alice is shocked and cannot believe that her own skill could kill her. Altera begins to explain the terrible consequences of removing the gloves. The destruction relentlessly spread from her hands throughout her body. The group listens grimly and finally understands the truth. Negris understands that the gloves are a desperate measure to contain the spread of curses. He realizes that his assessment was undermined by the internal interference of her power. Whether she wears gloves or not, her body constantly suffers. He is not sure that his healing magic can withstand her destructive power. He has a new idea. If he can heal his skill, he can fight the curse. With new determination, he decides to try, and his hand glows slightly. He directs his power inward and heals himself with a spell. Then he immediately checks his restored appraisal skill. Everything works perfectly. He can read his friend's statuses again and confirms that the effect has disappeared. He decides not to take risks and no longer appraises Altair, just in case. With a confident smile, he confirms that his healing magic works against the curse. Kneeling before Altura, he gently asked her to show him her hand. He cautiously tells her that she probably shouldn't look at it alone. When she removes the glove, a gray, cracked, lifeless hand is visible. The dark-skinned woman looks in horror at the severe physical consequences of the curse. His companions quietly say that the spread of the damage is very serious. Altera looks sad and resigned, ashamed of her condition. The black people try to look cheerful, strong, and serious. He raises his eyes to Altera and asks if she hates her hands. She admits that she does, calls them ugly, and says that because of them, she is always lonely. With a gentle expression on his face, he tells her that he will heal it for her. He smiles broadly and confidently, telling her that she can trust him. He recalls how once in his previous party he felt lonely and rejected. His face softens with deep compassion for the girl's suffering. He sees how beautiful she is despite the hatred she has endured. He feels a deep, compassionate desire to help this unhappy girl. Gently taking her hand, he quietly utters a word of healing. Bright light envelops them as he pours his magic into her cursed hand. Eliza says that no healer has ever healed this curse before. Nigris concentrates intensely, his focus wavering as the magic flows. Healing energy works, healing damaged tissues. The gray cracked surface begins to disappear under the pure light. Altera looks at her hand with disbelief and whispers that it is impossible. Negris explains that he could not completely destroy the skill itself. However, he managed to stop the spread of the destruction. He smiles at her, asks what is wrong, and says that her hands are now beautiful. Altera stretches out her hands and doubts whether they can really be beautiful now. Phelps notices that just a moment ago, Altera's hands were in terrible condition. She adds that now they look just as beautiful on everyone's hands as on her own. Nigra notices a change in mood. Asfel, what happened? He dismisses the fleeting suspicion and decides that it is just his imagination. He orders Altera not to take off her gloves and not to leave him. Quietly agreeing, Altera thoughtfully looks at her hands. Negris's thoughts focus on a more urgent question, Altera's primal destructive ability. He wonders about the common word primordial in her skill in Elyses. Lost in thought, he contemplates the true meaning of this mysterious term. His reflections are interrupted by a giant eye that suddenly appears in the window. A close-up shows the toothy maw of a large creature. The beast growls deeply, peering into the room. The girls are shocked. They realize that a dragon has appeared right on the street. The companion explains that this is the same dragon that saved Altera. Nodding resolutely, Altera agrees to go outside and thank the creature. The scene changes to a bright, clear sky as they step outdoors. On the stone path, the group stands before a huge guardian dragon. Altera shyly approaches the beast and thanks him for saving her. The dragon responds with a big wet lick, which surprises and delights her. Glowing with joy, Altera presses her cheek to the dragon's nose. The dark-skinned woman watches and thinks that an ordinary child would be frightened by this. He reflects on the heavy burden Altera carries, fearing her destructive power. The woman runs to them in panic and calls Negris. Aisha appears with an urgent expression, bringing important news. Negris and his companions return and ask her what happened. Breathless, she delivers shocking news about the head of the Night Order. The group is stunned by the news that a high-ranking official is coming to their area. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, the Knight searches for someone. Jean, the Knight, panics and calls for Altera, her face full of anxiety. She looks around the empty space and does not know where Altera went. She is overcome by deep fear. She believes that Altera is in serious danger. Memory reveals that the country once tried to kill Altera because of her power. Altera was allowed to live only under the constant supervision of Jin. Zhen was entrusted with a grim mission, to kill her if she lost control. She regrets leaving Altra alone, her posture tense with self-reproach. The Knight worries that something terrible has happened, or that Altera has hurt someone. Her facial expression hardens with strong determination to find her sister. Jean's armored boot stomps on the ground, her resolve to find her sister unwavering. Her instincts suggest that Altra must be in the thickets. She arrives at the entrance to the poor district, ready for anything. In the wide square, another woman immediately stops her. Florence, the head of the district, demands to know what business she has here. Jean says she is looking for her sister, who is probably nearby. Florence Cole drives her away and tells her to leave immediately. The patience of the Knight is running out, and she warns that she will resort to violence. Their confrontation is interrupted by the arrival of Negris's squad. Negris and his friends appear, surprised by the tense confrontation. Jean widens her eyes and is shocked when she notices someone in the group. She sees her sister Altair standing next to Negris. Altair looks up, her expression innocent and a little worried. A great relief appears on Jean's face. A little girl hides behind Negris's leg and seeks comfort. Jean's only thought is that Altair is safe. The dark-haired woman at the party considers this situation unpleasant. Jean reaches out his hand and gently tells Altera that it's time to go home. Altera looks at the woman in armor and asks who she is. The question stuns John, and he freezes for a moment in distrustful silence. She asked Altera if she really forgot who she was. Altera, frightened, insists that she does not know the woman in front of her. Negris immediately understands that this is Altra's sister. His companions are equally shocked by this revelation. Jean asked for a minute to process the situation. She concludes that Altera has probably lost her memory. Negris confirms that her memory is vague. She only remembers the name and skills. He explains that this is exactly why they took care of her. Jean irritably clenches his fist in his glove. She formally thanks them for their help and asks for their names. Negris says that he is a traveler and lives in the slums. The name Negris evokes a slight sense of familiarity in Jean. Negris decides not to give up the frightened Ultra. His gaze falls on the powerful sword at Jane's hip. He decides to use his appraisal skill to learn more about her. The results show that her name is Jean and she possesses incredible swordsmanship mastery SSSS. He is stunned, realizing that at 19 she is a true prodigy. Seeing her title as the sacred sword user, he knows he must avoid a fight. Negra stands her ground and says she cannot give her Altair. Jean acknowledges his help but insists that this is a matter for the Holy Church. He asks in response whether this is really what Altera wants. Altera watches, her expression sad and confused. Clinging to Negris, she shouts that she does not want to leave him. Jean is stunned by the abrupt statement. Her expression becomes tense, as if she promises to restore Altera's memories. Negris's party retreats before her irresistible determination. Negris remains in a complex and dangerous confrontation. A tear rolls from Jean's eye, a sign of her inner turmoil. Negris gently tells Altera that June is not her enemy. He explains that her facial expression resembles that of a worried family member. However, his comrades consider his thoughts naive and dangerous. Altera looks down and clenches her hands, agreeing with Negris. Despair Jean bursts out, and she screams for Altera to come to her. Negra stands between them and asks her to calm down and not use force. Jean fiercely does not understand how people with little power could protect Altru. Altera proudly tells her sister that Negris is really good. She raises her hands, showing that he healed them. In a close-up, her perfectly restored flawless hands are visible. Jean screams in disbelief, looking at the impossible sight. Her eye widens in shock, realization dawns in her gaze. Altera stretches out her hands and looks innocently proud. June freezes, whispers Altera's name, realizing the miracle. With a radiant smile, Altera joyfully says that her brother healed her hands. The knight in armor Jean looks on, a mask of deep shock on her face. Clenching the glove, she does not believe that there is such a skillful healer in such a backwater. The dark-skinned woman, Florence, proudly smiles and agrees that Negro Stono is truly good. The girl with 2 ponytails, Alice, enthusiastically encourages that Negress can do even more. The elf falls, folds her hands together, and agrees that Negrasama is truly wonderful. Amid their praises, the embarrassed black woman tries to calm his enthusiastic companions. From afar, a blond man with a sharp gaze closely watches the group. He steps forward and addresses Negress, calling him the Lord of Darkness. Negress's friends immediately reject the accusation and have irritated and contemptuous expressions on their faces. He claims that everyone deliberately gave him this title, which he does not want at all. The accusation was the last straw for Jean, and his face became cold. Her eyes narrowed with determination, and she says there is no more room for hesitation. Phelps warns Negress about the change in attitude and tells the frightened altar to hide. Florence and Alyssa stand ready for battle, their faces serious and determined. Altera flees from the clash, looking for a safe place to hide. Jean begins her speech, sincerely thanking for the healing of her sister's hands. Then she states her official title as head of the Order of the Holy Knight, and her tone changes. Florence and Liza demand to know why she is drawing her majestic sword. As Jean explains, these slums threaten the fragile balance of power among the 3 main forces of the country. She says that during a high-level meeting it was decided to capture him and observe. Negress shouts in outrage and cannot understand how they could resort to such a radical step. Jean fully draws her sacred sword, its magical symbol glowing with incredible power. A drop of sweat runs down Negress's face, and he realizes that she is completely serious. Alyssa looks with wide-open eyes and understands that the situation has become truly bad. The shining blade turned out to be the legendary sacred sword Rondate. Negress and Fels consider him one of the 7 sacred swords of the church. Florence explains that the sword's crest can enhance the power of its bearer. Jean prepares to strike, the immense energy of her weapon spreading around. Knowing the situation is unacceptable, Negress prepares a desperate countermeasure. He decides to use the holy sword as the key to their unconventional strategy. Negress firmly stomps his foot on the ground and begins to create a healing field. With lightning speed, Jean rushes forward, attacking Florence. Fels and another comrade jump up to intercept the powerful blow. Their weapons clash with the holy sword, and a bright shower of sparks rises. Shockwaves spread across the stone courtyard from the collision. 2 defenders try to hold their positions against the immense power of Jana. Negress watches the desperate struggle and calls out to Florence anxiously. He understands that even with his healing magic, their opponent is truly strong. Jean intensifies the attack on Fels, warning her not to be forgotten during the clash. With a cold, deadly gaze, she gives the opponent a final piercing warning. She tells the elf to retreat immediately if she does not want to die. Jean launches the powerful Thunder Train technique, a series of energy explosions. The attack flares with a huge blinding explosion that fills the courtyard. Negress and his companions are thrown back by a powerful shockwave. A lone, majestic figure stands intact amid the settling smoke and dust. Jean is surprised that her rival withstood the magic, but realizes something is wrong. She turns her attention to the healer Negress, her face now completely serious. Jean says she will show him why her weapon is called a sacred sword. She thrusts the shining blade deep into the stone ground, shattering it on impact. Standing over the thrust sword, she explains that Crest can absorb magic. Coldly apologizing, she says she is going to take his magic. A vortex of energy forms and pulls Negress's magical power toward the sword. Negress realizes with horror that his healing magic is being absorbed by the sword. He decides to overload the sword to cast an even more powerful healing spell. He plans to concentrate exponentially growing magic over the sword itself. Jin raises the sword high and prepares to release all the power accumulated in it. With an angry roar, she shouts the name of her final strike, Round-Eyed Glory! Negress and his companions watch in horror as immense power gathers. A colossal blade of pure light descends from the sky directly onto them. A wave of destructive energy rushes toward the small group of heroes. Negress firmly plants his feet, preparing to directly repel the devastating attack. He stretches his hands forward to create a magical barrier against the attack. He knows that dodging would have endangered the city and the people behind him. Preparing for a powerful strike, he notices something unexpected. He fights under pressure and realizes that his 2-layer barrier is insufficient. The force of the attack cracks the stone ground around them. He feels that he has reached the limit of his strength, and it is quickly running out. Suddenly, the overwhelming pressure disappears, and he remains gasping and confused. He looks up and sees Jin in front of him. Her attack stopped without explanation. Jean simply and directly asked why he did not dodge the attack. He explains that he could not allow the city and its peaceful inhabitants to be threatened. She confirms his intention to become a living shield for the people. Negress assures that this is exactly what he wanted, without the slightest hesitation. It seems Jean accepts his explanation with a simple, quiet all right. The Negress party watches with relief as the immediate danger has passed, but they are still tense. He assures her that he has no ill intentions and will not disrupt the balance of power. She asks if he can guarantee her this promise. Florence says they will follow Negrasama. Jean briefly but agreeably said understood to their promise. She apologizes, explaining that her devastating attack was only a test. Jean begins to talk about Altera's situation and explains that she lives under strict conditions. Altera's ability Primal Destruction is so powerful that it can harm everyone around. The Holy Church almost executed her, but allowed her to live on one condition. She must remain under Jean's constant supervision to prevent any threat. Negris understands the enormous pressure John felt to find his sister. If Altera harms someone without supervision, she may be executed. But June notes that Altera has not harmed anyone, and even smiled brighter than ever. Negris praises John's talent, acknowledging that Altera's happiness is her true goal. Jean complains that she has never been able to make her sister smile like that. Negris notices that despite the heavy duties of a knight, she remains a sister. He feels her deep desire to protect the family and decides that he must return now. Jean feels that now she can calmly leave Altera under their care. She asks Negris to look after her sister until she regains her memory. Negris worries and asks if she wants to stay a little longer with Elter. Jean sadly refuses, saying that her presence only upsets her sister more. She says she must go to a certain place to find a way to restore Altra's memory. Jean officially entrusts Negris with caring for Altaro and turns away to leave. With a firm and resolute expression, Negris takes on a heavy responsibility. From the nearby roof, Altera watches as her sister leaves with a sad and confused expression. In a huge ruined hall, a lone knight in heavy armor faces a group of 4 adventurers. Under the starry night sky, a luxurious building stands quietly and majestically. Inside, a man named Alad admires Negris's healing magic, which removes all ailments. Holding a magical crest, he acknowledges Negris's power after he defeated a man named Azel. With a sinister smile, Alad shows his convenient surveillance magic on Altera's heart. This magic, cast on the unsuspecting girl, will work until his heart breaks. He sits and delights in his clever decision to interfere with Altera's memory. Because of his cunning, he now knows every move of the Night Gene. Elad thinks about how the guardian dragons turned to Negris for help, just as he expected. His plan worked perfectly because he exploited Negris's natural need to help others. A sudden loud knock on the door of his room frightened the treacherous nobleman. Jean, head of the Order of the Holy Knight, stands in the doorway, enraged. Elad feigned surprise and calmly inquired about the reason for her nighttime visit. The eyes of the knight blaze with unquenchable anger. She directly accuses Elad of having put Altera in danger. The boy is not surprised and responds with a calm, condescending smile. He mockingly praises her supposedly commendable love for her sister and the formidable power of Negris. Jean takes a decisive step forward, her patience at its limit. In response to his arrogance, she draws her majestic sacred sword. Elad says he understands why she left Altera in their care. Jean asks what he meant by that mysterious statement. He raises a document and asks her what she thinks about it. Knight looks at the parchment, her face puzzled. Elad reads aloud a forged report titled Ultra's Setup in the Case of the Lord of Darkness. He says he will send this compromising information to the Holy Church. Outraged, Jean grabs the forged report and demands to know why Alter was involved. Calling his actions shameful, she crumples the paper, and he wonders what will happen next. Elad simply says that Altera was needed for his plans. A sly smile appears on his face as he says the goal is very interesting. Jin repeats the word interesting, horror growing in her voice. The nobleman begins to announce his harsh ultimatum. He presents her with 2 impossible choices regarding her future. Then a second, more serious option is revealed to her. She can disobey the church, become a traitor, and be banished to the wilderness. He looms over her and demands that she say which path she will choose. Jean is overwhelmed by despair because she realizes that she alone cannot stop the church. Even with Negris's help, she feels powerless against such a mighty institution. Elad's cold eyes bore into her, waiting for her submission. Her despair ignites into resistance, and she says she will choose no option. Her unexpected refusal stuns Elad, and he is left speechless. Her sacred sword shines, and Jean vows to stop him and choose happiness for Altera. Elliot simply mocks what he considers her foolish stubbornness. He summons a dozen glowing magical circles, creating a powerful shield. The knight prepares to attack, unafraid of the magical barrier. Elad believes that defeating her is enough to neutralize the magic. She calls his actions unforgivable and leaps over the luxurious furniture. She shouted fiercely and swore to restore Altra's memories. She doubts that he really thinks she doesn't know about the power of the Holy Sword. She is confident in her weapon and says that it can cut through everything. Her blade slices through the air and effortlessly breaks his magical defense. The very room begins to collapse from the powerful force of her attack. Traces of destructive energy damage the walls and floor around them. She gathers strength, shouting the name of her final move, Erendite Glory. A catastrophic explosion of sacred energy bursts into an alarming camerata. He simply says the word install with a confident smile on his face. One large magical circle appears right in front of him. The immense power of erudite glory strikes the arcane shield. The blow is deafening. A dazzling flash of light, but the shield holds. Jana was caught in the air. Her most powerful attack suddenly stopped. The Great Hall is now in ruins, a testament to the fact that the attack was neutralized. Aled theatrically sighs and steps onto the floor strewn with debris. Jeanlay lay defeated among the rubble, her armor cracked, her body limp. Aelot acknowledges the power of her sword, but says it did not even touch him. The knight groans, a moan of pain escapes her lips. She struggles. He leans down and tells her that he has decided not to kill her. He says with a sneer that her sisterhood is still useful for his plans. A tall, decorated clock tower stands silently under the dark sky. Inside, a long-haired man named Val studies a document by candlelight, his face serious. His sharp eyes quickly scan the text, focused and tense. He continues his research by moonlight, pondering what he has just read. The next day, the Adventurers Guild was lively. Negra's party stands behind the counter and says they haven't been here recently. They carry out missions nearby while their friends take care of Altarum. Negris recalls that since that day, Altera has been living with them in the slums. One of his companions notices that Altera has grown close to Florencia and Lycia. The happy girl noticed that there were no side effects, so they decided to take on the mission. The girl with braids, Alice, enthusiastically proposes a mission she chose herself. Negris quickly interrupts and tells her that she cannot do that. The receptionist with cat ears jokingly waves her finger toward the group. She happily announces that a mission has already been chosen for them. Negris was surprised to hear that they were assigned a specific mission. The mission is to destroy an S-rank Hydra that has awakened from hibernation. The receptionist enthusiastically asks if they will take on the Guildmaster's mission. The dark-skinned woman doubts why the task came directly from the Guildmaster. His companions discuss how the terrible previous Guildmaster was recently replaced. The receptionist tells him that he cannot refuse the mission. She explains that the new Guildmaster holds a grudge against him and stole an employee. Negris is irritated by the trivial reason for this complicated mission. The receptionist thinks about her desire to stay on good terms with the new boss. She assures them that they will be forgiven if they complete the task. Negris doubts and asks her if she is really sure about this. She insists that the new master is a man of his word and will change his mind. A new thought comes to Negris. This could be a chance to learn a lot. He agrees to take on the mission, and the receptionist was delighted. She wishes them luck on the mission as they set out from the guild. In the forest, in patches of sunlight, a figure prepares for a swift battle. Alyssa's staff glows as she releases a powerful lightning spell. A huge beetle-like monster is engulfed in attack and struck by electricity. Alyssa stands amid the energy still lingering after her powerful and successful spell. She laughs triumphantly, calling herself a genius, while Nigris and his elven companion watch. Alyssa proudly declares her new power after training in the forest. With a victorious smile, she gladly asked her friends to praise her. Negris smiles warmly and reassuringly and tells her she did well. Their mission is confirmed by the hills. They must hunt the Hydra in this forest. Delving deeper into the forest, the group finds no traces of their S-rank prey. Alyssa becomes impatient, complains about the lack of action, and wants to use her magic. Negris thoughtfully wonders if the mighty monster is simply hiding deeper in the forest. A sudden piercing scream broke the silence and made everyone present become alert. The worried group sharply turns around, trying to find the source of the desperate scream. In the clearing ahead, the huge clicking heads of the Hydra loom over another group. The frightened traveler on the ground begs for help, stunned by the monster's power. A full terrifying sight of the multi-headed beast appears before the adventurers who are fighting. One of the adventurers notices the newcomers and desperately calls the Black Cat. A decisive step signals the arrival of Negris's group at the chaotic scene. Alice, captivated by the challenge, happily says that finding the Hydra is true luck. Negris quickly calms the frightened travelers and tells them to wait while his group deals with it. With a determined look, Negris turns back to the monster, his companions ready for battle. Elisa releases a powerful thunder spell to intercept the dark energy breath of the Hydra. Negris chants, a multi-layered villain, concentrated power and gauntlets for attack. The elf woman focuses energy. Her decorated sword glows. She prepares to strike. A mighty fist filled with magical energy is shown in dynamic motion. The ground cracks and flies apart from the immense force of the destructive blow. Negris with one decisive strike breaks the core of the Hydra, and all its heads wavered. The mighty Hydralize is fallen on the ground in the forest, its numerous necks limp and motionless. The rescued adventurers approach and praise the group for its impressive and stunning power. The black woman, next to his smiling comrades, laughs modestly, showing relief that everyone is safe. Two teams of adventurers agreed to return to the guild together. A new camaraderie arose between them. The majestic clock tower towers over the city and announces their return from a successful mission. In the guild, a receptionist with cat ears excitedly confirms that the material is from an S-rank Hydra. She rushes down the corridor and reports that the Nigra squad has returned after completing the task. Watching her walk, Negress quietly thinks about what the new head of the guild will be like. A decisive step on the polished floor announces the arrival of a powerful person. The receptionist introduces Velsa, the first female master in the history of the guild. Fels and Alyssa look in surprise at the powerful figure who has just appeared. When Vela is officially introduced to the group, her sharp, confident gaze meets their eyes. Niggerus discreetly activates the evaluation skill to check the abilities of the new master. His assessment shows impressive SS ranks of Vela in the prestigious project The West Sage. Her basic data, name, race, gender, and age, are displayed so Negroes can see them. The mysterious title, The West Sage, leaves him puzzled and very interested. Vela's voice directly from behind startled Negress and warned him not to peek like that. She looks at him calmly and insightfully, suspecting his secret behavior. Negress is stunned, suddenly realizing that somehow he senses his hidden skill. Vel calmly confirms that it was his group that destroyed Hydra. Negress falls, and Lisa watches, and with a slight nod confirms her statement. She informs the group that she wants to talk to them alone. Before they have a chance to speak, she draws attention to another matter requiring her decision. She addresses the rescued adventurers and confirms that they have just been promoted to rank B. The adventurers are stunned when she announces their temporary demotion back to C rank. Vel explains his decision by saying that someone else was supposed to save them. The demoted side has no choice but to agree, their faces a mixture of shame and defeat. She scolds them for deliberately taking on a task far above their current rank. She correctly concluded that they got lost in a high-danger zone and were attacked because of it. She doubts whether they truly understand the responsibility associated with promotion to rank B. She sighs and lets them go, sarcastically telling them to cheer up as they leave. Then Vel turns all attention to Negress and addresses him by name. She gestures for them to follow her, summoning his team to the guildmaster's office. In the luxurious office, the group sits opposite Vel, the atmosphere formal and tense. Negress asks why she demoted the adventurers. She explains that adventures are pointless if you die. She says that preparation is very important, and she cannot rely on those who cannot assess their own strength. Listening to her arguments, the black woman respectfully realizes that she is truly a thoughtful person. Vel distinguishes her methods from the old master, and says she promotes people according to their true nature. She calmly pours Negress a cup of tea and prepares to explain her plan. The guildmaster tells that the quest for the Hydra, which she assigned to them, had 2 goals. She explains that the first goal was to have official proof to justify their promotions. Negress is surprised by the news of the promotion, and Vel confirms that it is her intention. Fels and Alyssa rejoice while Vel explains that she's correcting many mistakes of the last master. Grateful but focused, Negress immediately asks about the second goal of their search. Vel slides the document across the table, and Negress takes it with a curious look. As he reads the document, his expression changes from curiosity to genuine horror. He learns that it is an order for the execution of Altera due to her primal destructive ability. The word execution spins in his head, and his face freezes in deep shock. His companions, glancing over his shoulder, react indignantly to the terrible order. Vel calmly confirms that the Holy Church has ordered the official execution of Ultra. The black woman wonders how this secret information could have leaked to the authorities. The group sits stunned and silent, trying to comprehend the grim, unexpected news. Vel tells them not to worry, and explains that she thinks deeper than it seems. She places another item on the table and explains that the essence is right here. The document shows a complex but familiar magical circle with an intricate pattern. Alice immediately recognizes the drawing and loudly says that this is exactly the magical circle. Niggerus also recognizes it as the same one their former enemy Azel used. Vel's watchful gaze stopped on it, and he noticed that the black dragon went out of control when he used this circle. She directly accuses him and asks if he was the one who overthrew the beast. Negress looks at her with a firm expression and denies that he is the Lord of Darkness. Vel smiles and explains that this is exactly why she told him not to worry, because she does not intend to obey. She says that having seen his power with her own eyes, she now wants to ask him for help. Her expression hardens with confidence as she reveals her true, shocking goal. Negress and his comrades are shocked because she says she wants to overthrow the boy. Negress hesitates, admits that it is a profitable deal, but is not sure if she can be trusted. Vel admits that she also cannot fully trust him yet and understands that the situation is complicated. Her gestures as she continues to explain the political situation. She warns that his emergence as a new force will disrupt the fragile global balance. She gives a grim forecast that if this continues, everyone will eventually perish in this conflict. Negress is shocked by her fatalistic assessment and asks what she means. She repeats that he is lagging behind and must attack Alad before he finishes preparations. Fels and Alyssa are puzzled by the word preparations and ask for clarification. Negress realizes with horror that Altera is to be executed today. Vel says that she also noticed the sudden disappearance of the leader of the Holy Knight, Jean. The black-skinned woman recalls that Jean's sister also recently disappeared. She was last seen in the slums. He remembers the stern, determined expression on Jean's face and thinks about what she was going to do. Fels explains that she once asked Jean about her sister but received no answer. In a well-equipped office, Negris worries that some guy will take the girl's sister and treat her like a toy. The woman confirms that the girl named Altra is currently under Negris's care. Negris thinks about his smart new ally, but her high status worries him. Hearing the plan, Negris says she understands the circumstances. She challenges him and says he is not an ordinary guildmaster. On her desk lies a stack of officially looking books, emphasizing her authority. With a confident smile, she reveals her true identity as the Sage of the West. Two companions of Negris shout in unison, completely shocked by the news. One expresses surprise, the other jokingly says she is hurt from the shock. The kingdom map shows that the 4 sages are the guild's secret weapon. The elf asked why Negris never told them that the sages are real. Knowing that the sage is against the youth, she thinks about what cunning plan he is preparing. The Western sage well prepares to reveal Elad's ultimate goal. The rest of the group listens attentively as she names the place. She says that his goal is a secret library in the wilderness. The elf does not believe that such a place exists at all. The man confirms that it is an unknown library hidden somewhere in the district. Negros asks why the guy became so interested in this place. The image of the magical emblem shows that it contains very powerful and terrible magic. He mentions that he saw the same powerful sign carved on Zhang's holy sword. Vel explains that the 7 holy swords with their emblems are already known. She says that the library contains the 8th and most powerful pure emblem. Negris realizes with horror that it will be a disaster if this power falls into Elad's hands. Vel announces his mission. He must take the pure crest before Ilu. Negris and his companions take on the important task with unwavering determination. Somewhere on the balcony, a man chuckles ominously. He says that he will finally regain his true body. The older man with the scar smiles as a bright light flashes in the darkness. A mighty sword with a glowing magical symbol is shown. Well says that they need to act faster than the enemy's advertisement. The team understands that their new mission is extremely urgent. In the flashback, the group agrees to obtain a pure crest. Negris does not understand why he was chosen for such a large-scale task. Well insists that this mission must be carried out by Negris or no one. She explains that it is because of his healing magic and what is in his heart. Her mysterious remark about his heart leaves Negris completely confused. Holding a document, Well begins to explain the nature of the magic crest. She says that crest magic is original, and modern magic is a fake. While they are pondering this, suddenly they are interrupted by a panic knock. The cat girl ran into the room and loudly said that something terrible had happened. Annoyed by the interruption, Well demands to know what is going on. The cat girl reports that the leader of the B-rank party is seriously wounded. Well's irritation turns into sharp surprise at the news. In the crowded hall, a group of adventurers surrounds a man groaning in pain. Negris pushes through the crowd and asks if the wounded man is okay. He kneels beside the man who is clutching his hand in pain. The traveler says that a mysterious girl attacked him in the alley. Examining the wound, Negris realizes that the nearly severed tendon is a serious injury. Another adventurer approaches and offers to provide first aid. She begins to cast a healing spell over the man's injured hand. Initial healing seems to temporarily stabilize the damage. Suddenly, a complex glowing magical symbol appears above the wound. Negra froze in shock, recognizing the ominous magical sign. He tries to use his healing, but the crest sharply repels his magic. His elven companion shouts his name and raises the alarm on the spot. He is stunned and does not understand why his powerful healing magic does not work. Vel made a sharp sound of irritation, understanding the reason. She identifies the obstacle as an artificial crest created by Ellen. His companions are puzzled because they believe that his mind power healing should be indisputable. Vel says that the crest was created precisely to counter Negra's magic. In other words, his magic was interrupted by a stronger, more fundamental force. Negris realizes that Elad's servant deliberately left a magical trap. He gloomily admits how difficult this new form of attack will be. His friends fear that using Altera's destructive power would be too dangerous. Vel listens to their argument with a thoughtful and serious expression. She takes a step forward with a determined look to intervene. She carefully places her hands on the glowing magical emblem on the man's arm. With incredible skill, she begins to manipulate the delicate structure of the spell. The black woman and her friends just watch. Their faces a mask of pure admiration. Her fingers draw patterns in the air and subdue the light of her will. With a quiet hiss, the strong glow of the crest finally fades. Her touch gently alters the powerful ancient magic. She explains that she rewrote the part of the spell that sealed his magic. She urges him to try healing again, though he still hesitates. Having gained new hope, Negris focuses her energy and casts her healing spell. The wounded traveler gasps, feeling the magic begin to work. He bends his arm and joyfully says that the pain is gone. Negris's smiles were relieved and grateful, for the healing succeeded. His companions whisper excitedly, impressed by the incredible power of the sage. Vel draws their attention to speak privately and seriously. Negris listens attentively, a drop of sweat on his face. Vel has a serious expression. She prepares to deliver a grim warning. She warns that he will lose his partners if his healing magic fails. Negris feels the weight of his grim, prophetic words. He thinks about how Jean's holy sword neutralized his magic. Now he clearly realizes the terrible power of the magical emblem. He and his comrades understand the danger that now threatens them. He recalls Vel's explanation about how a pure comb neutralizes. If Elad gets it, he will not be able to protect everyone. With new determination, the group promises to first capture the summit. The black-skinned ones ask where they should go next. Vel smiles slightly, as if he has thought of something. The story says that even the sage did not know exactly where the library was located. To find it, the group traveled to Florence. There they meet the charismatic and bright lord of the slums. She teasingly mocks Negris and his companions when they arrive. Negris explains his urgent mission to reach the library before the crowd. Florence, the lord of the slums, is shocked that the boy is involved in this too. He confirms his intention to obtain the magical crest before the enemy. He explains how his healing was blocked, and emphasizes how important their mission is. The dark-skinned woman's eyes widen in shock and she asks if Negris's magic has been neutralized. She thinks with a worried expression on her face why their enemy Elad involved Negris in his plans. The girl with long ponytails agrees because she sees no reason for their group to intervene. The man with long dark hair gives a chilling answer. The very existence of Negris bothers the boy. The elf woman suggests that it might be because they conquered the mighty black dragon. The long-haired man confirms this and explains that Elad released the dragon to get into the secret library. In a sharp memory, Elad's rage is seen when the dragon is defeated and his plan is unexpectedly foiled. Now many, interested in their power, look at them with a sinister and curious smile. The man showed the boy and then used a young girl named Altera to monitor their actions. Negris touches his chest and thinks that the recent attack might have been a test of his healing ability. Then he wonders why Iled would take such steps just for Altra. The man reveals that Elad's true goal is to destroy the Holy Church, using Altera as a scapegoat. With a grim expression, Negris understands that this explains the mysterious disappearance of the Night Gene. The elf girl was stunned and found it disgusting that Elad would use a child for his own benefit. The girl with 2 ponytails clenches her teeth, her face becoming stern as she says his actions are unforgivable. The group stands in a grand hall, feeling the full weight of these revelations. The dark-skinned woman Florence confirms that she understands the situation and knows what they need to do next. She says that only she knows where the dangerous secret library is located. From a hidden drawer in the ornate desk, she takes out an old rolled-up scroll. With a decisive movement, she unrolls the ancient parchment and shows its contents to the group. The company gathers around a large table, and Florence spreads out a tattered map. The map is very old, dated more than 100 years before the appearance of the slums. Florence's finger leads to an abandoned village that was long ago destroyed by monsters. She says she heard that the library was hidden in that village. It was a secret passed down from generation to generation. When asked, she answers with grim confidence that it was her predecessor. Negris realizes that being the leader of the slums is a duty passed down from generation to generation. Holding an old map, Florence says that her serious duty is to protect the slums. With unwavering determination, she says she will go with them on this mission. The girl with 2 ponytails agrees and says it is worth taking Altera with them to avoid problems. The long-haired man warns against this, fearing that Altera is still under Elad's control. The group receives the proposal to bring the girl with surprise and concern. Negris, with a firm expression, makes the final decision and says that Altura will go with him. The long-haired man protests and reminds Negris how truly dangerous their enemy Alad is. Negris looks down, acknowledges the danger, but firmly stands by his choice. He explains that he took on the duties that Jean was forced to leave. He believes that defending Altera with their combined strength looks more reliable. With determination in his eyes, he promises that he will take care of her. Their road leads to a strange world of pale roots and giant mushrooms. The girl with 2 ponytails calls Florence, shielding her eyes from the bright, strange light. She notices that there is not a single building in sight that even slightly resembles a library. Florence reviews the map, confused but confident that this is the very place. Altera shyly pulls Negris by the sleeve and asks what place they are looking for. He quietly explains that it is a library with many books and assures her that she will be safe here. The blonde elf smiles and agrees that Altera will be safe as long as Negris is nearby. Altera, with a gentle, trusting smile, looks up at him, and her anxiety seems to recede. The group's patience begins to run out because their fruitless search in the strange forest continues. The girl with 2 ponytails sharply says that she has had enough of this. She suggests simply demolishing the entire plot because they still cannot find the library. Stretching out disappointedly, she decides that there is no other way. Her hand hit something invisible with a loud, dull thud, and she screamed in pain. She presses her head with her hands, complains about the pain, and does not understand what she could have hit. Negris looks surprised because he sees nothing in his path that could have hurt her. The long-haired man finds the situation interesting, and the girl cautiously extends her hand again. Her hand hangs in the air, pressed against a hard invisible surface. They realize that an invisible wall blocks their way and does not let them go further. Negris taps the barrier with his fist and thinks about how to break it. The girl with 2 ponytails threatens to blow up the entire district, but the black-skinned woman quickly stops her. The long-haired man confirms that her powerful thunder magic would be useless against such a barrier. Florence assumes that the library is right behind the wall and thinks about how to get through it. The long-haired man with a serious expression says there is only one way to do it. Everyone looks at Altera, who looks around in surprise and grips the hilt of a small sword. Negris suddenly realizes that the man is right about the decision. Florence agrees and suggests that Altero's unique power can break the barrier. Altera, frightened and uncertain, asks what she should do to help them. The long-haired man kneels down and gently asks the girl to lend them her power. The light-haired elf smiles warmly and reassuringly and promises that they will all protect her. Altera's wide, innocent eyes reflect the kindness and trust of her new friends. The rest of the party stands behind her united, like an unshakable front of support. Gathering courage, Altera says she is not afraid and wants to help them. The intricate magical emblem on the hand in the glove begins to glow softly. With a determined look, she raises her hand to the invisible barrier. Her companions look with hope and anxiety, their mission in her hands. She firmly presses her palm against the invisible wall with a resolute expression on her face. Her power touches it, and the invisible barrier begins to crack and crumble. Before them now towers a huge chaotic wall of many broken floating stone fragments. Everyone froze in awe, watching the impossible, surreal spectacle. The black-skinned and blonde elf watch, trying to understand the strange phenomenon before them. Through the opening, a majestic ancient library with an observatory dome is revealed. The group is stunned and doubts whether this is really the library they were looking for. Altera reaches out her hand, her eyes wide open in amazement at the impossible sight. The grand weathered facade of the building is partially overtaken by nature. The girl with 2 tails and the elf was amazed that this was hidden in such a place. The Negro proudly shows Altera a thumbs up, greeting her for a job well done. Altera's face shines with a broad, happy smile as she accepts his praise. The long-haired man says that the road ahead is now open and they can move forward. The group confidently walks to the entrance of the ancient and mysterious library. They push the heavy decorated doors, which creak loudly and echo. Inside they find a majestic ruined courtyard, through the floor of which huge trees have grown. The girl with 2 ponytails and the dark-skinned girl look up in admiration at the collapsed, overgrown architecture. Florence and Altera are not sure if this is a library because there are no books in the courtyard. Altera examines the ruins, clutching a small book. She looks nervous and uncertain. When she takes a step forward, a stone slab loudly clicks under her foot, and she is startled. The central part of the floor begins to tremble strongly and quickly recede backward. Stone panels loudly clatter and shift, rearranging themselves. The group froze in shock when hidden stairs opened in the floor. Long, steep stone stairs now lead down into the darkness beneath the ruins. Negris, taking the initiative, decisively says they should descend into the depths. The girl with 2 ponytails agrees, and the group begins to descend the ancient stairs. Below they find massive round doors with a carved, glowing, magical emblem. Negris strains, trying to move the heavy stone doors, but they do not budge at all. Negris considers using a destructive spell, but fears it will destroy the entire building. He mentally assesses his teammates and sees no skill suitable for this obstacle. Having exhausted his own options, he turns to a companion for another solution. Florence sighs and admits she cannot rewrite the complex magic on the doors. Feeling intense pressure from time, Negris knows he can no longer afford to hesitate. He decides to try a direct and powerful approach, using his focused strength. After telling his companions to step back, he approaches the massive stone doors. With a determined look, he prepares to strike the glowing magical emblem. His blow, filled with energy, hits the door, and he knows it won't be enough. The comrades doubt his harsh method, but he says this is their only option. Feeling a slight vibration from the strike, he says the doors have shifted a little. Gathering his last strength, he says another blow is needed. The second powerful strike breaks the seal and forces the heavy doors to creak open. His companions look on in amazement and whisper that he really managed to open it. Peering into the darkness, he confirms that a new path has opened behind the doors. Florence takes the lead and calmly tells the group to follow the new passage. The group cautiously descends a long, steep stone corridor inward. As they approach the bright light, he feels a chill and realizes the library is nearby. Having exited the corridor, the entire group feels deep admiration. Before them stretched a huge, endless hall with tall shelves of books under ethereal light. Negris enthusiastically confirms that this is finally the legendary library. He expresses surprise that he found such a magnificent structure deep underground. Florence admires the majestic place but notices a disturbing absence on the shelves. She notices that among the endless books there is no trace of the magical crest. Negris remains confident and says that the crest must be here after their hard journey. He suggests splitting up to search and takes a book from the nearest shelf. Flipping through the volume, he sees that the tome is written in an undeciphered ancient language. Looking up at the huge shelves, he realizes that the library is truly ancient. The group disperses and begins the difficult task of searching in the vast library. Alice stands before a tall bookcase, next to her already a large stack of volumes. Meanwhile, Florence and Negris are looking through a book together in search of clues. Overwhelmed by such a quantity, Alyssa loudly says that there are too many books. Florence criticizes Alice for the mess and says that many books are simply meant to be read. Another companion raises her hands in defeat and says that their search has reached a dead end. Negris does not back down and resolutely strives to find the comb before the enemy. A little blonde girl at the party said she noticed something strange. She notices that despite the age of the library, there is no dust on the books. Florence agrees that this is strange and concludes that someone is taking care of this place. Negris agrees and becomes thoughtful, pondering the consequences. A sudden loud signal startles him, and he raises his head in surprise. The whole group lifts their heads toward the sound with a mixture of curiosity and anxiety on their faces. A light turned on the top shelf of the bookcase, illuminating a small fluffy figure. High above sits a fox-like creature with several tails, looking down at the adventurers. In the silence of the library, dust swirls in the air, stirred by the appearance of the creature. The creature emits another curious sound, its dark eyes watching them intently. Negris cautiously asks if there is a monster, and Arisa finds him quite cute. The companion points to an open book, having found an illustration of the creature. The dark page sharply contrasts with the bright image in the book. The book depicts a revered, pure white fox-like creature surrounded by figures. The group notices a discrepancy. The illustration is white, but the creature is black. The ancient text says this species has existed for over 100 years. A scientific ambition lit up in the partner's eyes, and he said they must catch it for research. Alyssa dismisses any danger and says their mission comes first while the creature chirps. The creature suddenly sprays a jet of water right in Arisi's face. Pikayuchi, Arisa realizes that the creature can use water magic and declares it dangerous. The dark-skinned woman is surprised that the creature can also use magic, just like her. The creature suddenly quickly lunges into the air towards Arisa. It crashes into her head with a dull thud and pushes her to the floor. Arisa remains amusingly confused and completely knocked out after the little monster's attack. The elf companion of the group acts instantly, promising to catch it. She jumps onto the upper galleries and begins the chase through the library structure. The creature easily avoids her, jumping playfully and skillfully along the railings and bookshelves. Fels continues the chase, a determined blurred figure against the backdrop of ancient tomes. The creature on the perch looks at the pursuer and chirps boldly. Fels is momentarily surprised by the playful and confident behavior of the creature. It jumps along the top shelf, and no matter how hard she reaches, she still cannot catch it. Negris notes that the creature's actions resemble a game of tag. The creature playfully pushes the books it is sitting on, confirming his suspicion. A small, quiet girl from the party cautiously approaches and greets the creature warmly. Taking the opportunity, Negris carefully picks up the dusty creature in his hands. He presses it firmly against the stack of books, and the creature emits a curious chirp. He apologizes for their haste, explaining that they are short on time. His companions are impressed by how gently he handled the situation. The enthusiastic imitation of another girl frightens the creature, and it begins to tremble violently. A dense cloud of dust bursts from its fur and completely covers Negris. Negris's watchful gaze stops on the creature, and he marvels at its dirtiness. He notices that its fluffy tails are especially covered with thick layers of dust. He aloud suggests that this little creature is the library caretaker who has suffered for a long time. Feeling pity for it, he decides to wash the creature with his own hands. He carefully combs layers of dirt from its fur. Its fur lightens a bit, and a lighter shade is visible beneath the dirt. The creature emits a quiet, sad sound as he continues to clean it. He notices that the tails are covered with many bruises and small wounds. Without hesitation, he casts a healing spell on its injured tails. He does not understand why it is so battered if he had been taking care of this place. Suddenly, something dawns on him as he heals the creature. He remembers how Florence said the area was abandoned due to a disaster caused by a monster. The creature reacts to the healing, its mouth open in a silent scream. A disembodied voice shouts at him to go away, calling him a monster. The memory overwhelms him. Angry villagers called the creature a destructive monster. He sees how the creature cowers while the peasants throw stones at it. The creature's feelings surged within him. A desperate desire to play and find friends arose. The peasant's face twisted with rage, and he wishes the creature to go to hell. The creature howls in horror and sorrow under the pressure of hatred. Negris retreats, shocked by the memory the creature is experiencing. The library around them dissolves and transforms into a corridor of shared memory, as if from a dream. Negris confirms that the creature's painful past is directly flowing into his mind. The creature raises its gaze, its consciousness slowly returning back in time. It again reminds him of how the peasants unjustly called him a monster. The peasants repeat words of hatred, call him a harbinger of doom, and demand that it leave. In a grassy field, a small fox-like creature with many tails curls up before a heavy boot. A dark-haired man suddenly intervenes and raises his hand to stop the peasants' aggression. He angrily explains to the crowd that the creature tried to protect them. The village head responds with contempt and doubts his interference in their affairs. He insists that the creature is trouble and blames it for their recent crop failure. The defender questions their logic and says that shifting blame will not fix their situation. Defeated by his arguments, the leader reluctantly tells his group to leave the area. The man and the small, sad creature remained alone in the quiet clearing. Kneeling down, he gently explains that it is already dangerous here and invites him to go with him. The little animal trustingly places its small paw in the outstretched hand of the man. He begins to explain that his master is no longer nearby to protect him. He tells how the great hero left this place to protect the land, promising to return. The man cynically wonders why people always repeat the same empty promises. The creature remembers its master's promise to come back for it someday. He announces terrible news and directly says that the hero is dead. Holding in its paws a small doll of its master, the creature is heartbroken. Its long watch has ended. It lowered its eyes, its face resembling a mask of sorrow and quiet reconciliation. The man looks at its pain. Deep, tired compassion is read on his face. He comforts a little, saying that he knows a place the hero often visited. Before them opens a majestic, seemingly endless interior of a large library. The creature's face glows with pure surprise and excitement from the incredible sight. He asks it to guard this place, promising that someday someone will need it. When the creature enters inside, it feels a familiar and soothing smell. It joyfully recognizes the master's scent, and this fills it with hope. It began a lonely watch, believing that sorrow will pass with the master's return. It waited patiently, because it was sure that someone would soon come to the library. It spent time with books, hoping that a guest would finally come tomorrow. A lonely creature curls up to sleep, hoping that someone will come tomorrow. Lonely in a huge, dark library, it clings to a desperate hope for tomorrow. The memory ends, and a young adventurer named Negras stands in the same library. He now understands that the creature waited alone for a very long time. He realizes that it is not a monster, but a gentle creature that simply loves people. It guarded the library for so long that its once white fur became covered with dust. He gently tells the creature in his hand that everything is fine now. Negras explains to his companions that the fur of this creature was once white as snow. The little creature looks at him with hope and a questioning gaze. Negras smiles warmly and assures it that there is no need to be afraid anymore. Filled with joy, the creature's eyes sparkle as it checks if he is telling the truth. Holding it in a reliable hand, it emits a joyful cry, Yahoo! Negris shuddered and realized that he clearly heard someone addressing him. He turns to his embarrassed comrades and asks if anyone heard anything. A creature chirps from the floor, and Negris tries to understand what just happened. Looking at the small copy in his hand, he realizes that the voice belonged to it. The larger individual emits a joyful cry confirming their connection. His entire group stares at the event with wide-open eyes and mouths agape in amazement. The companion asks if he understands the creature and confirms that he does. Another girl says she is confused because none of them heard anything. The elf explains that only the one he recognizes as his master understands his language. Negra smiles and turns to the creature to ask if it has a name. It happily says that its name is Shiro, joy audible in its voice. Negris repeats the name with a warm smile and officially introduces himself. Shiro rubbed his nose against him and quietly made a satisfied sound as a sign of recognition. The long-haired man is impressed that Negris managed to tame the legendary creature. The girl with braids is shocked to learn about his legendary status. Negris wonders if his new friend might know about the magical emblem they are searching for. Shiro recognizes and purposefully jumps off Negris's back. The group looks puzzled as the creature darts into the library. Shiro returns in a moment and proudly shows a large book in a luxurious binding. The group gathers around, and Negris kneels down and asks which book he found. He holds the book and notices that the title is written in illegible ancient runes. His elf companion Fels leans closer and recognizes the ancient inscription on the cover. She translates the title and asks if this is the book about the primal skill. Negris asks if she can read the rest, and she agrees that it will take time. A long-haired man interrupts and asks Fels a sharp question. He demands to know how she can read a language known only to high-ranking elves. Fels looks away, embarrassed and unable to answer his sharp question. Another companion breaks the tension and suggests reading an interesting book first. Fels begins translating the ancient text, running her finger over the runes. She explains that ancient skills are the highest level and are available only to the chosen. Negris and Alice are shocked to learn that these skills can exceed the SS rank limitations. The book says that the magical crest was created at the very beginning of magic. Fels continues, saying that they must see the crest enchanted differently. She explains that the magic they all use comes from singing. Negris thoughtfully tries to understand the complex magical theory. He silently contemplates what this difference will mean for all of them. Alyssa happily concludes that she is the strongest wielder of lightning. A sudden strong jolt shook the library and frightened the entire group. A powerful shockwave passes through the building and tears books off the shelves. The force of the explosion knocks the adventurers off their feet. Regaining their balance, they loudly suggest that it might have been a strong earthquake. The long-haired man grimly warns that this is no time for jokes. His eyes narrow as he senses a new hostile presence in the library. At the end of the building, through dust and smoke, a solitary armored figure appears. On the figure is a woman in full plate armor, her facial expression cold and determined. The team recognizes her as Jin, and wonders how she managed to find them here. A little girl tightly clutches the crest and thinks about the influence of the terrible man. The man with long hair swears, realizing that their enemy Alad knew their plans all along. He concluded that Jana is being controlled and was sent to capture the magical emblem. Jana takes a heavy, decisive step forward, her intent clear and hostile. She draws her majestic two-handed sword. It is a blade engraved with a magical circle. She commands the sword Arundit to awaken, and it flares with holy light. Negris's squad prepares for battle, faces all grim and focused. The two sides stand opposite each other in a large hall with bookshelves in tense confrontation. Negris's face shows shock, and a terrible horror slowly emerges. Fels notes that the holy sword now has two magical circles. Upon closer inspection, a second recently added symbol in the shape of a pentagram is visible on the blade. The long-haired man says that this is an emblem that neutralizes Negris's healing. Negris realizes with horror that he cannot heal anyone struck by the sword. He is in panic and desperately looking for a way to fight this new threat. When Jean swings the shining blade, he realizes that his team is in serious danger. The young man with spiky hair desperately utters a protective spell, gathering energy. Panic is visible on his face as he realizes that time is running out. The elf jumped in front of him and shouted his name to protect him. In horror, he yells at the elf, begging her to stop. He fears that the holy sword will kill her, and he will not be able to heal her. Two warriors intercept a powerful strike. Their blades clash and sparks fly. Fel's face is a mask of tense determination. She fights the blow. Her dark-skinned companion grits her teeth and struggles not to retreat before the force. Under the immense pressure of the attack, her feet slip on the stone floor. Two women desperately fight a strong opponent. From afar, the fight looks like a draw between two defenders and one attacker. A dark-skinned woman and a light-haired elf express concern over the sacred sword. A long-haired man warns that they will not hold out long against such relentless attacks. He explains that the sword can drain their magic if it hits them. Negris understands that the sword can even break his multi-layered heal and deprive him of healing ability. He thinks about how to win so that his comrades do not suffer if he cannot heal. Feeling powerless, the young man clenches his fist in deep frustration. A small fox-like creature lies defeated on the floor, testifying to the strength of its enemy. The light-haired elf falls and swears that Nigurus should not interfere in this fight. Her dark-skinned companion Florence grimly agrees with her assessment and determination. Florence digs in her heels and prepares for another attack from the armored knight. The group begins to fight chaotically against the looming formidable knight. The knight moves extremely fast, easily deflecting their coordinated attacks. Irritated fellas break out of formation and rush forward defiantly. The armored knight remains motionless, her gaze cold and focused on the target. Her massive sword extends like an energy whip and lashes in a wide arc. Florence shouts at Fels and calls her an idiot for her reckless attack. The knight with a blindfold calmly notes that his opponent is clearly not as usual. She deflects the blow, tells Fels to focus, and thanks her for the help. The long-haired strategist with a sharp gaze intently analyzes the course of the battle. The sorceress with two ponytails fears that her powerful magic will hit her friends. The strategist draws her attention by calling the girl who controls lightning. He asked her for help, saying she is the only one who can control lightning. She hesitates and says that the large area of effect of her magic is too dangerous. The strategist smiles reassuringly and insists that she still needs to do it. She looks back, seeking confirmation, and asks if he's really sure. He confidently says that the plan is already being implemented. He turns to Negris and tells him to quickly find out what he can do. Nigurus's face is tense. He perceives the urgent command of the strategist. The strategist insists that Nigris be ready to seize the opportunity and break through. Negris's eyes widen. He realizes how serious the unfolding plan is. Little girl Altera quietly draws Negris's attention, her face sad. At night, she notices that her Oni-chan simultaneously looks scary and pitiful. The armored knight Jean stands firm, her face cold and determined. One tear rolls down from under her helmet, a sign of her inner conflict. Negris understands that her consciousness still exists and is stuck in the armor. With new determination, he says that he must save her. Negris asks the strategist if he just needs to act fully. The strategist confirms and tells him not to hold back while he prepares to act. He gives Negris the last confident instruction not to restrain his power. Fels sees that they are preparing and shouts to his comrades to retreat. The strategists and the lightning mage begin the offensive and run alongside. The lightning sorceress prepares to launch an attack, her staff sparking with energy. The strategist asks her not to blame him for what is about to happen. The armored knight stands firm, preparing for the approaching magical attack. The strategist warns his companion that something might go wrong. Alyssa loudly utters a spell, releasing a storm of pure lightning into the hall. Young grits his teeth and endures the stunning power of the electric storm. A huge lightning strikes, and the deafening roar of its power is heard. The knight firmly plants her feet, her armor cracking under the magical pressure. The strategist smiles and says that magic is not just a show, he uses his skill to manipulate. He skillfully weaves chaotic lightning into an ordered, cage-like form. The lightning merges and forms an energy prison around the armored knight. The team watches with admiration at the massive spherical cage of crackling lightning. The strategist looks proudly. His complex plan seems to have succeeded. The party members who observed were stunned by the incredible spectacle and fell silent. The lightning cage is fully formed and holds the knight in its luminous net. The lightning mage rejoices, believing that his cunning plan has finally worked. Fels and Florence can only watch, stunned by the speed and precision of the spell. A sharp cutting sound slices through the air as the cage is split in half. Jean calmly stands in the crumbling prison, her holy sword raised high. The strategist is horrified, realizing she cut the cage just before it was locked. He understands that her sword absorbed his magic and that gave her strength. He loses confidence and loudly warns that the situation is bad. Jean prepares a devastating counterattack, her sword glowing with stolen energy. Negra shouts to friends to get out of there as the attack begins. A huge vortex of destructive energy rushes through the great library hall. The whole group is thrown back by the shockwave of the explosion. Negris screams in pain as he is pushed into the broken debris. He realizes that Jean held back in the slums. This is her true unstoppable power. Jean stands alone in the settling smoke, completely unharmed despite the chaos. She begins to move toward the fallen heroes, her steps slow and measured. The knightess stands over the defeated team, her pose expressing absolute victory. The lightning sorceress looks up fearfully as the knight approaches her. The strategist, leaning on a column, curses his terrible misfortune. Florence rises and rushes forward in a last desperate struggle. Alice sees a huge magical seal forming around the knight and realizes that this is bad. She screams for the black cat to protect her from the approaching attack. The destructive force tears up the stone floor and rushes forward. The protective magic breaks under the immense power of the final explosion. Altera watches the destructive spectacle, her face a mask of horror. Alyssa covers Altru with her body and screams in pain from the blow. The elf Florence anxiously calls the names of her fallen friends. She stands among the rubble and looks in horror at their complete defeat. A man named Wells stands as if defending and says that things are very bad. He clenches his teeth and says how a sage can still use a magical symbol. Altera is shocked to see that Well has fallen and desperately calls his name. She wonders aloud why Well and Alyssa went so far to protect her. Liza is wounded but determined, saying that as the strongest she must protect her. Their last defenders, Well and Alyssa, finally fall unconscious among the ruins. When his comrades are defeated, the young man screams their names in horror. A little blonde girl calls out her fallen friends in despair. Among the ruins stands a lonely knight, and the girl sits frightened. The young man with a pained expression begs for the night to end. With a light movement, the knight touches his forehead and stuns him. Little girl Altera trembles with fear amid the destruction. Her friend shouts indignantly into the night, reminding that Altera is her sister. A small fluffy creature stands before the stunned young man, protecting him. Clenching a small object in her hand, Altera silently asks her sister to stop. The eye of the knight is shown in a cold, determined close-up. The young man forces himself to stand, resolutely determined to face the threat. He firmly says that he will not allow anyone to die. A memory of smiling friends strengthens his desire to protect them. He firmly plants his foot on the floor of the ruins and prepares to launch an attack. He runs through the corridor, focused only on stopping the knight. The knight's two-handed sword is raised and ready to deliver the final deadly blow. A barely noticeable sad smile appears on the face of the knight. The young man shouts at her to stop, his voice full of despair. In a shocking act of defiance, Knight stabs herself with a sword. A gloomy satisfaction is on her face, despite a serious wound. Altera looks at the terrible scene, her eyes wide open with naive fear. His friend suddenly rushed forward, his face full of distrust and shock. A magnificent sword is seen deeply embedded in her armored torso. He approaches her, his face full of horror because of her act. Night falls to the floor, her sword clattering nearby. She resolutely declares that Elad will never make her kill her sister. Her friend ran up to her and called her captain of the night Oni-chan. Hugging her, he asks with disbelief what she has done to herself. He immediately tries to use his healing magic to save her life. An outstretched hand shows that he is determined not to let her die. He realizes with horror that his powerful healing magic does not work. He clenches his fists and understands that this is the boy's act, not hers. Focusing, he tries once again to cast the spell Healing. His hand glows, but the magic fades and does not take effect. The Night Journal apologizes for ultimately causing him more trouble. He begs her to stop talking and save her last strength. On the stage, 2 more of his companions are seen lying unconscious among the ruins. His other friends are also shown wounded and unable to move. He drives away bad thoughts and focuses only on saving everyone. He knows that the knight will soon die if he cannot heal her. He stubbornly believes that a strong enough will can make it work. The knight tells him to leave such an idiot here to die. Looking at him, she calls him a fool for his selfless deeds. The young man resolutely says that he will save everyone and will not allow anyone to die. The knight lies on the floor, its life fading as she looks at him. He begins to explain his motivation for trying to save her. Altera interrupts, saying that his will is not yet strong enough. His magic sparks chaotically as he realizes she is right. In the distance, a new stylishly dressed enemy appears, watching them. The figure calmly stands amid the destruction he caused. The young man's eyes blaze with hatred as he recognizes Elad in him. He repeats the name, his face twisted in a fierce grimace. Elad ironically and politely greets the healer Nigris. The injured party members recognize the name of their tormentor. Anvel and Elisa are still unconscious on the floor of the ruins. Elad calmly asks Nigris not to look at him with such hostility. Altera tells Nigris that she feels like she has already seen this man somewhere. Aliyah draws his attention to Altera and asks if she is okay. He says that it is time to return her lost memories. A magical circle envelops Altera, who screams in pain. Magic flows through her and forces memories to surface. She groans in pain while the dark-skinned woman anxiously calls her by name. A stream of happy memories about the return of Nigris and her friends. Tears flow down her face as the past and present collide. She looks at her dying sister and whispers Oni-chan. She calls her sister's name, a mask of sorrow on her face. The new villain with spiky hair laughs and mocks what happened to her sister. Negra raises his eyes to the distant villain and simply says you. His wounded companions demand to know what the villain just said. The villain's face is shown in a threatening shadowed close-up. The blonde waved them off, called them noisy, and cast a spell. 2 glowing magical discs fly toward Negra's friends who are running. Negra shouts their names, warning of the approaching attack. The man explains that he is just putting them to sleep to talk. The dark-skinned woman with a grim look swears he will not give them what they want. The villain with the spiky hairstyle mocks him because he does not give up like a hero. The blonde thanks Negra for saving him time in the search. Jean lies on the floor and barely utters the name Elad. The blonde tightly clutches the book, satisfaction visible on his face. He regrets that June is dying because it is a futile loss. The black woman fiercely asks how we can laugh at her suffering. The blonde finds this tragic scene very interesting. The black woman feels like a heroine who cannot help in any way. The villain describes John as a pathetic knight dying from overconfidence. He says the scene is wonderful and the black woman refuses to consider herself a hero. The black man accepts his urgent hope to save only those who stand before him. A memory flashed in his mind that Florence believed in him. He remembers Phelps' unwavering faith in his kindness. Agreeing with his nature, he finds the will within himself to continue the fight. He kneels again over Jean and tries to apply healing. His hand remains motionless, and he now does not know how to use magic. The thief laughs and mocks him because his healing is futile. Negra tries to find a way to break the neutralizing crest. He recalls how the crest uses stronger magic to seal him. He thinks that a power similar to the magical crest could break him. The memory of Vel's lesson on ancient magic gives a hint. He knows that for success he needs an irresistible power. Irritated, he laments his inability to find such power. Jin rides, suffering from pain, and decides to create that power himself. He tries to heal again, his thoughts quickly searching for the lost key. The young healer's eyes widen in shock as he tries to understand why his magic does not work. He desperately rummages in his mind, trying to understand which important element he lacks. A memory of his elven companion surfaces, who said that his happiness was her happiness. Gradually, the young man Nigres begins to understand something profound. His thoughts clarify the nature of magic, comparing ancient selfish power with modern magic. A spark of understanding flashed in his eyes when he realized that the power of modern magic is available to everyone. Standing by the dying Shion, he wonders if he can use his magic for himself. He decides to combine his selfish desire with a selfless goal to save everyone. From the other side of the ruins, his enemy Elad taunts him to abandon futile efforts. Elad mocks him, reminding him that his healing magic has now lost its power. Suddenly, a stream of healing energy burst forth, and Elad was stunned. Negris's eyes burn with determination. He vows to defeat ancient magic without a crest. With new strength, he boldly says that he will save everyone. His selfish desire begins to break the magical seal on the ceiling that restrains his power. This personal goal is focused on a single strong desire to save everyone. Elad looks with distrust and asks if Negris is interfering with his magic on the ceiling. The memory of his ally Vela confirms that the magical emblem can be influenced from outside. Negris's determination strengthens. He swears not to yield physically or mentally. Amid the scattered shards of the seal, he says he will surpass ancient magic. Elad can only scream loudly in complete shock at this turn of events. A calm confidence appears on Negris's face as he prepares to act. Powerful healing magic flows from his hands and envelops Zheng's wounded body. As intense energy passes through it, her body convulses from the strain. The diagram shows how the magic successfully heals her heart and saves her from death. A broad smile of relief appears on Negris's face as he confirms that his trick worked. Although her other wounds remain, he knows he has saved her life for now. Glancing at the stabilized Jean, he smiled lightly with relief. Elad clenches his teeth in irritation, his composure completely shaken by this turn of events. He mutters that it would have been much easier to simply die that night. Negris stands up, his expression now cold. He swears not to let Jean die. Elad, with a complicated look, reluctantly acknowledges Negris's great feat. Negris's companions, Fels and Florence, run up to John and exclaim her name with relief. He looks at his friends and tells them that the immediate danger has already passed. Kneeling down, he entrusts the recovering Jean to their care. His mission is not yet complete. Florence looks up at him, her face full of admiration, gratitude, and anxiety. Negris straightens up, his body tenses. He prepares for the final confrontation. His small fox-like companion Shiro appears at his feet, ready to fight. On the opposite side of the corridor stands Elad, his stern expression showing that he is not yet defeated. Two opponents faced each other in a ruined library. Tension was felt in the air. Negris's gaze was sharp. He said that he could finally meet his enemy face to face. In the corridor littered with debris, both sides prepared for the final battle. Negris clapped his hands, and from his multi-layered heel rose an energy vortex that surrounded him. Elad was momentarily surprised by the sudden surge of his opponent's power. Shiro lets out a sharp scream and rushes like a projectile straight at the enemy. The small creature strikes Elad, and he flinches from the unexpected prickly obstacle. Negris knows this is his chance and relies on Shiro to open the way for him. He dashed forward, passing scattered elite representatives and closing the distance. His body was compressed like a spring, ready to deliver one decisive blow. Flying through the air, Negris prepared to strike his strong enemy Elad. At the decisive moment of the close-up, the two opponents were about to clash. Elad's facial expression is calm and confident. He is preparing for a counterattack. Negris's fist strikes the light barrier. A blinding flash of power arises from the impact. His attack is abruptly stopped by a refined, newly materialized magical crest. He screams in pain as the recoil shatters the bones in his hand. A victorious smile appears on the boy's face as he sees the opponent recoil in pain. Negris falls heavily, clutching his mangled and bloodied hand, his face pale. He immediately casts a healing spell. A sphere of shimmering magic envelops the wound. He applies several layers of healing, wrapped in rings of power, to mend the damage. He realizes that his current offensive and defensive capabilities are simply insufficient. Focusing his will, he decides to accumulate many more layers of magical energy. Elad is shocked by his endurance and considers Negris some kind of monster. In a moment of reflection, Elad admits that his anger made him forget about fear. He boasts that his coat of arms, which reflects magic, is the strongest and invincible defense. Negris is now healed, clenches his fist, and calmly accepts the challenge. Elad promises to destroy everything, even the magic that Nigurus uses in battle. Ella, with a contemptuous smile, dismisses the unwavering determination of the black woman as a funny joke. Two wills clash again in a blinding explosion of magical energy. Negris screams about her desperate desire to become stronger to save everyone. His fist presses on the crest, which cracks, resolutely striving to surpass his immense strength. Elad's confident expression fades, replaced by genuine surprise. Negris's face is full of harsh determination. He prepares to finish the fight. Elad is stunned. His confidence is completely shattered by the opponent's power. Swearing to defeat him one last time, Negris puts everything he has into the final blow. From his fist burst a huge bright beam of pure energy and engulfed Elad. The attack hits Elad's chest, the force illuminating the entire room. The beam breaks through the wall behind the boy and causes massive collateral damage. Negris is thrown back by the recoil, completely exhausted from the powerful energy discharge. He breathes heavily, believing that the long and exhausting battle is finally over. Elad's body lies lifeless among the rubble, quietly testifying to the power of the attack. Having used all the rest of his magic, Negris stands exhausted but victorious. He looks at the ruins and thinks that everything is over, and now he can heal his friends. Shiro's sharp scream tears the silence, insisting that this is not the end yet. Negris turns around, his face full of surprise and confusion due to the sudden warning. From beneath the rubble, Elad's voice says that he deliberately lowered his guard against Tess Negris. Negris is overwhelmed with shock as he realizes he has been manipulated all along. Elad complains about the inconvenient image of an old man and calls everyone fools. With a sharp, disgusting sound, the facade begins to crumble and peel off. The old military commander is no more, replaced by a handsome and influential young man. He revels in restored youth, and says that centuries have passed for the return. Negris can only silently watch the impossible transformation of his enemy. Elad says with a sneer that his true appearance is handsome, enjoying the shock. He says that everything is just beginning, because Negris now deals with a fully healed enemy. In the devastated ruins, Negris demands to know who this stranger really is. The transformed Elad simply responds with a confident, superior smirk. Negris is completely confused and cannot comprehend this impossible situation. Shiro trembles with fear and rage, recognizing the demon from a past era. After Negris asks if he is a demon, Elad confirms it with a slight gesture. He begins to tell an old story about the conquest of the Demon King. Flashback shows the severely wounded Elad, who survived after the near-total destruction of the demon race. Standing before Negris again, he explains that it took him centuries to regain his immense power. Realizing the truth, Negris understands that ancient magic is much stronger. The existence of a demon who possesses this ancient power is finally confirmed. A many-tailed creature screamed loudly upon confronting the demon Elad. Elad greets the creature Shiro and confirms that their shared history spans centuries. On Shiro's face is pure, genuine rage towards the ancient evil. Negris grimly realizes that Elad was merely toying with him. He demands to know Elad's true purpose in seeking the magical comb. Elad sinisterly chuckles and says that the emblem of pure magic is the strongest. He wants it to become the most powerful demon in the world. A sinister smile reveals the depth of his dark ambitions. Elad warns Negris to stop interfering in his grand plans. The weight of this threat makes Negris break out in a cold sweat. He knows that if he is defeated, peace in the whole world will be destroyed. His fear quickly becomes an expression of unwavering determination. Negris tells Shiro to take everyone and run, preparing to sacrifice himself. However, the little creature refuses, saying it just wants to play with Negris. Churro stubbornly repeats the refusal, pleading with Negris to allow him to stay. Negris says with a sad expression that he can no longer keep that promise. Angry Shiro declares Negurus his friend and promises to protect him from Elod. A bright light begins to emanate from the little creature's body. A delicate magical crest glowing with power appears on Shiro's forehead. Negris turns around, completely stunned by this unexpected change. Shiro raises his head as a large, 8-pointed magic circle appears above him. The stunned, dark-skinned man shouts Shiro's name, not believing his eyes. Elad's face brightens with greedy understanding that the emblem is with Shiro. He confirms that Shiro is the keeper of the legendary magical emblem. Shiro recalls the sacred duty to protect the artifact. Elad suddenly lunges forward and loudly declares that the magical emblem belongs to him. Shiro remembers his ancient mission to protect the magical emblem at any cost. A look of sudden realization appears on Negris's face. He runs to Shiro, understanding what must happen next. The small creature raises its head and looks confused at the friend's sudden action. A memory shows Master Shiro entrusting him to guard the emblem. The master foretold that in times of danger someone would come seeking this item. He ordered to pass the magical crest to this chosen person. The crest could be passed only once and only to a friend. Now Negris recalls how the master asked him to take on a certain task. He is absolutely convinced that he is the chosen one. Shiro shouts decisively and begins the transfer of power. Negris says that the crest is for a friend, and this fulfills an old condition. His hand reaches out, about to touch the glowing artifact. Bright light flashes as the energy transfer completes. The crest breaks and reassembles, embedding itself into Negris's hand. He is shocked by the immense power now flowing through him. He feels within himself the potent magic of the pure magical crest. His master's memory warns that gradual transfer is needed for safety. Shiro is also worried because he fears that the hasty process will be too complicated to handle. Despite the tension, Negris gratefully smiles at his little companion. A quiet moment is broken by the stunning presence of Ella. Elad shouts in rage and accuses Negris of stealing his dream. He jumps into the air and prepares to release a powerful spell. Negris's eyes widen as his new power begins to respond. Elad summons 2 magical seals for mind control and binding. Negris realizes that the emblem automatically enhanced his evaluation skills. Now he understands the very structure of Elad's ancient magic. Precise symbols needed to counter the spells come to his mind. At the command, Negris perfectly copies Elad's 2 magical emblems. Beams of pure energy fly from Elad's hands toward his target. The spells reproduced by Negris release fire during a perfect counterattack. 4 beams collided in a catastrophic explosion that destroys reality. Elad lands, stunned that his attack was neutralized so easily. Negris realizes that he can now precisely copy any magic he sees. He looks at his hand and realizes how truly immense power he now has. From afar, Elad recognizes the legendary power of the pure magic emblem. He correctly understood that it can copy magic and enhance skills. Negris asks why Elad is smiling despite suffering a devastating defeat. Elad explains that the sacred sword is poisonous to him, so it cannot be passed on. Negris's eyes narrow as he understands Elad's cunning plan. Elad confidently stands on the floor of the ruins, his posture arrogant. He intends to kill Negris and steal the emblem from his body. The law says that the only right way is to rule the world through fear. Negris refutes this. The emblem on his hand flashes with a gentle light. He insists that this power is not created to hold the world in fear. The vision shows the emblem as a power for all, uniting people. He raises his hand and says that this is the true will of the emblem. This power, as he explains, can be compared to magic that everyone uses daily. Shiro adds that it was precisely because of his selfless desire to care for others that he was chosen as a guardian. Elad's face twisted with contempt for this selfless philosophy. He dismisses their story as nonsense, and anger grows within him. He loudly expresses his hatred for those who speak of acting for others. He raises his hand, preparing to unleash his most powerful attack. A huge magical crest appears in the sky, capturing the mind. He gloats that it will steal their souls and turn them into empty shells. With a sneer, he bids farewell for the last time to the hero-healer Negris. The apocalyptic curse descends, its dark tentacles reaching for Negris. Just as the attack was about to strike, Negra utters one word, heal. Elad emits a suppressed sound of disbelief as his spell shatters. The huge crest cracks and crumbles like a sheet of black glass. Negra stands unshaken amid the rain of crystalline shards. He realizes that his enhanced healing magic simply made the spell vanish. Above, Elad looks on in shock and realizes his complete defeat. Negris understands that his healing can now neutralize anything. Elad's panic is noticeable as he faces this impossible power. He clutches his head, realizing that the structure of the crest is erased from his memory. The calm gaze of Negris shows that he has reached the peak of human strength. Elad thinks about another who fights for himself. But that is another matter. He stumbles in the air and cannot even remember how to use magic. His shock turns into rage. He does not want to be considered equal to humans. He rejects magic and rushes forward, driven by pure hatred. Negris tells him that he lost to an ordinary human and is ready to end the fight. In the Grand Library, two figures engage in a dynamic aerial battle. The blonde Elid froze suddenly, a mask of shock on his face. Negris's hand, glowing with a magical sign, touches the opponent's face. Cold and final, the black-skinned woman declares the fight over and promises a swift end. Elad screams in disbelief, unable to accept defeat by a human. Covering Elad's face with his hand, Negris silences the enemy's last desperate scream. Negris understands that his strength is fueled by a single desire to protect everyone. The image of all his friends and allies strengthens his immense determination. He releases his healing magic because he believes that together his friends can defeat evil. A bright flash of pure energy bursts from them, filling the vast library. From within the light, Negris begins his final grim verdict. He declares that he will deny the existence of Elad as his enemy's face begins to crack. He thought of the friends who lay wounded among the ruins of the battle. He remembers how many of his comrades were injured because of Elad's actions. He firmly reaffirms his decision not to acknowledge this painful reality. As they fall, he holds the crumbling form of Elad, and his goal remains unwavering. The villain's body turns into countless particles of light. Elad can only emit a final choking groan of pain as he disappears. In close-up, his eye cracks and dissolves into emptiness. The empty cloak quietly falls onto the ruined floor. That's all that remains of him. Negris falls heavily to the ground, completely exhausted after the battle. Dropping to one knee, he finally allows himself a little rest. Standing alone amid the debris, he quietly wonders if the conflict is really over. He looks at the magical emblem glowing on his hand. His little companion Shiro appears on his shoulder with a quiet squeak. A warm smile dispels his fatigue, and he thanks Shiro for the help. The creature responds with joyful chirping. Its eyes close tightly as if becoming light. Negris's facial expression is resolute again. His duty is not yet fulfilled. He says that now he must quickly go and heal others. Elsewhere, members of his group begin to recover and feel great relief. The girl with red braids looks at Negris with a thoughtful expression. She sees with relief that Captain Holy Knight and Alder are safe. June and the young girl Altera sit together and recover after the trial. The girl with ponytails smiles, grateful that everything is finally resolved. June and Altera express deep gratitude to Negris and everyone else. Negris accepts their thanks with a simple nod and a modest smile. The long-haired man expresses admiration for Negris's victory over the formidable Elan. Amid the ruins, Negris begins to explain how the battle ended. The dark-skinned woman folds her hands in a gesture of thanks. She says that now everything is finally over. The danger has passed. On her knees, she acknowledges how hard it was for him to fight, protecting them. Admiration is visible on her face. She praises Negris for his incredible feat. Black-skinned people modestly say that their victory happened thanks to the joint efforts of everyone. Then he notices the wounded elf Elves, who is moving. Leaning over her, he gently asks if she has already woken up. Phelps suddenly sits up and, surprised and relieved, says his name. Her first thought about the fight, she anxiously asks about his condition. Negris calmly assures her that the fight is already over. Phelps examines the extensive destruction in the library. She asks how he managed to win in such chaotic conditions at all. Her eyes widen in shock when she notices something unusual in him. She gently takes his face in her palms, her voice full of anxiety as she says his name. With a worried look, she asks why one of his eyes has turned blue. The rest of the group gathers, and everyone simultaneously expresses surprise. Captain Holy Knight believes that it is due to improved evaluation skills. A party member reacts with amazement to the idea of such enhancement. Negris explains that it happened thanks to the magical emblem he received from Shiro. The captain is surprised because he realized that the crest became part of his body. Another comrade asks how he defeated Alad, knowing that Shiro held the crest. Negris said that the symbol enhanced his healing, and now any wound disappears. He adds that this can also be used to deny the existence of anything. The interlocutor repeats his words and doubts that anyone can deny anything. He explains that he used this to destroy the very existence of Alad. Jean is horrified, murmuring how truly terrifying such power is. The team stands on a ruined platform. They understand that the power is too great. The diagram shows how the power can erase any object or event from existence. Negra looks at the mark on her hand and swears never to use this power again. He smiles and tells his friends that even without the crest, they have remained with him. His companions look on, stunned and moved by his sincere confession. Overwhelmed with emotion, the girls rushed and tearfully embraced him all together. A pleasant memory shows the group laughing together in the library. A sincere smile appeared on Negris's face. He is glad to have friends. The group is shown together, their bonds strengthened during the fight. The fight with LAD ended, and a majestic mansion is visible in the sunlight. After a few days, the clock tower strikes the passage of time. The group returns to daily life and chats cheerfully in the city. People walk the streets of the recovering slums. They receive an official invitation to a reception with the king. The group walks down a long corridor with columns in the royal palace. Florence notices the strangeness in the fact that the Lord of the Underworld receives an audience. The girl with braids makes faces in front of the impassive guard in a helmet. The guard announces that His Majesty is waiting for them. The group enters a large and luxurious throne room. They walked through the middle of the hall under the gaze of the assembled court. The nobles whisper among themselves as the heroes pass by. The official solemnly greets Negris in the palace with a deep bow. The entire group bows low before the throne as a sign of respect. From the bow of his boat, Negris raises his eyes and sees the monarch. He notices the majestic figure of the king on the throne. The text window explains that the full plan of Eilat was reported to the kingdom. The news that Alad was a demon stunned the entire nation. Even the king and this prime minister believed that he was a different person. Many nobles sought the favor of Iled when he was in power. Black people do not approve of the nobility's attempts to hide their involvement. The king feels uncomfortable seeing the savior of the kingdom bow, so he asks him to stand up. Negris thanks the king for his intervention in the affairs of the nobility. A noble object insisting that a commoner kneel as a sign of respect. The king doubts the meaning of his power if he must force the hero to kneel. He says that the king must understand the difference between right and wrong. The king says that he is the one who should bow to them. In the magnificent throne hall, the king bows deeply and apologizes to the heroine Negrita and her companions for rude behavior. The entire court and Negris's companions loudly marveled at the unprecedented modesty of the king. Confused by that gesture, the dark-skinned woman asks the king to stand up, because she thinks he does not deserve such an honor. The monarch straightened up, a slight smile on his face. He clearly expressed his opinion before the court. Sitting down again, the king sincerely thanks and acknowledges that they saved the entire kingdom. For his great contribution, he offers Negris the honorary position of Grand General. The stunning proposal leaves everyone in the throne room, even Negris himself, completely stunned. The courtiers whisper distrustfully, because they understand that this will make a commoner the first Grand General in the kingdom's history. Negris's friends were both proud and stunned, and one girl beamed with joy over his incredible opportunity. One measured step across the polished floor means the decision has been made. Standing before the throne, Negris politely and formally declines the offer to take the position of Grand General. He says that the kingdom is gradually returning to normal, so he does not want to create new chaos. He firmly says that his only wish is to be with his teammates, not to gain power. Having accepted his refusal, the king asks what reward he wants instead. Negris raises his gaze, determination evident in him. He is ready to express his true request for the people he protects. He asks that the crown officially recognize the slums as part of the kingdom. Moreover, he demands a complete ban on the slave trade, which feeds the illegal traders in the city. The aristocrat immediately rejects this idea and disdainfully says that the slums are a refuge for criminals. One of Negris's companions jokingly shows that the outdated view of a noble person no longer corresponds to reality. The slum scene shows people diligently working to improve their community. Florence proudly says that under her leadership, the place has become completely different than before. Negris adds that their victory was only possible thanks to the key help of the slum residents. Florence is noticeably moved by his public acknowledgement of her and the efforts of her people. He tells the king once again that this is the only reward he truly wants. The king strokes his majestic white beard and thoughtfully reflects on the selfless and profound request. After a brief reflection, he says he understands and agrees to consider the proposal. His decree begins with a promise to strengthen regulation of all illegal trade operations. He also officially recognizes the slums and will provide aid that will please the black people and his friends. The monarch then directly addresses Florence and confirms her title as ruler of the slums. He officially entrusts her with the management and leadership of the newly recognized district. Florence takes on a huge responsibility with a confident and determined expression on her face. Together, Negris and Florence bowed deeply and sincerely thanked His Majesty. The king watches. His decision regarding the future of the slums has set them on a new course. The elf suddenly covers her mouth with her hand, having remembered something urgent. She quickly taps Nigris on the shoulder to get his attention before it's too late. Leaning closer, she whispers an important detail he missed in his request. A close-up of Nigri's eye shows that he immediately understands the importance of her reminder. He turns back to the throne and asks the king to hear his final request. He asked for a special exception in the kingdom's trade laws for people from the slums. The king quickly understands that he wants to establish a legitimate economy in the new district. With an open palm and decisively saying all right, the king agrees to the request without hesitation. He decrees that everyone approved by Negris will have the right to trade freely. Negris bows once again and sincerely thanks the king for his generosity and wisdom. The girl with braids praises Fels for the wonderful idea, and Negris thanks her for the timely reminder. Fels smiles warmly, expressing joy that he can help their cause. Florence looks with sincere admiration and thinks that Nigris always cares about their well-being. The king sits on the throne and watches the group with a thoughtful expression on his face. He looks at the selfless young man before him and mentally calls him a black-skinned hero. The monarch thinks about Negris's character and notices that he always cares more about others than his own benefit. He concludes that Nigris has incredible talent, and his friends look to the future with hope. After some time near the large estate, a voice expresses deep surprise at recent events. In the bedroom, the recovering pistol sits and asks Negris to confirm that he really refused the position of Grand General. She says that such a refusal has never happened in the history of the kingdom. Negris can only shyly laugh in response to her surprise. He confirms that he really does not want such a high rank. Jung doubts whether that was his only reason, because it is hard for him to believe in such a simple refusal. He explains that his main concern was to bring her to this quiet place where she could recover from the trauma. John's face softens into a gentle smile when she recognizes his familiar selfless kindness. She looks significantly calmer and more relaxed now that the danger has passed. Negra smiles broadly and tells her that she is much more beautiful when happy. The unexpected compliment touches her because she understands that he is truly gentle and sincere. He thinks that her new openness clearly shows that she now fully trusts him. He leans forward and asks what is wrong, but she insists that she is just very happy for him. He remembers how he once perceived her as an impenetrable, emotionless girl. He reminds her that when he was treating her in the library, he accidentally saw her memories. John lowers his eyes, embarrassed, admits that she never wanted anyone to know about her past. However, she decides that she has nothing against Nigris knowing her secrets. She begins the story and says that her mother died because of the destructive ability of her sister Altaro. Their father, gripped by fear, shouted that Altera should not have been born. Then he tried to harm the infant Ultra, who desperately begged him to stop. In a cruel twist of fate, he died from the very power he feared. 2 orphans were left alone amid the ruins and had nowhere to go. The mighty and influential Holy Church was the only place that valued their abilities. To place Altair under the protection of the Order of the Holy Knight, Jeanne voluntarily joined it. She confesses that for the sake of Altera she committed many evil acts of the Church. She also isolated her sister from the world and understood that this greatly saddened Altera. Negris quietly and attentively listens to her painful and difficult confession. Jeanne, with pain in her voice, asks him to say where she went wrong. He does not condemn her, but gently advises her to look at herself honestly. He asks her what she truly wants, hinting that this is the most important thing. Jeanne quietly thinks about his profound question. Her mind echoes with the words, "What I want." Through the slightly open door of the room, a small figure is peeking. Negris understands that Altera was eavesdropping on her sister's painful thoughts. Altera stands in the doorway holding a small bouquet of freshly picked flowers. June froze in silence, eyes wide open, as she sees her younger sister standing before her. Fells, off-screen, explains that Altera brought her flowers while she was sleeping. Jean's eyes widened with surprise at the simple, sincere display of kindness. Altera enters the room with a light, sincere, and slightly nervous smile. She directly asked her older sister if she hated her. Altera later admits that she always knew deep down that Jean was protecting her. With a radiant smile, she extends flowers and says that she loves her sister the most. A sincere, unconditional confession disturbs Jean's calm, and a tear rolls down her eye. A muffled sob escapes her as years of guilt and sorrow finally recede. Negris watches the touching reunion from afar, with a light, knowing smile. Overwhelmed with emotions, Jean tightly embraces Ultra, reciprocating the affection. The door quietly closed as Negris left, leaving the sisters alone. In the kitchen, a large pot of soup slowly boils on the stove, and the air is filled with a warm aroma. When Phelps enters, he greets Negris, attracted by the wonderful smell of her dishes. She smiles and asks him how Jana and Altera are feeling now. Negris explains that he left them together because now the reconciliation belongs to them, and they have to sort it out themselves. The white boot steps forward, its owner agrees to the invisible offer with a simple good. In the cozy kitchen, the elf Fells announces the good news that the Holy Church has revoked the order for Aldera's execution. She explains that one event sharply and significantly changed the balance of power. Fells also heard that a large-scale reorganization is currently underway in the kingdom, and the king is taking direct control. She is confident that the wise king will surely lead the kingdom on the right path. The diagram shows this new political landscape, where the guild's influence is growing and surpasses that of others. Fells says that the new guild leader, well fortunately, does not seek to seize political power. Meanwhile, the Holy Church patiently waits for its knight captain Jean to fully recover. Fells expresses his hope that the day when all three great states can finally unite is approaching. A sudden roar and a quiet signal outside their windows scare the Negroes in Fells. A large, friendly red dragon appears, with a small, fluffy creature Shiro happily perched on its head. Nigra smiles, noticing that they look good together. It turned out that Shiro decided to move to their castle while Vel is busy studying ancient runes. Negris has a new question about the mysterious ancient runes. He turns to Phelps and directly asks why she can read ancient writing. He suddenly realizes that she never said she had such a rare skill. A dark memory of an ancient curse flashed through his mind, and he pondered a possible connection. He is not sure what happened in the library and who his companion Fells really is. Heavy thoughts are interrupted when he says that he is very hungry now. Alice and others enter the dining room, and Alyssa loudly complains that everyone is tired. Florence, in a maid's uniform, explains that she was waiting for everyone to eat together. She blushes and with a trembling heart wonders if Negris was also waiting for her. She dreams of a happy family life with black men and children, and then returns to reality. And Liza enthusiastically says that the food on the table looks extraordinarily delicious. Negris holds a plate with steaming buns when someone calls him by name. John and Alt peek into the lively dining room and wonder why it is so noisy there. Negris raises his head and sees John standing right by the door of the room with a worried expression on his face. He understands that she has just been crying, and she is embarrassed that she was seen. Embarrassed, Jean asks him not to look at her in such a vulnerable state. Negris remains with a look of surprise and slight embarrassment due to her sudden display of emotions. Alice at the table observes the exchange with the wounded mercenary and finds the situation very suspicious. Her hint made Florence and Fells hold their breath. Her thought surprised them. Altera approaches Negris and quietly calls him by name to get his attention. She says she does not know how to thank him, but adds that she will show him. Even before the surprised Negroes manage to react, Altera leans closely toward him. She gently, innocently kisses him on the cheek, eyes closed with happiness. Negris froze in complete shock due to the unexpected display of tenderness. Other girls at the table simultaneously let out a sharp, high-pitched scream of surprise. However, Jean and Altair just smile and enjoy the chaos they caused. Negris recalls himself earlier, when he thought he had neither strength nor abilities. But now, among smiling friends, he knows he has found people he can trust. A light, satisfied smile appears on his face, eyes softly shining with emotion. He sits with his back to the viewer, turned toward his smiling and happy companions at the dining table. Fells notices his quiet, thoughtful mood and asks if everything is all right. He accepts his identity as a healer whose life is devoted to others and feels gratitude for it. Having become a family, they continue the joyful meal, enjoying a moment of peace and friendly warmth. After a few months, the group continues to work together as adventurers and fights monsters. Thanks to their work on new trade rules, the slums have turned into a lively, crowded market. During this time of peace and prosperity, Jean has also fully recovered. She solemnly returns the holy sword to the church in a magnificent sunlit cathedral. Believing she no longer deserves her title, she decided to lead a quiet life with Ultra. Thanks to the king's mercy, she avoided constant supervision by the Holy Church. The two sisters are now free and can be seen happily working in the flower garden in the slums. Vel asked Jean to become an adventurer, but she politely declined. Their peaceful calm is disturbed when the king summons Negris and his companions. Negris, Fels, Elisa, and Val kneel in the official meeting hall and wait for the king's arrival. Negris wonders if it is about a new mission, while Elisa expresses suspicion about the summons. A loud noise from the entrance scared the whole group as they waited. The king appears, a tall man with a luxurious white beard, apologizing for calling so suddenly. He formally addresses the group as Haro Negris, Fels Dono, and Elisa Dono. The king invites them to sit, and Negris simply agrees with the word good. He explains that the reason for the meeting is the arrival of a messenger from the kingdom of Albel. The king orders the emissary to be brought in, and Negris guards the door. He wonders why the neighboring kingdom wants him to recall his previously unremarkable visit. His gaze sharpens as the emissary, a young man with pointed ears, enters the room. One of his companions quickly uses his appraisal skill on the newcomer to evaluate him. The result is stunning, revealing an extremely powerful magical rank of SSSS. His special ability is called Primal Freezing, an ice magic that can cause an ice age. The appraiser is stunned and does not understand what a man with such incredible power is doing in their kingdom. Emissary Kane bows deeply to King Blanc and thanks him for the reception. The king then officially introduces Kane to Negris and calls him their famous healer. He explains that the fame of black-skinned people as heroes who change their country has spread everywhere. Kane raises his gaze to Negris. His official manner begins to break, and he addresses him as Healer Negris Sama. With a desperate look, he begged the Nigers to save his citizens from the incurable disease. He again asks Healer Negris to save the suffering people of the Kingdom of Albert. Negris and his companions are embarrassed by the sudden and desperate request. Kane calls himself the head of the magic department of the Kingdom of Albert. It is said that Albo is a kingdom where many elves and half-humans live, known for having reached a high level of magical civilization in ancient times. Relations between the two kingdoms are good due to the close connection of their kings. It is alarming that such a developed and powerful kingdom does not help. Negris, with a serious expression, asks about the symptoms of this incurable disease. Kane explains that a disease called Withering Death is spreading very quickly in his kingdom. The disease he describes is caused by polluted air, similar to miasma. However, they do not know where this miasma suddenly appeared from and how it spread. Everyone who contracts the Withering Death loses their mind and becomes extremely aggressive. The trio is stunned by the description of the terrible consequences of the disease. At first, the disease appeared around the royal capital, but recently it has gotten out of control. Their local doctors can only delay the symptoms, and they are completely overwhelmed with patients. Kane clasps his hands and begs Negris to come and help their kingdom. Negris sits in silent contemplation, burdened by the weight of heavy requests. The king adds his voice and officially asks Negris to take on the mission. He believes that Negris's unique healing magic can help find a clue for treatment. He also says that this could be an opportunity for Fels to learn more about his past. But above all, the path of Negris is clear. There are people who need his help. Placing his hand on his heart, he accepts the mission and promises to do everything possible to accomplish it. Fels expresses concern and fears that he too might find himself in danger. He smiles warmly and says that people need help, so he must go to them. Fel's anxiety melted away, and she smiled gently, seeing his determination. The king bows his head and sincerely thanks Hero Negris for agreeing to the mission. The blonde elf in the doorway sincerely thanks him. Eliza enthusiastically suggests starting their journey in 2 days. The king watches the group leave, remains silent, and thinks deeply. Fels smiles warmly and kindly at the serious-looking Kane. In 2 days, the group of friends gathers to see them off. Lisa wishes them well, and Florence sharply warns about other girls. Negris happily agrees while his friends from the wilderness wave goodbye. They explain that Florence and others came to say farewell to them. Their carriage sets off on a long journey through a deserted winter landscape. Inside, Negris asks why the small fox-like creature Vel is with them. The researcher talks about her path in unraveling the mysteries of ancient runes. Vel joins the conversation, hoping to find valuable information in the Kingdom of Alberta. The researcher says that her presence is part of her work. Kane casually confirms that her joining them is not a problem. The wheel of the cart hits a stone and causes a sudden strong jerk. The roller throws the passengers, including a frightened man, from their seats. Kane quickly reaches out to catch the falling objects. He gently asks if she is all right, and she reassures him. Negris looks with suspicion and doubts Kane's motives regarding Fels. He cynically assumes that it is simply because she is also an elf. Kane explains his desire for the Fels to meet with other elf tribes. Negris shifts focus and says that his main priority is to find a cure for the disease. Then he directly asks why Kane came to him for help. Kane explains that Negris's heroic deeds are known in his kingdom. He admits that the chance of success is small, but he must try. Another strong jolt shakes the carriage, frightening the pensive Kane. A sudden strong blow disrupts the order in the group. A scout on horseback approaches the group and brings an urgent report. He reports that monsters have been spotted, shocking the dark-skinned woman and Kane. Negris jumps out of the carriage to see how the guards are fighting the horde of monsters. He shouts to the surrounded soldiers that his party will help them. The sudden appearance of Negris at the front line stunned the soldier. The guards doubt that he is a real healer because his actions seem incredible to them. Alice impatiently suggests she use her magic and destroy them all. Negris sternly reminds her of the great danger of hitting civilians. He looks tired because two are arguing heatedly behind him. Fells claims that their current group is fully capable of handling this. From the carriage, the researcher loudly encourages the guards. She says she is surprised because she met monsters here. She believes that the emissary would have chosen the safest route. Kane, unlike the soldiers, is not worried and suspects a trap. The researcher decides to observe Kane's abilities for now. The great winged beast roars fiercely and menacingly. Kane raises his decorated staff, glowing with icy energy. He releases a powerful spell, Ice Spear, from Icecraft. The werewolf is pierced by ice and roars in pain. Kane stands before a horde of distorted monsters of dark aura. The researcher warns the dark-skinned to avoid direct contact with the creatures. Negris looks at her, puzzled by the strange and specific instruction. Kane's hand grips the staff as he stands before the horde of infected. He reports that the monsters are struck by a withering death. Negris is shocked because he realized that this is the same plague from the kingdom of Alberta. Fells speaks of the terrible fact that they are still on their territory. Kane confirms that this unexpected development worries him. He says that so far all cases have been limited to the kingdom of Alberta. Standing among the fallen, he wonders why these monsters are here. A group with grim faces watches and contemplates the new danger. A sharp whistle warns the bells of the approaching projectile. Negra's shove knocked him off the arrow's trajectory. He deflects the projectile. His face becomes stern, and he looks coldly at the attacker. Groaning from the blow, he informs Vel that he noticed the enemy. He narrows his eyes as he realizes they were deliberately targeted. Inside the carriage, the researcher confirms that the attackers are still nearby. The hooded man, already escaped, whispers a curse on his failure. He is clearly disappointed while his companions watch him flee. Alice and Kane chase after him, determined not to let him escape. Both mages direct their powerful spells at the fleeing figure. Alice's black familiar emits a simple, confident meow. Two spells collided and mutually neutralized each other in a chaotic explosion. Canis was shocked that his powerful ice magic was neutralized. The researcher irritably asked what those two were doing. Alice's cat of the day emits a confused and dizzy meow. Alyssa and Kane begin to argue, blaming each other for the failure. She notices with surprise that her cat survived his powerful magic. Confident that he is a powerful mage, she demands that he go with her. The quarrel ended. She looks around and asks where the dark-skinned woman went. The attacker in the hood flees deeper into the dense forest. He leans against a tree, breathing heavily and regretting the failed mission. He realizes the enormous power of the group, even during a sudden attack. He senses the presence and sees the strongest among them waiting for him. The attacker lets out a cry of genuine horror. Negris looks ahead with a confident and determined smile. He moves lightning fast, reaching out to grab the target. From above, looking down, he catches up with the fugitive. He grabs the hooded figure by the shoulder and says he has him now. Returning to the carriage, the group wonders why Negris has not returned. They turn around in surprise as Negris emerges from behind the forest. He reports that he has successfully detained the culprit. His comrades rush to meet him and see with relief that he is safe. He immediately asks to be informed about the situation with the monsters. Kane reports that they have eliminated 70% of them. Dark-skinned people smile warmly and praise them for their hard work. Kane turns his anger on the prisoner and demands answers. He roughly grabs the man's hood and sharply pulls it back. He threatens the frightened man to speak or face the consequences. The prisoner breaks down and begs to be allowed to speak. He admits that he was on a mission to kill a pureblood. He explains that the plan was to use infected monsters to weaken them. The term pureblood completely confuses Negris and his friends. One of the women loudly suggests that the target might be Fells. In the middle of the forest, the elf begins to explain the different types of his people, including half-elves. He continues the lesson and talks about rare pureblood elves who have completely unmixed ancestry. A shocking discovery forces Negris to look at his silent companion Fells with wide-open eyes. He thinks aloud, finally realizing what it means, namely that Fells turns out to be a high elf. Their hooded prisoner says with a sneer that Fells' journey to the Elven Kingdom meets resistance. Completely confused by this news, a question mark appears above Fells' head. The girl with braids demands to know how the prisoner can be sure that Fells is pure-blooded. Screaming in despair, the prisoner says he was only given a task and knows nothing more. The man with long hair understands that this new information explains Fells' rare ability to read ancient runes. The girl with braids and Fells exchanged looks of surprise and deep concern. Liza with braids laughs loudly and says that Fels must be a truly wonderful person. The black-skinned woman says that although the culprit was caught, the secret around this is still unsolved. His face tenses because he knows for sure that the target is Fels. He doubts whether Fels' pure blood is connected to her mysterious curses. When Phelps and Eliza smile together, Nigris wonders that Phelps' mystery grows ever greater. The group's wagon rumbles along the road, approaching the majestic city in the distance. Inside, the group sits with the bound prisoner and discusses plans for their arrival. Kane, a fair-haired elf boy, says their first task is to interrogate the prisoner about the organizer. Phelps looks down with a worried expression, the weight of the situation visible on her face. Seeing her anxiety, Kane tries to calm her and tells her not to worry. He proudly describes his home, the Kingdom of Alberta, as a land of machines and ancient weapons. He confidently clenches his fist and promises to use their technology against the criminal. He tells her she can rely on him for the interrogation. The rest of the party ignores his pompous speech, so he looks a bit upset. Their carriage crosses the drawbridge and finally approaches the massive gates of the Kingdom of Alberta. Negress steps out of the carriage and looks around the landscape in amazement. The cityscape is a marvel of technology and architecture, but the streets are worryingly empty. Alice explains that everyone is hiding at home, frightened by the fading death. Kane grimly says that the kingdom can only abandon the infected. A heavy, gloomy atmosphere descended over everyone as they accepted this harsh reality. Negris learns that the infection has spread to at least 2 cities and medical facilities are overwhelmed. Alice is horrified, and Negris grimly says that treatment for only the worst cases will take several days. Their conversation was interrupted by the city guard with a sharp order. In a narrow alley, 2 guards with drawn swords stand opposite a small hunched figure. A wide shot emphasizes the cold brick alley where a tense confrontation is taking place. The image of a young boy wrapped in a blanket begs for help every week. Negris and his friends are horrified to see that even children have become victims of the plague. The guards step away from the frightened child and threaten to use force if he approaches. A determined black woman tells Kane to step back, showing his intention to intervene. He calmly walks down the alley to the boy and asks Kane to restrain the guards. Kane's face is serious, and he silently agrees to Negris's request. The dark-skinned woman kneels before the sick child, her presence sharply contrasting with the guard's aggression. He activates the assessment skill, and a holographic screen appears to evaluate the child's condition. He considers the illness strange magic and believes that his healing can counter it. He places his hand over the boy and quietly utters a word to begin healing. Warm, soft light envelops the child, and Negris is unsure if his magic will work. The boy looks puzzled as the healing magic begins to take effect. Niggerus suggests that the plague is not the cause of the illness, but an unknown form of magical power. The boy touches his chest, distrust on his face. The pain subsides. He realizes the pain is gone, and Negris confirms that everything is fine now. A broad, tearful smile appears on the boy's face, and he thanks his savior. Negris gently strokes the boy's head, while Kane and the guards watch with admiration. With a confident smile, Negris reminds Kane that he was the one who believed it was possible. Kane's face lights up with a bright, surprised smile as he confirms this. One of the guards whispers incredulously that a healer from the withering death really exists. The recovered boy pulls Negris by the hand to get his attention. With tears in his eyes, he begs Negris to save his mother and everyone else. Negris looks down at the boy with a gentle, soothing gaze. He looks at his companions, then promises the child that he will handle it himself. Looking the boy straight in the eyes, he solemnly promises to heal everyone. The group arrives at a large building resembling a cathedral, which has become a temporary hospital. The huge hall is filled with an endless sea of beds, each occupied by a person who has suffered. The group is noticeably stunned by the huge number of sick and dying. Small panels show painful scenes of suffering in an overcrowded hospital ward. Despite the difficult task, Negris's determination did not waver. He vows to heal everyone. Hovering in the air, Negris directs his power and holds spheres of pure radiant energy. A stream of ethereal light flows down and pours over dozens of beds below. A river of magic winds between the beds and envelops the patients with its restorative warmth. A little boy watches with wide, fascinated eyes as the magical phenomenon unfolds. The hall is filled with the sick, some still unconscious, others beginning to stir. The onlookers watch with surprise and relief as the healing magic begins to take effect. The crowd of now healthy people looks around distrustfully and asks if the disease has disappeared. The little boy with light, spiky hair jumps into his mother's arms, crying and saying her name. At the very center, Negra stands with a broad, victorious yet exhausted smile. The group later retreats to a large, stately house to rest and recover strength after their efforts. In the luxurious room, the companion tells the tired Negroes that he has worked too much. The friends expressed concern and said that treating hundreds of people was probably very exhausting. Negris calms them and explains that having cured the most severe cases first, he can now rest. After resting a little, he says it is time to listen to Wells' report on the investigation. He hears a noise behind the door of the room and stops, not knowing what is happening. He opens the door with a decisive click, and surprise is visible on his face. A large, noisy crowd greets him, the faces of the people shining with excitement and gratitude. Negris and his companions froze in place, shocked by the unexpected gathering. Kane explains that the crowd consists of all the patients he had treated earlier. They all gathered to sincerely thank him for his amazing healing. One of the grateful citizens asks the Negroes to rest a little first. A new voice sounds through the crowd and asks if he is really a Negro. A tall man in glasses appears and friendly places his hand on Negris's shoulder. Negris took back his words and asked why this man was here. The man suddenly stumbled, grabbed his chest and groaned in pain. He dramatically falls to the floor, leaving Negris and the crowd in shock. Negra looks at the fallen man, completely confused by this chaos. He fearfully calls the man's name Dubol. The group moves to a more private place to discuss the strange incident. Dubol cheerfully explains that he vomits blood every time he runs. The blonde elf woman directly says who he is. With a charming smile, he introduces himself as Dable, older than Negris in the shelter. Fel's initial suspicion weakens as she decides he must be a relative of Negris. A brief flashback shows them in childhood, reading a book under a tree. Dubol then says that he is currently the head of ancient weapons research at the Eastern Sage. The girl with braids expresses genuine shock. She praises the newcomer and calls him incredible because he is a national VIP and the guild's weapon. The man in glasses asks if she is surprised while she calls him truly extraordinary. The elf is amazed that Negris and Dubol already knew each other. Sitting on the sofa, Kane asks if they are acquainted, and Dibble confirms it. Kane respectfully speaks about Dubol and recalls their collaboration on ancient weapons projects. Dibble rejects the praise and modestly says that Khan is truly amazing. Changing the subject, Dabaro asks about Vala, but Negris says she is nearby now. Negris, whose patience is almost gone, tells Deber to just go home. A sly gleam appears in Dabaro's eyes as he reproaches the Negris for their coldness. He recalls an awkward childhood memory about a nanny whom they both called Mother. He asks if Negris ever wanted the beloved nanny to be only his. With a confident smile, Deber threatens to tell more stories and reminds Negris that he cannot keep silent. The embarrassed black woman quickly makes up an excuse that she had to observe the patient and sharply leaves. The door behind him closed loudly and finally. Debrew looks after him and aloud reflects that he has angered Negris again. His face becomes serious, and he quietly reassures that there is no need to worry. Fels defends Negris with a smile and insists that he is a very good person. Dibiru looks thoughtful, quietly accepting her assessment of his old friend. He watches them and smiles, thinking that Negris has finally found true friends. Two girls exchange a warm, friendly smile, showing their camaraderie. Later that night, the majestic building stands silently under the starry sky. On the balcony, a woman named Vel addresses Negris because she heard about his success. She asked if he really cured all the most severe cases of death from withering. A black-skinned woman, leaning on the railing, confirms that the patients now feel well. The balcony railing casts long, dark shadows in the bright moonlight. He reflects on the incredible ability of his magic to eradicate even previously unknown diseases. He asked Vel about her investigation and learned that the plague is unique to this kingdom. His face becomes grim. He worries that new cases are already appearing elsewhere. He knows that his healing magic alone will not stop the spread of the plague. Vel asks if he has learned anything about the mysterious source of the disease. Negris reveals his shocking conclusion. He does not believe that this withering death is natural. Vel was stunned, realizing the terrible consequences of his words. He says there must be someone who created this plague to torment the kingdom. They stand on the balcony. The black-skinned people echo his thought that someone created the plague. Vel, with a serious expression on his face, asks if he has any evidence of this theory. He confidently confirms that he himself conducted an analysis of the plague. He says that it is a mysterious magic that enhances the innate power of living beings. That is why his method of removing magic works where ordinary treatment does not help. Well now understands why ordinary treatment, aimed only at wounds and diseases, does not help. Who is supposed to heal me, reward man? Negris associates this with infected monsters and says that their controller must be found. Vela agrees that the manipulator must know the cause and be the only other user. She tells Negris that he is their only hope and warns that failure could doom the world. He takes on this heavy burden and is determined to find the cause of the plague. He says he has a clue. The enemy has just targeted the hills. Vel thinks that the criminal might be someone they already know. She suspects that Kane is the most likely candidate but is hiding something. A dark-skinned woman says that he feels the same way, a drop of sweat on his face. However, he does not consider Kane the real culprit because he sees his sincere efforts. For now, they decide to ask Florence to find information about the disease in the library. The little creature Shero cheerfully says that they can simply call the guardian dragon. Negris asks Shiro in surprise when it came and if it heard everything. Shiro shows how to call the dragon, sniffs the air and howls. Under the full moon, Shiro screams long and piercingly into the night. A distant dragon hears the call and responds with a muffled roar. It changes course and quickly flies through the night sky toward the sound. Negris and Well watch in amazement as the dragon rapidly approaches. They are stunned by its incredible speed and cannot believe it. The guardian dragon lands with a loud thud and looks at them. Shiro explains that the dragon was lonely and waited at the border for Negris. A black-skinned woman approaches the huge beast and gently calls him cute while he quietly growls. He asks if the dragon can deliver a letter to Florence. The dragon agrees with a wide, toothy smile and a powerful growl. An empty panel shows that time has passed during the dragon's journey. The guardian dragon stands before Florence and her people, having already delivered the message. Florence is in a huge library, fully immersed in her research. Negris is shown writing a letter while others rest in a temporary medical station. After 2 days, the dragon returns, proudly holding a bottle with the message. Vel thanks the dragon, impressed by Florence's extraordinary investigative abilities. Vel and Negris examine the contents, namely the map and the letter. They learn that in the kingdom of Alberta, a withering death has occurred since ancient times. Vel is shocked and begins to suspect that the disease was artificially created. The map marks places in the kingdom of Albert where cases of the plague were reported. Negris wonders who is now responsible for such a rapid spread of this ancient disease. He grabs his head and admits that the recent excessive use of his healing magic has exhausted him. Vel notices that he is tired and advises him to rest. She takes responsibility for the investigation and reminds him that she is also wise. Negris agrees and tells her that he will count on her. The guardian dragon watches as he and Vel part ways. The scene shifts to a large house with smoke rising from the chimney. Negris informs his companions in the library that Vel will go to investigate. The elf fell is horrified that someone is deliberately spreading so much suffering. Negris turns to his other companion Alice, who has a question. Alyssa asks why they have to carry the burdens of others. She asserts that since many have recovered, the kingdom must cope with the rest. Negris listens and acknowledges the truth in her words. She reminds him of their dangerous clash with Alad, where one wrong move meant death. She says that the most important thing is to value the time they spend together. A deep silence hung over the group in the library. Negris understands Alyssa's fear of losing everyone important to her. He knows that if they left now, no one could blame them. The memory of grateful people they saved reinforces this thought. A deep conflict is visible on his face. His determination grows stronger. He cannot abandon the people he can save. He considers himself a healer who saves lives and cannot refuse this duty. He says that if he had turned away, he would never have forgiven himself. Alyssa sighs quietly, surrendering. A smile appears on her face. She admits that she forgot what he is like. Phelps clutches her chest, moved, and agrees that she too cannot leave. A painful memory of a slave past prompts her to seek answers. In the vision of a happy elven family, Fell's voice conveys her deep desire to find her hometown and see her family again. A collage of joyful memories reveals her deep attachment to her current companions, Negris and Alyssa. She admits to Alice that living without knowing her past seems to her like running away from herself, and she despises it. Embarrassed, Alice stretches out her hands and admits that her friend's words affected her so much that she was left speechless. With a bright, soothing smile, Alyssa says that despite everything she will stay with Fells, and receives a grateful thank you. Nigra's remark about Alyssa's new seriousness made her respond with a joking threat. Their peace is interrupted by the appearance of Kane, who found Nigris in their private room. Alyssa immediately approaches the half-elf and demands an explanation of why he is here if they have already healed all the patients. Apologizing for the nighttime disturbance, Kane says that there is a seriously wounded person at the excavation site who needs their help. Alyssa, irritated, demands an explanation of why the entire burden always falls on Negris. Kane explains that the kingdom is catastrophically short of healers, and admits that he should not have asked them for this. Then he offered to compensate them for the trouble, and this idea immediately interested Alyssa, her eyes shining. Before Negris could object, the excited Alyssa agrees to the mission and says that they will go. Their journey leads them to a wide arid land dotted with ancient ruins resembling the skeletons of a former civilization. At the excavation site, they are met by a man with long dark hair and glasses, who thanks the Negris for coming. The man introduces himself as Debaru, head of the Ancient Weapons Research Department, and says that his presence is needed. When Negris kneels to treat the wounded, Debaru watches the process attentively and analytically. A close-up of Debaru's eye reflects the glowing magic, and he tries to comprehend its nature. When the treatment is finished, Debaru calls Negris because what he just saw greatly interested him. Negris approaches, his posture slightly tired, and he asks what is wrong. Deboro noted that he has long known about the unusual healing magic of Negris, and inquired whether it had been recently enhanced. A bit embarrassed, Negris evades the question and insists that his magic is fine and nothing has changed. Dabaru says he came after hearing rumors about the hero who saved the kingdom and wanted to see him with his own eyes. Seeing the amazing healing with his own eyes, he realizes the rumors were true, and again asks how Negris strengthened his power. With a confident smile, Niggeras decides to share the secret and begins to tell about his battle with the thief Elad. Dabaru is left speechless when Negris reports that he obtained the legendary comb of pure magic. Negris explains that during that clash he decided not to use the power of the legendary artifact. Stunned, Dabaru can only whisper the name of the legendary emblem with disbelief. He insists and asks if Negris, his old acquaintance from the shelter, really now has that power. Negris smiles brightly and confidently, confirming that the legendary emblem is indeed with him. Dabaru's face becomes serious as Negris explains that he does not use it because of its overwhelming power. Negris is equally surprised to learn that Dabaru, whom he knew in childhood, is now the sage of this kingdom. Dabaru explains that his status as a sage arose accidentally due to his all-consuming passion for studying ancient weapons. He says he earned his position and title thanks to the knowledge gained while working with these ancient artifacts. At that moment, another researcher calls Negris and Dabaru to come and look at his latest findings. The group approaches the new discovery, curiosity and slight anxiety visible on their faces. They are shown a large open box full of various strange ancient weapons resembling sleeping golems. Some members of the group immediately begin to speculate about the monetary value of these mysterious relics. Some think that these ancient constructs can be turned into weapons to defend the kingdom. The question remains whether they are merely decorative, as no one knows their original purpose or why they were created. Kane speaks of deep fear and says that the unknown mysterious power behind these weapons frightens him. He associates this fear with a fading death and explains that the uncertainty about their origin only intensifies people's fear. Clenching his fist, Kane firmly says that this uncertainty will not stop him. He says that lack of information is not a reason to give up, but on the contrary, a reason why he came to ask for help from Negris. Negris, looking at the tense expression of the half-elf, asks him why he is trying so hard. Kane explains that his main motivation is that he is a half-elf and half-human. He smiles sadly and says that because of his mixed origin, he has very little status in their society. To gain the recognition he desires, he believes he must do something truly grand, like saving the entire country. Realizing he has spoken too much about his ambitions, Kane quickly interrupts himself with an embarrassed look. He suddenly changes the subject and suggests the group take any ancient relics from the box nearby that interest them. Fels, overcome with curiosity, puts her hand into the box with sleeping automatons and picks one. She takes out a small, dome-shaped robot, her eyes slightly widening as she examines its delicate mechanism. When Negris approaches, Fels tells him she sees some inscription on the surface of the relic. She recalls that Kane had previously said that no one knew how to activate these types of weapons, which deepens the mystery. Negris leans closer but says he does not see any inscription on the object. Fels insists, tracing her finger over the complex glowing runes visible only to her. As soon as she touches the manuscript, the relic activates with a sharp click, startling her. It begins to tremble violently in her hands, while Negris and Alyssa watch stunned and silent. Two round lenses on the robot's face light up and glow brightly in the dim light. Now activated, the automaton hovers in the air, its mechanical voice requesting orders from its new master. Fels turns to Negris and, disbelieving, asks to confirm that the weapon really works, and he confirms with equal surprise. The comrade calls Kane and he looks back from afar, alarmed by the sudden commotion. He reports that despite everything, one of the ancient types of weapons has finally been activated. Shock is written all over Kane's face. He says this must be a joke. He runs up and demands to know if this weapon really works after all this time. Stunned by the impossible event, he says this cannot be true and asks what is happening. Fels, as surprised as everyone else, can only explain that she simply read what was written on it. Kane carefully examines the relic, making sure there are no visible signs and that only the fellas can see them. The group gathers around the worried woman, feeling the burden of her unique and powerful ability. She tightly holds the small robot, her mind swirling with thoughts about who she is and what her purpose is. The discovery of a functioning ancient weapon plunges Dabaru into uncontrollable manic joy. He let out a cry of genuine admiration, frightening everyone around. The companions explain that this is his usual exaggerated reaction when he finds something interesting. Dabaru admires the flawlessly working robot and wonders if anyone has achieved something similar before. Kane says that although Dabaru's arrival significantly advanced their research, they encountered an insurmountable obstacle. They could only reforge dormant artifacts into ordinary weapons or parts of protective gear. Because activation documents were extremely rare, they did not know how to activate the true properties of the relic. Liza asks Phelps if she can understand the robot's repeated cries of "Master, Master." With a smile, Fels decides to test his new powers and orders the automaton to clean the floor. The little robot immediately gets to work, energetically cleaning the floor with amazing efficiency. The whole group, including Debaru with wide-open eyes, watches the spectacle stunned and with open mouths. After completing the task, the robot proudly hovers and says that it has successfully eaten everything. Debaru praises Fels for her excellent work and suggests that it must be an ancient basic-class weapon. He excitedly shows her a larger bipedal automaton, suggesting that it is a higher-class model. Negris holds the new robot, and Debaru hopefully asks Fels to try activating it as well. As soon as she touches it, the robot turns on and emits a deafening signal right in Negris's face. His funny reaction of surprise and irritation makes the companions laugh. Debaru did not give up and enthusiastically asked Fels to try activating another cat-like automaton. Seeing his friend's recklessness, Kane sternly warns Debaru not to activate the weapon so carelessly. Debaru jokingly teases Kane for his gloominess and says that because of this he cannot find a girlfriend. Negris leads Kane away from the chaos and asks if he has a hypothesis about Fels' unique ability. Seriously and thoughtfully, Kane says that he might have an idea regarding the situation. He suggests that Fels might activate the weapon because she is one of the last pure-blooded elves. Debaru listens a bit aside, with a thoughtful and inscrutable expression on his face as he considers this new information. Kane suggests that the knowledge was kept in strict secrecy among the pure-blooded, so no documents have been preserved. Negris asks if this hypothesis can be confirmed with the help of other pure-blooded elves. Kane delivers the sad news that the pure-blooded elves are on the brink of extinction, their numbers having sharply declined in recent years. He reports that he plans to inform the kingdom about this historic discovery and to start a large-scale operation. Kane expresses hope that they will be able to find ancient types of weapons that will help solve the kingdom's most urgent problems. Alyssa immediately protests, anxiously realizing that Fels will now become a target for anyone who wants to use her power. Kane expresses confidence, believing that with Negris no enemy poses a serious threat. A brazen man with spiky hair named Debaru warns that there are powerful people Kane has not yet met. Kane doubts Negris's greater purpose and asks if he came to save the entire kingdom. Negris decisively refuses this great mission and says that he is here only to fulfill the duties of a healer. The elf supports his opinion, saying that she does not want to expose her friends to danger. The hand makes a peace gesture while the voice asks them to stop arguing. Negris addresses the man in the middle, Debar, to hear his opinion. Debar friendly places his hand on Negris's shoulder and says that he is on his side. He explains that as a senior, he must support the younger one's desire to protect his teammates. Debar's expression becomes stern, and he directly accuses Kane of lying about his intentions. Negris is shocked by the accusation, and Kane looks down and cannot meet their gaze. With a smile, Debar prepares to tell what he believes is Kane's true goal. An icy aura bursts from Kane as he loudly calls Debar's name in a fit of rage. Surrounded by shards of ice, Kane angrily warns Debar not to become a know-it-all. Negris physically restrains the confused Debar, trying to calm the sudden magical confrontation. Kane calms down and says that he really wants to publish his findings in the kingdom. He admits that he is torn by an internal conflict between ambition and fear of harming others. The girl with pigtails, Liza, irritably tells Kane that he should have been honest from the very beginning. Resigned, Kane tells the group to follow him if they want to understand his true purpose. He assures them that their goal is not far from the place in the forest where they are now. The group delves into the forest and comes out to a secluded, overgrown settlement. Alice whispers to Negris that Kane's true goal might be Fels herself. Negris admits that while Kane was walking ahead, he thought about such a possibility. He explains that Khan reminds him of someone he once knew, and because of that, he wants to trust Khan. Eliza asks who this person is while Negris looks thoughtfully. Kane stops in front of a large mansion covered with grapevine and says that they have finally arrived. Fels looks at the elegant but neglected building, a glimmer of recognition appearing in her eyes. Eliza gloomily notes that the wooden village looks too flammable, for which Kane reproached her. Kane explains that it was once the last village of pure-blooded elves in the world. Negris asked why the village was abandoned 5 years ago, but Kane has no exact answer. In a memory, a fierce battle is shown, and Kane recounts rumors about an internal conflict among the elves over a treasure. Walking through the ruins, Kane admits that no one knows what that treasure was. He admits that he does not know about those events, and says that he was not even in the tribe at that time. Kane continues the sad story, explaining how the number of elves constantly decreased. The defeated elf lies by a tree, and Kane thinks that they lost hope. Looking at Kane, Phelps listens as he says that he is far from home. Kane says with a determined look that he dreams of restoring the elf race. He says that even as a half-elf he is proud of his elven blood. Calling the Phelps their beacon, Kane believes that he can unite their people. He imagines elves from all over the world gathering together to create a new kingdom. Kneeling before her, Kane passionately begs Fels to save the Elben race. The weight of his request leaves Fels speechless. She turns to Negra, and shock and confusion are visible on her face. The black woman gently assures her that there is no need to decide now. A memory comes to Fels, She recognizes an old manner from her past. Fels tells Kane that she needs to learn about her past before answering his request. Overwhelmed with relief, Kane closes his eyes and thanks her warmly. He offers them to spend the night in the dilapidated manor. Inside, Alice amusingly falls through the floorboards with a loud crash. The crack of breaking wood sounds as she breaks through the floor. Stuck in the pit, Elisa emotionlessly asks someone to help her. Standing over her, a dark-skinned woman coldly scolds her for breaking things. The companion explains that Liza fell while recklessly searching for treasure. Negris calls her actions foolish, and Alice shouted indignantly. As he leaves, Negris asks where Fel is. His companion says that Fels went out feeling nostalgic. The black-skinned woman worries that Fels might find out something terrible about her. Amid all this, Alice's irritated shouts to stop ignoring her echo. Her whale plane continues moving as she remains behind on the floor. Still trying, Alyssa complains that all this has dirtied her. A small crystalline stone fell from her glove. She notices the stone on the floor making a sharp click. The faceted stone glows with a mysterious light in the ruined room. A hand reaches out to pick it up and a voice asks what it is. Alyssa holds a strange stone, intrigued by the find. The shot transitions to a deserted, windy landscape with a small village. On a deserted ridge, a long-haired sage stands alone studying a map. With a small creature on his shoulder, he contemplates that this might be the source of the plague. He walks through a rocky canyon toward a torn flag in the distance. The inscription on the flag indicates that this is an ancient weapon extraction site. His map confirms that the disease's origin is too close to the capital. He realizes that this area is also located near the largest ancient weapon mine. Surrounded by images of golems, he concludes that the epidemic is connected to these tools. Surprised, he does not understand why no one else with the same level of knowledge noticed this. His eyes suddenly widen as the sage's intuition senses someone's presence nearby. Through the trees, he notices Negris's squad and thinks about his new companions. By the calm lake under the starry sky, Phelps sits alone and quietly reflects. The calm water reflects the ancient trees as magical lights float in the air. Frightened, Fels turns around when Negris says he came because he found her. Negra gently smiles while Phelps quietly utters his name and greetings. He sighs softly and sits next to her on a large tree root. They were silent for a moment in pleasant quiet. Fels thoughtfully looked down. Fels then expresses deep anxiety that he will never regain his memories. Looking at her worriedly, the black-skinned woman says she should not worry about it. He promises to stay in the kingdom and be by her side until her memory returns. She thinks that once she remembers, she might have to leave the party. Negra warmly smiles, expressing his wish that she finds her own happiness. Moved by his selflessness, Fels firmly says that she does not intend to leave him. With a smiling, joyful face, she speaks about his gentle nature. Negris feels pangs of conscience, realizing that he always relies on her kindness. He finds it strange to see the usually energetic Fels in such a pensive mood. He understands the enormous burden she carries after Kane asked her to lead the Elves. Disappointed, he knows there are things she believes she cannot tell him yet. She asks if he really dislikes relying on her. With firmly pressed lips, she insists that she wants him to rely on her too. Negris decides not to let Fels feel insecure despite his own awkwardness. Unexpectedly, he gently laid his head on her lap. Looking at her, he quietly asks if this gesture is appropriate. Fels is completely stunned. Her face looks embarrassed and shocked. Looking at her, Negris quietly asked for permission with a gentle and sincere expression on his face. Looking away and blushing deeply, the elf girl stammers and says that of course everything is fine. The young man is equally embarrassed and does not understand why he suddenly feels extremely awkward. After a pause, he relieves the tension by asking the name of the enchanting lake. Looking at the water, she feels familiarity and thinks that something happened here. He suggests that it is a dormant memory trying to surface in her consciousness. She then quietly says that she fears the forgotten memory might turn out to be unpleasant. With a soft smile, she tells him that this moment has become an important memory for them. A decisive step forward shows that he has decided to help her. He gives her unwavering support and says that she can always tell him about her past. Her face shines with hope. She says that now they can create new, better memories. Their new understanding is confirmed by a firm and sincere handshake. They smile at each other. Their agreements have been solidified and their relationship has strengthened. Returning, she wonders if they will meet other half-elves, and he says that their friends are already waiting. The scene shifts to a magnificent mansion under a quiet moonlit sky. A long-haired man with a small creature peeks through the door and calls Negris. Finding the huge library empty, he did not know where everyone had gone. He thought they would be at the end, but it was already too late. Worry appears on his face. He fears that something bad has happened. Accepting that he will have to wait, he decides to study the borrowed ancient weapon for now. As soon as he begins to study, a holographic projection of the weapon's mechanisms appears. Sitting by the fire, he thinks about the true motive of the culprit who caused this tragic death. At night, a sound is heard from another part of the estate. Negris looks out the window, glad that he was able to help Fels stay for the night. His thoughts become gloomy because he knows that they have no success in fighting the spreading plague. Lying in bed, he decides to tell Fels about her ability to activate the ancient weapon. Falling asleep, he thinks of introducing her to another sage, Debaru. In another room, Fels sleeps peacefully, with a small child lying next to her. A tear rolls from her closed eye and a deep memory begins. Her dream begins, symbolized by shining lights and a large multifaceted crystal. She finds herself in a huge hall with a colossal inactive weapon. In childhood, she and a friend look through a tall window at what is happening below. She looks on, her young face combining anxiety and excited determination. Another young elf runs up the stairs and warns Fels that her mother will be angry. The young elf assures the worried friend that she will just take a quick look. Fels complains that her mother is always busy with work and leaves her alone. Hiding, she eavesdrops on a group of elves who doubt whether they can trust a stranger man. Her worried friend tries to pull her away from the secret meeting. The elves discuss that they need help to build a kingdom for their race. Fels innocently mistakes and thinks that the festival is scheduled for the next day. Her face becomes sad as she watches a serious scene unfold. She notices that her mother and everyone else are focused on a large stone. A sharp voice suddenly shouted her name because she found courage within herself. Her mother appears and sternly asks why she did not obey and came here again. The mother expresses irritation, saying that the daughter leaves her speechless. Fels' friend immediately apologizes, trying to take all the blame for his own actions. Fels boldly explains that she came because they seem to care only about the stone. The stern expression of her mother softens and turns into tired acceptance. Deciding that the time has come, she leads Fels into the large stone hall. She says that the shining artifact is a magical gem and a rare elven creation. Mother asks her to imagine how much time and effort went into its creation. She explains that it is for the prosperity of their race, and the source is her own power. She looks gently and adds that it is also for Fels' future. She tells how humans are shrinking their living space and forcing them to build a new kingdom. She says that to achieve this goal, they need to rely on their ancient heritage. Phil looks at the shining stone and swallows nervously from the heavy revelation. Mother says that this stone is the key to awakening the ancient weapon. She clarifies that this weapon can enhance magic. With such a great gem, they will be able to create a magical field throughout the kingdom. Fels sadly looks at the floor and shows that he just wants to stay with his mother. The mother's face completely softens into a gentle, understanding smile. She strokes Fels' head and promises that after one more day they will spend more time together. Fels asks to be brought here tomorrow, but her mother doubts it. The mother yields and agrees to take Phelps with her so that she does not sneak inside. Phelps raises her hands up and joyfully exclaims, overwhelmed with pure, uncontrollable joy. The memory of the elven settlement under the night sky is calm. Now the adult woman has fallen asleep, and a single tear rolls down her cheek. A tear rolls from Fels' eye as an old warm memory surfaces. The memory turns into a nightmare. Her native elven stone tower is engulfed in flames. A young girl calls for her mother amid fierce flames. Clinging to her mother, she asks fearfully what is happening. Her mother is shocked and says that such a tragic outcome was not promised to her. The two of them pressed against each other while the fire burned their house. Through the flames, her mother senses the approach of a figure. Her mother decisively and urgently orders Fels to flee into the forest. Phelps asks to run away together, but her mother tells her to close her eyes. Bright light shines around Fels as her mother prays for her child's protection. Phil's body is enveloped in a protective, shimmering aura. Looking at her mother, she is surprised by a sudden surge of strength. In the final embrace, the mother soothes her and says she loves her. The protests of weeping Fels remind her mother of the promise to stay together. Her mother pushes her away and shouts for her to run quickly. With tears in her eyes, Fels orders not to look back. She runs through the burning forest and calls for her lost family. A burning spark falls from the sky and flies straight at a small running child. Burning fragments hit her head and she cries out in pain. She stumbles and falls to the ground, overwhelmed by chaos. Lying on the ground, she thought for the last time about her mother's promise. Looking back one last time, she looks at the past with a tear in her eye. Through the flames, she sees a dark figure and cannot understand who it is. The adult falls, jolts wake her in bed. Her face was a mask of horror. She gets up, breathing heavily, and the child nearby also stirs. The child sleeps soundly, unaware of the nightmare that has just ended. Phelps realizes that the dream was a real buried memory from her past. She now understands with growing horror the reason for the extinction of her people. A sharp knock on the door pulls her out of her anxious thoughts. A man named Dabaru apologizes for the late hour and asks for Negris. Fel thinks that Negris is probably visiting his patients right now. Fels is surprised by Dabaru's sudden manic fascination with ancient weapons. Kane, standing by the door, looks with deep suspicion and concern. Fel offers to pass the message, but Dabaru politely insists on speaking to Negris personally. A man named Dabaru excitedly mentions an ancient weapon he wants to test. The elf warns that Kane will get angry, but Dabaru says he agreed. With a tense smile, he reports that the weapon can neutralize deadly miasma. Elf Fels is deeply shocked by this incredible discovery. He plans to inform Negris later because he is currently absent. He tells the hopeful person that this could solve the kingdom's problem and allow her to return home. Cunningly, he suggests that they handle it themselves, wondering if this will be a cooler approach. A strange proposal leaves Fels completely stunned and confused. In Fels' mind, an image of Negris flies by, praising her. Dabar tempts her with the idea that she will be called the best partner in history. With new determination, Fels agrees to his plan. The Kane in the hood watches as they walk down the long corridor. He is very nervous and wants to know where they are both going. A wide panorama shows a spacious, technologically advanced city. Fels follows Daber down deep spiral stairs that seem endless. He explains that this is a remote place for safety in case a powerful weapon malfunctions. In a high-tech chamber, he admires the power of the ancient weapon. He regrets that only pure-blooded elves can control them. Fels looks. A moment of confusion appeared on her face. A vision of a beautiful elven city built on trees appears. Dabaru's expression darkens as he expresses his dislike for humans. He reveals a dark fantasy about elves using weapons to invade the human kingdom. Fels is stunned and does not understand why his words have become so gloomy. Dabaru recalls the moment when he learned the truth about the ancient weapon. He describes their immense power, equal to primal skills. He admits that he began to think about appropriating that power for himself. Smiling villainously, he declares his intention to create a miracle. However, his efforts were in vain. He reveals that the elves stumbled upon a secret. Pure blood proved insufficient. Phil's eyes widen as a terrible memory surfaces. He says that to activate the weapon, a magical stone is also needed. The discovery stunned Phelps and left him horrified. Dabaru admits that she finally remembered his face. The memory of her mother's last moments overwhelms her thoughts. She yells at him and accuses him of attacking her mother that day. He calmly confirms that he regrets letting her escape. Fels reproaches herself for not noticing his true nature earlier. She trusted him simply because he was Negris's friend. Beside Negris's tenderness, she began to think that all people are good. She accuses him of bringing her here to finish what he started. A memory flashes in her mind of how he tried to kill her. She gradually realizes with horror that he was a murderer. Dabaru corrects her, saying that at first he only wanted her body. But then he saw that she could activate the weapon in the usual way. He gladly realized that she had a magical stone. Phil clutches his chest, realizing the terrible truth. She insists that she knows nothing, and he tells her not to play dumb. He approaches her and asks if she thinks she can hide it. He says that the precious stone, the sacrifice of her entire race, is inside her. The weight of this discovery leaves the hills in a state of complete shock. A close-up shows Fel's sword ready for battle. A confident smile plays on Deborah's lips. He makes a strange compliment and says that he is starting to like her friends. Fels draws her sword, her voice full of hatred. He laughs indifferently when she says she hates. He delivers the final cruel blow and reminds her that he killed her parents. He asks if she's ready, but says that 2 against 1 is unfair. Phelps is confused by his words and asks who the other person is. A figure appears at the far end of the chamber. Kane is ready and says he can't believe that Dabaru destroyed the pure blood race. Dabaru mockingly asks if his actions angered Kane. He mocks Kane for being a half-human and never accepted. The insult stunned Kane for a moment, and he was left speechless. He asks if Dabaru is also involved in the reduction of the elves. Dabaru admits that he did it for the magical stone. He says that this stone is the crystallization of the magical power of the elves. He mercilessly admits that he killed other elves because their blood was useless to him. Kane boils with rage because of his indifferent cruelty. Dabaru cruelly shifts the blame onto Kane. He mocks Kane for giving the elves a dream that will never come true. He reminds Kane that he himself is still the Eastern Sage, and Kane trusts him too much. A close-up shows Kane's staff ready for battle. Kane, pushed to the limit, screams Dabaru's name with a fierce roar. Dabaru turns on the machine, and the floor cracks open. A powerful explosion bursts from the newly opened chasm. Kane strikes the staff on the ground and creates a huge wall of ice. The ice wall shatters from the force of an invisible blow. A giant golem emits a mechanical groan as it appears. Kane looks up, shocked and confused. A massive restored golem looms over him. Dabaru explains that this is a combat weapon that has lost an arm. He claims that even a defective product is still the strongest. The massive hand of the golem crashes down towards Fels. She manages to deflect the destructive blow and is surprised herself. Dabaru reprimands them for interrupting his monologue. Kane shoots a magical ice projectile at him. The projectile safely shatters against the golem's staff. A massive robot guard steps forward to defend Buru. He assures that Negris will forgive him for his actions. Fels firmly denies this and says that Negris will never forgive him. Dabaru says that the miracle he is creating is also Negris's wish. The hint shocks and confuses Fels. Kane tells her that they must now focus on overthrowing the enemy. Their opponent belittles their efforts, saying they will not succeed in winning. A powerful gravitational force presses them to the ground. Enormous pressure crushes the robot standing nearby. Fels is slammed to the ground. He screams in pain. Her companion screams her name in panic. She desperately begs the wounded to call for help immediately. She insists that both will not survive if they remain in this fight. In a sterile laboratory, a young elf named Kane screams in pain. The enemy releases a powerful blast of ice magic from a robotic arm. The attack hits the shoulder of the light-haired elf, and she gasps. Kane looks with horror as the explosion severely wounds his comrade. Fels makes a desperate dash to the nearest door to escape from the stronger enemy. The attacker Dabaru moves to stop her, swearing that she will not escape from his hands. Kane lunged forward, shouting boldly, and grabbed Dabaru's leg to buy time for Fel's time. Kane grits his teeth in pain and calls for Fel. Phelps returns to this door, promising with tears to save him and urging haste. In a separate control room, Dabaru hums to himself while working at the computer console. He calmly confirms that his systems are operational and the process of withering death continues. A glance at the large pulsating device confirms that the magical enhancement is working normally. Then he considers making a special system adjustment for the Negris party. Returning to the group of robots, he orders them to guard their captive princess. He considers Kane's escape insignificant, confident in his own power. Like an Eastern sage who believes he has done so much that he cannot be questioned. He is confident that no one will trust a half-elf and strangers more than him. Dabaru confidently walks down the long industrial corridor, his plan already in action. He thinks that his ultimate goal is for Negris to understand his great idea. A threatening smile appears on his face. He expects the clash to be tough. In the sunny rural house, the atmosphere is deceptively calm. Negris enters the room where his companion Alice is eating at the table. Surprised by his appearance, Alice demands that he say where he has been all this time. He apologized for leaving without notice after meeting a man named Vel. Then Negris asks about Fels, and Melissa casually says she hasn't seen him all morning. His expression becomes serious as he tells Alice that he has something important to say. She is completely stunned to learn that Vel discovered the true cause of the plague. Negris explains that historical records link the withering death to ancient weapon locations. They learn that if these weapons are activated incorrectly, they release a deadly poisonous cloud. He grimly concludes that the ancient weapon is the source of the devastating plague. This new information makes him realize that their true enemy is not Kane. Just as the wounded Ken stumbles and bursts into the room, calling Negris. He screams in alarm, his face like a mask of pure panic and urgency. Kane falls unconscious to the floor, shocking Negris and Alyssa. In the bedroom, Negris heals the unconscious elf with his magic. Kane's eyes flutter open as the black-skinned woman says he has finally awakened. Overcome with guilt, Kane apologizes, fearing he will not be believed. He looks up with a pleading expression, trying to gather his thoughts to explain. Negris fully and unconditionally trusts him and asks him to tell what happened. Hearing that terrible story, Nugra stands up and says that now he understands everything. Elisa does not believe that the respected wise Deborah Ryu could be a thief. Kane bowed his head in shame, blaming himself for gathering his relatives. He tells in horror that his people were used as test subjects in Deborah's research. Negris also feels a wave of guilt and regrets that he could not protect Fels. Elisa looks worried as the grim truth about their situation becomes obvious. Kane confirms that Fels is now held in Deborah's hidden complex. Negris calms the upset Kane, placing all the blame for this tragedy on Deborah. Eliza, with a fierce expression, demands to know what Negra is going to do. Negris thinks his expression is grim and determined as he devises a plan of action. He says that no matter what happens, they must act together to resolve it. He says that the most important thing for him is to immediately go and meet Belle. He explains that they need to hold a tactical meeting at Vel's house to plan the next steps. In the huge library, Negris reveals the grim political reality and says that the kingdom will not help them. The companion doubts this and says that they have found the cause of the plague. Vel explains that the political influence of the sage is too strong to oppose him. The map shows that Debaro's departure would be a catastrophic loss for the kingdom. Negris concludes that without concrete evidence they have no chance of official support. He falls into despair, realizing that the Fels and other prisoners are not yet safe. Kane and Alyssa worry that they will not be able to defeat Debaru on their own. Vel grimly says that Debar also holds Fela captive and controls ancient weapons. Negris talks about Debaru's powerful gravitational magic and his ability to fly. He says that fighting an aerial enemy is pointless without proper means of counteraction. Vel corrects him and says that this is not a possibility in the future, but has already happened. Negris admits with disappointment that he personally has nothing to fly with. Elisa suggests that Well shoot him, but Well has a different, more direct plan. Negris finally determines the strategy and announces that they need to split into two teams. Well begins to explain the new bold tactical plan to the puzzled black-skinned people. Negris is completely stunned by the recklessness of the proposal she presents. The plan is to teleport by magic directly inside the enemy's magical barrier. Well, we'll fix the coordinates of the barrier, and Negris will prepare for the jump. First, they will set up the barrier, and then activate the teleportation magic. She tells him that she will send him right above their enemy for a surprise attack. Negris's initial shock changes to a determined smile as he accepts the dangerous mission. The sound effect conveys how one object quickly flies through the cloudy sky. On a high balcony, Deber stands and looks at the magnificent decorated city below. He watches two figures, Kane and Alyssa, as they enter the building to begin the infiltration. He wonders where Negris might be, since only 2 party members have appeared. Debaru realizes that Well must already know that he is tracking their movements. He laughs, confident that simple spells of assessment and healing pose no threat to him. His calm is disturbed when he senses a new presence directly above him. A huge shadow covers him as Negris swiftly falls from the sky. Debaru smiles and says that his old friend always does incredible things. Negris continues to descend rapidly, his face expressing unwavering determination. Debaru raises his glove, preparing to use his powerful gravity magic. An invisible force strikes Negris and sharply stops him with a strong blow. Negris is blown through the air and crashes into a neighboring building. The impact causes a powerful explosion on the city street below. Peaceful residents in shock raise their heads as a column of smoke rises from the new crater. Debaru smoothly lands on the ground amid settling dust and debris. He complains that receiving such a preemptive strike was a bit too much. He reminds the black woman that they were once friends in childhood. Negris stands up and says that he also does not want to fight like that. Meanwhile, Kane and Alyssa hurriedly ascend the long winding stone stairs inside the tower. Kane expresses distrust and slight irritation because he has to work with her. Liza replies that they have no choice because they critically lack people. She explains that she does not like him at all, and is here only because of Fells. She says with passionate devotion that she will save Fells because she is her teammate. Kane listens to her statement, his face serious and expressionless. He admits that Fells is important but confesses that he has a more personal reason to be there. He must repay her, he says decisively and sincerely. Kane asks his companion with braids, Alice, if she still doubts his intentions. He says he is surprised and never thought she would show such a sincere expression. Thoughtfully, Alice notices that after meeting her friend Negris, everyone seems to change. She recalls how the kindness of Negris improved every person they met. Climbing further, Alice admits that she is truly glad to meet Negris. She explains that without him she would never have found a place where she finally felt at home. Approaching the dark entrance, Alyssa cautiously asks if this is an underground chamber. Kane warns her to be careful, saying that their target is agile, strong, and hard to track. In front of the huge robot, Alice wonders what to do while Kane begins to make a plan. His expression becomes more focused. He understands that their primary task is clear for now. The formidable mechanical guard begins to move, its metal joints creaking as it powers up. Preparing for battle, Kane declares that their first goal is to create a breakthrough.